The story kicks off in the hectic emergency room of a hospital, energy thick with urgency. The doctor's assistant, clearly stressed, rushes over to alert the doctor that the patient's struggling to breathe. Without missing a beat, the doctor shouts for a ventilator, his voice sharp with concern. Lying there on the hospital bed is Jin Lin, a mechanical engineer whose body's been pushed past its limits after years of nonstop grinding. His heart just suffered a stroke, and now he's hanging by a thread. From birth, Jin's life has been no picnic. His parents died in a car accident, leaving him all alone. After college, he got stuck in a job for 2 decades, living a nightmare of low pay and endless drudgery. Love never knocked on his door. He's been single forever, never knowing the warmth of a partner's touch. The doctor calls Jin's name urgently, but his mind drifts elsewhere. He questions what it all meant. What's the point of all those years of struggle and pain? The doctor keeps calling, but Jin doesn't answer. The medical team moves in with the AED, but his vision blurs and heavy exhaustion seeps into his bones like a relentless wave. He feels the weight of fatigue dragging him down, and for a moment, he wonders if it's finally time to let go and rest. Darkness swallows him whole. Suddenly, the scene jumps to a lavish royal mansion where the protagonist slowly opens his eyes. Taking in the fancy surroundings, he puzzles over whether he's still in a hospital and how much the medical bills might be. Just as confusion takes root, a glowing window pops up before him, greeting him to the magical continent of Eldria. Reflexively, he reaches out for it, but a sharp pain cuts through his body, forcing him to stop dead in his tracks. That's when he catches his reflection in a nearby mirror and a wave of shock hits. The face staring back is totally unfamiliar, leaving him wondering why he looks so different. A week goes by, and he slowly adjusts to the new reality. Sitting calmly in his chambers, he's soon joined by a maid with stunning looks who enters and politely tells him the tea's ready. Calling him master, she introduces herself as Leah. Over the next week, Jin, now going by Rion Edgar, the third son of Duke Aldarian Edgar, starts to understand where he is. He's died and been reborn into a noble family with a big reputation, complete with an older brother and a sister. Everyone in the house treats him well, serving him fancy meals at the family table. His mother shows her love by gifting him a freshly tailored jacket. As the youngest Edgar, he's spoiled and adored by all. A thought crosses his mind. Maybe this new happiness is a cure for the miserable life he left behind. Eldria, the wide continent he's now part of, is a world run by magic. The Carinorial Empire is the biggest human kingdom, but humans aren't alone. Elves, dwarves, and other races share the land. His noble blood gives him rule over a huge tract of land, with about 1 million people living over 300,000 square kilometers. Along with his noble title comes a life of luxury, total comfort, and even his own personal maid. He convinces himself this peaceful, pampered life is the reward for all the suffering he endured before. One day, Leah shows up with a message from the lord of the house. The Duke wants to speak with him. When he reaches the study, the butler announces him before he's allowed inside. His father, Aldarian Edgar, greets him seriously. Their talk quickly shifts to something important. Ryan has reached the age where he needs to manage his own territory. When asked about it, he's caught off guard and loses words for a moment. His dad looks a little let down, then explains the details. The land he's been given is in the northwest, a secure area but struggling badly with food shortages because there aren't enough mages. The tone gets more serious as his father explains that while their family's holdings are stable, the empire itself is shaky. The royal family is losing power, corruption runs rampant, and the lords are at each other's throats, all threatening the empire's future. Ree nods, fully aware of the truth in his father's words, acknowledging the tough road ahead. Since being reborn, he's felt a warmth and care in his life that he never experienced before. This new understanding only steels his determination, and he silently promises himself to never let go of the people he now treasures. Sensing the burden on his mind, his father reassures him that he's not alone and that his siblings and family will always stand by him. Yet, Rain's thoughts stay locked on the real issue. He's connecting the dots between food supply, security, and wonders if solving the shortage would bring more stability to the region. His father, though, quickly pulls him back down to earth, reminding him these problems are way more complicated than they seem. While his dad sees his concerns as those of a green kid, Rain remains undeterred. Equipped with the knowledge from his previous life, especially about industry and manufacturing, he refuses to give up. With firm conviction, he promises his father he'll find a way to fix the food crisis. Analing City stands as the Edgar family's westernmost outpost. To its north lies hostile territory, while to the west stretches the Elves' lands. The vast ocean guards its southern edge. Sitting right where 3 nations meet, the city has often been a war zone, with conflicts leaving the land barren and the population severely thinned. Only a small number of people remain. Inside a carriage headed to Ansling City, Rain mull over the challenges to come. For an industrial revolution to take hold, he needs enough workers, and to get that, the population must grow. As he thinks over his next move, a sudden alert pops up. It's from his ability. The system asks him to activate the scanning function, which lets him check the stats of anyone he looks at. After testing it on family members, he's gained a basic understanding of the people around him. His main goal upon arriving is clear. He must find talented people to help with his plans. Lee watches silently, remembering the orders from her father. Alderion instructed her to keep a close eye on Rain, worried he might act rashly. She just hopes he doesn't stir up unnecessary trouble. At the Lord's mansion in Ansling City, a figure reports, saying Rain is expected to arrive soon. The figure is uneasy about Rain's presence and wonders if they should take action. Rumors have long suggested that Alderion is being too harsh with his youngest son, and Rain is well loved by his siblings. Still, a masked man calmly brushes off the concern, telling the figure to hold off and wait for their master's orders. The subordinate hesitates but speaks his worry, asking, what if Rain uncovers the financial fraud they've been running? With a scoff, the masked man dismisses the idea. He's sure a sheltered noble like Rain wouldn't know anything about tax documents, and tells his subordinate to hand Rain fake financial reports when he arrives to keep him confused. Happy with the scheme, the masked man orders preparations for Rain's arrival. Smirking, he quietly says it's time for Alder and Edgar to pay for their crimes. When Rain's carriage reaches Ansling City, he immediately notices how desolate it is. Without wasting a second, he asks for a map, and Lee quickly hands it over. An idea forms in his mind. Building a canal that links to the seaport could breathe new life into the city. But before he can dig into the details, a troubling scene unfolds nearby. A young woman is pleading with her father to stop gambling. Tears stream down her face as she insists the money is for her mother's medical bills. But the man, cold and indifferent, tries to snatch the cash from her. He insists this time he's going to win, as she struggles to hold him back. His anger boils over, and he raises his hand, ready to strike her without hesitation. Rain steps in and lands a solid punch on the man. Pain shoots through his fist, but he stands firm. Leah, visibly alarmed, scolds him for acting on impulse, telling him he should have warned her first so she could get his safety gear ready. Rain brushes off her worries, explaining that there wouldn't have been any time to prepare something like that. Instead, he tells her to keep an eye on the girl while he handles the gambler. Turning back to the man, he asks if he's completely lost his mind. The terrified gambler stammers, demanding to know who Rain is. Unbothered, Rain says his name doesn't matter and drops a cold threat. He warns that if the man even thinks about gambling again, Rain will personally make sure his head rolls. Fear takes hold of the man, and he bolts away, swearing to never gamble again. With things settled, Rain turns back to the girl, asking if she's okay. As he studies her, he's taken aback for a moment. Her stats are out of this world, harboring a wholly agricultural body. She has the potential to transform farming as they know it, and Rain immediately considers recruiting her. He invites her to join him for a trip into town since they're heading that way anyway. She hesitates, worried about messing up the carriage. Her concern doesn't faze Rain one bit. Instead, he shifts his curiosity elsewhere. He wonders why there's even a casino in a city where people are struggling just to get by. Last autumn, the Duke from an enemy nation launched an attack, killing many soldiers. Then spring brought a brutal flood that wiped out almost all the crops in the area. Life for the people turned miserable, with even finding food becoming a daily battle. Rain thinks it might be time for a census to see how productive the region really is. Before planning anything, he decides to visit the Lord's estate to check how much money they have to work with. He turns to Lillian and asks about the estate's finances. But before she can answer, a sudden clatter of hooves rattles the street. A man on horseback rushes through town, knocking pedestrians aside without a care. Lee shoves Rain out of the way just in time to avoid being hit. As the rider passes, Lee locks eyes with him while Rain, caught up in her dramatic save, struggles to catch his breath. Concerned, she asks if he's okay, and he assures her he's fine. Composed again, he asks Lillian if she knows who the rider was. She tells him it's the young master of the Adrian family, the owners of all the casinos in town. Rain quickly figures they must be rolling in cash, and an idea hits him. His problem with finding development funds might just have a fix. Without hesitation, he tells Lillian to take them to the casino. Lillian warns him against it, saying he's bound to get scammed there. But he brushes off her worries, confident he can handle it. Watching his boldness, she quietly wonders just how powerful Rain really is. Once at the casino, he steps inside and is immediately met with the wild energy of the gambling hall. The air buzzes with excitement and desperation as players eagerly place their bets, some cheering their wins, while others drown in their losses. Taking it all in, Rain sees the danger clearly. As long as casinos exist, folks won't put their hearts into honest work. Lee quietly moves closer to him, telling him they've surrounded the building. He tells her to hang back, planning to draw out the big players first. Soon, a staff member approaches politely, asking what game he'd like to try. Rain asks for something straightforward. The attendant leads him to a table and hands him 2 free chips to test his luck. As the game gets going, the staff watches with barely disguised amusement. He places his bet, and just as expected, the outcome is rigged. The dice are checked, and he loses. The staff member keeps up a friendly front, encouraging him to keep playing, clearly bored with the whole charade. Rain decides he's had enough and turns to head out. But before he can leave, the staff blocks him, demanding payment for what he supposedly owes. Raising an eyebrow, Rain asks how he could owe anything. The staff smugly tells him he has to pay for the 2 chips he got for free. The man chuckles, saying nothing in this casino is really free. With a sly grin, he reveals each chip is worth 100 gold coins. With the added service charges, Rain now owes a total of 250 gold coins, an amount he simply can't afford to pay. The staff member suggests Rain leave his maid behind as collateral. Before Rain can even respond, Lillian steps up, her voice steady as she calls out the obvious lie. She reveals that each ship is actually worth just 1 silver coin. The staff member's face darkens, his embarrassment quickly boiling into anger. He orders a guard to silence her. Before the guard can act, Rain moves like lightning, landing a powerful punch that sends the man flying across the room, crashing into a nearby table. Rain demands to know who even gave him permission to speak. Chaos briefly halts in the casino as gamblers scramble to pick up coins scattered from the broken table. Watching their desperation, Rain realizes just how hopeless the people have become. At that moment, the same man from earlier, the young master of the Adrian family, steps forward. Rain's lips curl into a knowing smile. The big fish finally took the bait. The gamblers turn their fearful eyes to Visser as he coldly orders his guards to rough them up. The guards don't hesitate, beating the helpless gamblers as they plead for mercy. The casino fills with tension and fear, and Vero warns everyone to behave if they want to avoid worse punishment. Lillian watches in horror, yelping in shock at the dangerous mess she dragged Rain into. Determined to pay him back for saving her mother, she steps forward. The crowd whispers among themselves, convinced she's being reckless and will only get herself hurt. Baser narrows his eyes and snarls, demanding if she has something to say. She calls out his casino for ripping people off, destroying families, and preying on the weak. She declares she won't let him bully Rain. Amused by her boldness, Baser lifts his hand to strike. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for the hit, but it never lands. Rain easily catches Vaserlo's wrist as he sizes him up. Baserlo lacks any real talent, and his loyalty rating is just 5. The message is clear, the Adrian family could turn on him any time. Visor scoffs, commenting that Rain doesn't seem to like his style. Surprisingly, Rain calmly replies that he actually admires it. Then, without missing a beat, he asks if Verlo even knows who he is. When Verlo questions why that would matter, Rain shrugs, unimpressed, saying he doesn't care about titles. There's just one thing he wants to know. With a slow, deliberate clap, the doors burst open as soldiers flood into the casino. Rain announces coldly that his word is law. The scene shifts to an opulent banquet where wealthy aristocrats mingle casually. One noble hopes his daughter will catch Rain's eye and secure an advantageous connection. Another, Adrian, scoffs, calling him Maggie for trying to ride on Rain's success with such a cheap move. A woman raises her glass in a toast. He wonders where Verrero is, amused that if he arrives soon, they could work together to build a beneficial alliance with Rain. Still, he knows better than to trust the town's lord fully. Finally, Rain arrives at the banquet. The heads of noble families scramble to win his favor, showering him with lavish gifts. Uninterested, he brushes past their offerings and signals for the meeting to begin. Servants bring out a whiteboard, and Rain reveals a blueprint he's drawn. The nobles look confused, having never seen such a design before. He explains it's a dam. Seeing their doubts, he promises to explain everything. Turning to Leah, he asks for the map. Rain outlines his observations. Every year, the city suffers from harsh floods. By building a dam at a key spot, they can control the water and prevent the damage. Adrian listens closely, his doubts slowly turning to respect. Fixing the flood issue would also solve their food shortages, and it hits him that Rain isn't as simple as he first thought. One noble interrupts, asking what any of this has to do with them. Rain cuts straight to the point. He needs funding. The nobles instantly refuse, tossing out weak excuses about their own financial troubles. Adrian points out that Rain is way too naive to believe these nobles would ever hand over their riches willingly. But Rain, unfazed, reveals he's already got the funds secured. Just that morning, he hit a casino and walked away with 50,000 gold coins. Then he asks how many other casinos there are in the city. A heavy silence fills the room. The family leaders stare at him, shock written all over their faces. What Rain doesn't know is they've all secretly invested in those casinos, and his move puts him in direct conflict with them. Adrian, especially, is furious. He didn't expect Rain to act so boldly against his own interests. Thinking fast, Adrian hides his anger and calls Rain a fool for breaking the law. The other nobles quickly side with him, trying to pressure Rain into apologizing. They argue casinos are legal businesses and raiding them is straight up illegal. Adrian smugly says Rain's actions just show how inexperienced he is, that he doesn't really know how to control people. But Rain doesn't waver. Instead, he calls them liars, accusing them of pretending to be poor while secretly hoarding wealth. Then, with a sharp tone, he lays down an ultimatum. Either they hand over their corrupt gains willingly, or he'll make them do it. Adrian, refusing to back down, warns him his father won't be pleased with such reckless moves. The nobles push even harder, trying to force Rain to back down. But Rain just smirks. If they want to talk law, fine. Without missing a beat, he orders his soldiers to seize them. With icy authority, he declares they'll get a proper lesson in law behind bars. Adrian narrows his eyes as he spots Vaser's men among Rain's prisoners. Confusion flashes across his face. Those guys were always loyal to Verlo, but now they stand bound before him. Rain asks if Adrian recognizes them without hesitation. Adrian denies knowing them and demands to hear Rain's plan. Calm and steady, Rain lays out the truth. The captives tried to kill him earlier that afternoon and admitted under questioning that someone from Ashling City was backing them. A quiet wave of unease hits Adrian, but he quickly hides it. Rain orders the soldiers to release the men, but his urgency doesn't go unnoticed. The family heads exchange looks, each realizing these men belong to Viserum. For once, Adrian is trapped. Knowing the threat these men pose to his family, Adrian acts fast. He pulls a dagger and lunges, killing the assassins before they can say another word. The banquet hall falls into stunned silence as the bodies hit the floor. Blood pools at his feet. Composed, Adrian stands over the lifeless assassins in fiend's remorse, claiming he acted out of rage rather than condemning him. Rem acknowledges Adrian's quick action with a slight bow. Adrian accepts the praise but insists he doesn't deserve it. However, Rem is unimpressed. He orders the soldiers to bring out the real culprit, curious if other nobles are as capable as Adrian. The doors swing open as Viser is dragged into the hall. His face twisted with rage, he thrashes against the guards, shouting threats and demanding to be let go. Adrian is shocked to realize his son has also been captured. Vaser's anger shifts toward Rain, cursing him for killing his men. He swears revenge, vowing to crush Rain until he begs for death. But Rain, totally unfazed, just raises an eyebrow at Vaser's bluster with bold arrogance. Viser claims no one in Ashling City can defy him, and if he wants Rain dead, then that's exactly how it'll be. Vaser's threats only make Rain laugh, praising his misplaced confidence before turning his attention back to Adrian. Before Adrian can reply, Vaser, still lost in his delusions, mockingly addresses his father. Just hearing Vaser's name snaps Adrian's patience, prompting a sharp command. He orders Vaser to kneel. Confused, Vaser hesitates until Adrian forcefully pushes him down. The gravity of the situation hits him and fear takes over. Kneeling beside his son, Adrian bows his head and begs Rain for mercy. He offers everything just to keep them alive. A sudden clarity hits Verero as his father's earlier warnings echo in his head. Shaking, he finally grasps exactly who he's crossed. His voice shakes as he nervously asks if Rain is really the Grand Duke's son. The answer is obvious, and his pride crumbles. Without hesitation, he drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Adrian quickly follows, pledging his family's loyalty to Rain. Considering their plea, Rain sets a condition. Everything they've gained through illegal means must be handed over. Only then will he spare their lives. Adrian, seeing no other choice, accepts the deal with gratitude, relieved survival is still an option, but his mind stays sharp, looking for a way to divert attention away from himself. His eyes land on Eldritch, and a plan starts to form. Faking urgency, Adrian accuses the city lord of plotting with outside forces to betray the Grand Duke. The room buzzes with whispers. Before Adrian can continue, Rain's expression darkens. He coolly condemns Adrian's attempt to slander Eldritch and immediately orders his execution. Panic washes over Adrian. Meanwhile, Eldritch stays calm, but beneath that calm is a calculating mind. He sees Rain's move as rash, impulsive, and easy to manipulate. With practiced confidence, Eldritch steps forward, offering thanks and pledging unwavering loyalty to Rain. Rain acknowledges him, saying he'll never betray him, but quietly activates his scanning ability. Watching Eldritch closely, he spots his greed attribute. In his chamber, Rain carefully tallies his new fortune, realizing he's gained about 100,000 gold coins, enough to cover 2 years' worth of city taxes. Lee approaches, offering her usual black tea. Accepting the cup, Rain wonders aloud if she truly gets how spoiled and pampered these nobles have become. Changing the subject, Lee asks about Adrian's claim, worried that if Eldritch really plans to rebel, Rain's life could be at risk. Without missing a beat, Rain reassures her there's no need to worry. He already knows about Eldritch's treacherous plans, but he's playing the waiting game. When she presses for why, he admits he still hasn't figured out who Eldritch is working for. Unlike his hidden enemies, Rain is completely in the open. One wrong move could throw everything into chaos. For now, it's better that Eldritch keeps thinking Rain's just a naive, clueless rich kid. The next day, the guildmaster scoffs loudly at the theory, calling it nonsense. Eldritch advises him to stay calm, suggesting Rain is just a young guy eager to prove himself to his father. Malcolm isn't convinced and warns against backing Rain, reminding Eldritch that even Rain's father would have to respect the wizards. Eldritch, however, has been plotting to bribe the wizards himself. Now, Rain has accidentally made himself a target by kicking off the damn project. Malcolm thinks about confronting Rain directly, but Eldritch tries to talk him out of it. With a sly grin, Eldritch notes that Rain has managed to anger the Magic Guild, effectively isolating himself. Back in Rain's mansion, he's deep into drafting engineering plans when Leia walks in, telling him Malcolm has shown up unexpectedly. Momentarily confused, Rain realizes he's never met Malcolm before. Malcolm steps forward, tense, demanding an explanation. He accuses Rain of insulting the Wizards Guild. Rain, genuinely puzzled, asks when he supposedly offended them. Growing impatient, Malcolm tells him to stop pretending and hands over a letter. Rain takes the letter and reads it, asking how building a dam could be an insult to wizards. Malcolm, losing patience, explains the core issue. The letter clearly states that applications from wizards are being rejected. He says, this is a direct provocation to the guild. At a loss for words, Rain quietly wonders if wizards even do physical work at all. Malcolm isn't backing down, demanding a solid explanation and warning that if Rain fails to provide one, the guild will cut all cooperation. Rain evaluates Malcolm's stats and confirms that his loyalty remains steady, which aligns with his suspicions. Malcolm has clearly been influenced by an outside force. Calmly, Rain explains this is just a misunderstanding and lays out 3 reasons behind his decision. First off, wizards have limited mana, and their skills might not fit within the project's tight deadlines. Second, hiring wizards is incredibly costly. For the price of 1 wizard, he could pay 10 laborers. Lastly, most wizards live comfortably under the guild's protection, while civilians don't have that safety net. Malcolm, unimpressed, argues that since magic rules this world, the untalented are just supposed to stay beneath the wizards. Rain admits there's truth to that, but he refuses to accept it. From now on, he vows to make sure everyone in Ashling sees wizards as just regular citizens. Malcolm's eyes narrow as he warns Rain to take back his words unless he wants to become an enemy of the Wizards Guild. Unfazed, Rain tells him to watch his tone, or Lee will silence him for the disrespect. Malcolm's confidence falters, demanding to know why Rain is acting this way. Rain responds with calm certainty, saying this rule is final and if Malcolm doubts him, he's free to test it by ordering Lee to execute him and letting the court deliver the verdict. A cold chill runs down Malcolm's spine as he processes Rain's firm resolve. Shaking, he finally gives in, swallowing his pride to offer a reluctant apology. Watching closely, Rain notes Malcolm's loyalty hasn't wavered, yet he still doesn't realize he was just a pawn in someone else's game. Content, Rain signals Lee to let Malcolm go. Regaining some composure, Malcolm thanks him before leaving. A notification pops up in Rain's mind. His quest is complete, and he's earned a reward plus a new mission to scan 5 individuals with high stats. Setting aside immediate worries, he turns to check his rewards. Outside, Eldritch approaches Malcolm. Curious, Eldritch asks how the confrontation ended. Malcolm, still rattled, says Rain refused to back down and even kicked him out. A crafty gleam flashes in Eldritch's eyes. Instead of seeing failure, he starts crafting a new plan, one that will make Rain respect Malcolm even more. Eldritch explains that when people refuse to work for Rain, he'll have to turn to Malcolm for help. Malcolm questions why people would refuse. Eldritch answers simply, because they're all lazy. Malcolm refuses to join any sabotage, saying that while he disagrees with Rain's choices, he won't undermine him. Unfazed, Eldritch argues these people are downright useless and wouldn't go hungry if they actually worked hard. He wonders why anyone would take Rain's projects seriously if they lack the drive to work. After some hesitation, Malcolm agrees to give the plan a shot. At the city center, a crowd gathers around the job posting. Many are intrigued it offers 3 meals a day plus a wage of 10 copper coins. But some are skeptical, fearing there's a catch. Gradually, the crowd starts rejecting the offer outright. Lillian steps up, scolding them for bad-mouthing Rain. She insists Rain personally promised to improve everyone's lives. The crowd bursts out laughing, dismissing her as just a fangirl. Undeterred, Lillian approaches the recruiter and says she and her father want to sign up for the project. The recruiter informs her that only her father can be hired. When she asks why, he explains she's underage. Rain had made it clear, no hiring anyone under 18, and violations won't be tolerated. Turning to her father, the recruiter lays out the wages and meal details, asks him to leave a handprint on the form, and directs him to report to the construction site. The next day, Lillian encourages her dad to work hard, and he promises not to let Rain down. He reminds her to take care of her sick mother, who can't work right now. Overhearing their chat, the recruiter asks about his wife's health. Once he confirms she's seriously ill, the recruiter reassures him not to stress. Rain has arranged for family members of any project workers to temporarily move into the workers' quarters. He explains they can stay there while the project is underway and head back home once the job's done. Feeling thankful, the man expresses his gratitude, and the recruiter quickly arranges for someone to escort them to the quarters. As word spreads, people start changing their minds. Doubt shifts to curiosity, and soon many are signing up, swelling the crowd even more. Meanwhile, Rain reviews his rewards and finds a blueprint for a lithium iron phosphate battery. Frustrated, he wonders what good it is without an electricity generator. He then switches focus to his next mission, finding 5 individuals with top-tier stats. At first, he considers training Leah, but after scanning her, he realizes she's already maxed out her potential. Deciding to scout for talent within the city, he gets ready to head out. Before leaving, Lillian arrives asking permission to come in, which he grants. She tells him workers at the site are slacking off. Shocked, he follows her to check it out. At the site, Lillian confronts her dad, demanding to know why he's not doing his job. Her father denies it, saying he's been worn out since morning. The other workers share the same complaint. Everyone feels drained and sluggish. So, they decide to rest, leading Lillian to scold them for being lazy. Determined to fix the issue, she drags Rain along, hoping the workers will listen to him. But after scanning her dad, Rain uncovers a shocking truth. He turns to Lillian and tells her the workers aren't just tired, they're cursed. Rain activates a new skill called prospecting, a technique he planned to use after construction. But given the situation, he's forced to try it now. This skill lets him analyze rock composition and assess the land's geology. As the system runs, he finds no valuable minerals or oil. Just when he's about to stop, he senses something off and asks a worker to dig deeper. The man digs, and after some effort, they uncover a creepy-looking crystal. An eerie vibe sets in, and the group wonders if they've disturbed something better left buried. Lee, stunned by Rain's talent to detect the crystal, wonders if he's secretly a magic prodigy. Even with her sharp senses, she missed it. Rain orders the crystal to be extracted and safely stored in a box. Turning to Lee, he asks how curses are usually handled. She explains that the curse can visit a church for a priest's help or seek aid from a high-level wizard. Taking it all in, Rain firmly tells Lillian to come along. Bringing her father too, they're off to see a priest. Still skeptical, Lillian asks if her dad is really cursed. Rain assures her the culprit won't get away. At the church, they're warmly welcomed by a priestess who seems happy to see Rain. He quietly considers checking her loyalty before asking for help. Scanning her, he's shocked to find her loyalty score at a solid 95 and even more surprised to discover she's an elf, not human. The priestess introduces herself as Yura and asks how she can assist. Rain explains what's going on and lets her examine Lillian's father. As she does, her eyes glow with a bright golden light, momentarily blinding him. After a moment, she confirms Rain's suspicions. He's truly cursed. He asks if she can lift it, and Yura uses her powers to dispel the curse. Lillian's father immediately feels relief and says he's ready to get back to work, but Rain advises rest, insisting they won't resume until the root problem is fixed. Then, he hands the creepy crystal to Yura for a closer look. She identifies it as a common crystal found around the region. Even though a significant amount of magical power is stored within it, she explains that for the curse to activate, a massive concentration of magical energy had to be packed inside. Still, she finds it odd. Despite having enough power to take someone out completely, the caster only managed to cause exhaustion. It feels more like a prank than a serious curse. Rain asks if making such a crystal is easy. Yura replies that for a top-tier wizard, crafting one would be a breeze, and sneaking it onto the construction site without being noticed could happen daily. Curious, he asks how she found out about his project. She casually says the church has been keeping an eye on it, mentioning that his work has really helped lighten their load. Seeing that he'll need to face Malcolm, Rain starts thinking about his plan. Yura, sensing his hesitation, tells him she knows someone who can fix his problem but warns that person is a bit of a wild card. They reach a huge mansion, the home of Lady Selena, the former leader of the Wizards Guild. Rain knocks, bracing himself to convince her. Before he can react, Leah suddenly yanks him back just as a loud explosion shakes the front of the mansion, leaving him stunned. Inside, a woman breathes out in frustration. Selena mutters about how her latest experiment flopped again. But she's undeterred, determined not to quit until she succeeds. Selena declines to help, saying she's tied up with crafting a new magical device. Renee asks if she's making a wand, but she scoffs at the idea, feeling it insults her intelligence. Leah, unimpressed by Selena's arrogance, warns her to be cautious with her tone. Selena, unfazed, turns to Leah and notes the massive magic power she holds. She suggests Leah stay and help with her experiments, promising to assist Rain only after she finishes her research. Annoyed by her haughty attitude, Leah snaps, asking if she even knows how to be polite. The tension ramps up as they get ready to clash, but Rain quickly steps in to calm Leah down before things get out of hand. Turning back to Selena, Rain eyes the table cluttered with magical gadgets and asks if she's crafting an artifact. Selena nonchalantly says the pieces, they're all failed prototypes. She shares that she's trying to build a device to store her powerful electric magic. Rain is surprised and asks if she really means storing electricity. Selena confirms it, explaining every failed test results in an explosion. Brushing it off, she tells him to leave so she can resume her research. But Rain seizes the moment, confidently saying he knows how to make a device that can store electricity. He asks if she'd help him in exchange for that knowledge. Selena laughs it off as nonsense, but Rain insists he's serious. He presses, asking if she'd assist him if he pulls it off. After a moment, Selena agrees, promising not only to handle Malcolm but also to make sure the Wizards Guild recognizes his authority. She warns, though, that if he fails, she won't be responsible for what happens to him. Once outside, Rain begins thinking about where to find a steady source of electricity. He quickly figures human wizards could act as temporary power sources until he builds proper ones. Wasting no time, he sets to work and creates a lithium-ion battery. When he shows it to Selena, she immediately criticizes it, saying it can't store magic and would blow up if she put even a bit of her power through it. Rain stays cool, telling her the battery has plenty of capacity. He hands her a wire and tells her to charge it. Skeptical but curious, Selena grabs the wire and sends a burst of electricity. To her surprise, the battery soaks up the energy without blowing up. Rain grins and asks if that's all she's got, pointing out the battery isn't even half full yet. Frustrated, Selena amps up her magic, pouring in more energy. After a while, she starts feeling worn out and annoyed, wondering if the battery can really hold her power. Meanwhile, Rain is blown away by the numbers. He figures the energy stored so far could power an electric car for 3,000 kilometers, and she's managed to charge it up to 87% all by herself. Amused, he jokingly calls her a handy little battery bank. Now, it's his turn to show off his skills. He hooks up the wires, and the battery fires up, producing electricity without a hitch. Selena, clearly impressed, asks if he can use electric magic too. Rain answers with confidence, saying not only can he wield electric magic, but he also plans to make it so everyone in Ashling City can use it. Selena, puzzled, asks how he plans to pull that off. Rain reveals that his magical device is way more advanced than the battery she just charged. He offers a deal. If she helps him out, he'll introduce her to a world where everyone, no matter their magical talent, can use magic. Selena, intrigued by his offer, finally admits she sees his potential. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Malcolm, comfortably seated in his office, confident that Rain will soon be begging him for help. But before he can soak in that thought, Selena suddenly shows up right in front of him. Taken by surprise, Malcolm stares at her, confused, and demands to know why she's here. Selena glares back and says it takes some nerve to stand against Rain like he did. Malcolm pretends he doesn't know what she means, nervously insisting he'd never do such a thing. Without missing a beat, she grabs him by the collar and demands a confession, her tone sharp with an unspoken warning. Terrified, Malcolm quickly spills everything. He admits he gathered the mages and told them Rain disrespected them, which set them off. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, he urged them to make cursed crystals and sneak them onto Rain's construction site. The curse drained the workers' energy, making them look lazy, hoping Rain would think they were slacking. His plan: to make Rain desperate, apologize, and come begging for his help. After he finishes confessing, Selena clicks her tongue in irritation, calling him an idiot for not realizing he was being played. Malcolm, baffled, looks at her like she's crazy. Without explaining more, she orders him to call the mages back immediately. Panicked, Malcolm scrambles to obey. Meanwhile, Selena reaches out to Rain and tells him she's dealt with the Wizards Guild. Rain thanks her, but she teasingly asks if he wants her to make Eldritch disappear. Rain declines, saying there's no need. He plans to use Eldritch as bait to draw out the bigger players working behind the scenes. Selena gets his reasoning and, with renewed excitement, eagerly asks when they'll start on the projects he mentioned. Rain tells her first to get the mages to charge the batteries. Selena nods, accepts the task, and heads out to get to work. At the same time, Eldritch meets with a masked man and informs him that Rain has taken charge of the Mage Association. The masked man stays calm, reassuring Eldritch that there's nothing to fear except for Selena. No one else in the association is a real threat. What really worries him is Rain's mysterious blasted project. He laments that if it succeeds like Rain claims, it could totally change Ashwin City in ways that can't be allowed. Eldritch soothes him, saying he already has a plan in motion. He's secretly been pushing the nobles to hike grain prices, tightening their chokehold on the city's food. The masked man narrows his eyes, asking if Eldritch is sure the nobles will fall in line. Eldritch smirks, explaining that Rain has drained all their money, leaving them bitter. By giving them a shot at regaining their lost wealth, he's locked in their loyalty. He admits they might betray him someday, but he figures they'd never betray their own profits. Plus, he points out that Rain doesn't have enough cash to keep his project going forever. Meanwhile, at the marketplace, a merchant cruelly shoves Lillian aside, sneering as he tells her to scram. Fueled by anger, she demands to know why grain prices have suddenly shot up. The merchant shrugs off her frustration, reminding her it's his stock and he can sell it at whatever price he wants. Lillian thinks back to her promise to secure the grains for Rain at the lowest price possible. She gives the merchant a sharp look and warns him that Rain won't take kindly to such obvious price gouging. The merchant, unfazed, smirks and claims they're just honest business people making the most of a chance. To rub salt in the wound, he steps on her foot and tells her to scram. Over at the church, Iria is just as frustrated. In only 3 days, grain prices have shot up threefold, sparking widespread worry. She turns to Iria with a serious expression and says their current supplies won't be enough to get their people through the winter. She orders Iria to secure what they have and bring it back to the church, promising she'll figure out the rest. She hands Iria a bag of money. Iria hesitates, shocked by how much it is, and argues it's way too much since bribing the guards usually costs just a third of that. Iria remains firm and tells her to follow orders. Reluctantly, Iria agrees. But just as she's about to leave, the bag of money is snatched from her hand. Surprised, she turns to see Leah holding the bag with a sly smile. Right then, Rain steps forward and asks Iria if she's interested in striking a deal. Iria narrows her eyes and demands to know what business Rain has with her. Calm as ever, Rain tells her to relax while they talk. Annoyed, she scoffs and asks what nonsense he's spouting, insisting there's no way elves are in this city. He replies that he knows their true identities and assures her he means no harm. Iria studies him closely before finally asking what he wants. Without missing a beat, he says he needs food supplies. She tells him that request might be out of his reach. Rain wonders why. She explains that the food supply in Ashwing City is controlled by 4 major noble families who've held power for a century. While he may have intimidated some minor players at the banquet, they're small fish compared to the big 4. Curious, Rain asks if she knows the city well. Iria nods, revealing she's lived in Ashwing City for 120 years. She adds that if Rain hadn't confronted the Adrian family during the banquet, negotiations might have been possible. Because of the ongoing war, food was already scarce this year, and if grain prices had stayed steady, her people could have made it through the winter. Hearing this, Rain confidently promises that within 2 weeks, grain prices will drop dramatically. Meanwhile, at the Klein family mansion, Augustus, the head of the household, sits at the luxurious table's head, addressing his gathered allies. He announces that thanks to Eldritch, the 4 great families have grown incredibly wealthy. The noble assembly raises their glasses, expressing gratitude toward Eldritch for his role in their success. As they celebrate, a butler enters and informs them that Rain has invited Augustus to a banquet. Silence falls over the room. One noble voices his worries, wondering if Rain plans to come after them next. He admits that while he wanted to profit, he's not willing to risk his life doing it. Augustus remains calm and reassures him. He reminds everyone that Eldritch guaranteed their actions are legal. Plus, as long as the 4 noble families stay united, Rain won't stand a chance against them. With a confident smile, he declares that they alone control grain prices. Not even the Duke's son can interfere. The nobles exchange looks, then agree, convinced that if they seize this moment, their families won't face poverty for the next 100 years. Still, Augustus warns that if Rain pushes too hard, they'll lower grain prices just 5 copper coins to calm public anger. But if anyone dares to break their pact, he'll make sure they pay dearly. The nobles nod in agreement, reinforcing their unity. With their resolve set, Augustus announces it's time to head to the banquet. Back at Rain's mansion, the butler enters the grand hall and respectfully tells his master that Augustus has arrived. Sitting at the head of the table, Rain instructs him to let them in and start serving dinner. As Augustus and the nobles step inside, they greet Rain with a faintly polite tone. Watching them, Rain remarks that they still have a lot to learn. His eyes scan their outfits, and he wonders why they seem so broke despite controlling the entire seized grain market. Augustus replies smoothly that they just heard about his project and want to pitch in. Another noble quickly chimes in, claiming they've already donated serious money and sold their grain at rock-bottom prices. Leah, unable to hold back her disgust, calls them shameless for trying to pull one over on Rain. Surprisingly, Rain doesn't react the way they expect. Instead, he smiles, clearly impressed by their so-called generosity, and thanks them for their support. Then, calmly, he reveals the real reason for their invite, a business talk about grain. Augustus, thinking he knows Rain's game, assumes he's short on cash and jumps in, saying 2 gold coins per sack is already a loss for them. The nobles fake sympathy, sticking to their act, but Rain cuts them off. They totally misunderstood him. To their shock, he says he's not asking for cheaper prices, he wants them to go up. He suggests hiking the grain price to 4 gold coins per sack. The nobles just stare, stunned, before they can even respond. Rain casually adds that he'll be taking a 30% cut of the commission. Augustus checks if Rain really wants the price raised to 4 gold coins. Rain reminds him he'll get that 30% commission on the deal. Grinning, Augustus admits he first thought Rain was just a pampered noble brat, but now he sees he's as sharp a merchant as any of them. With Rain playing ball, Augustus thinks their path will be a lot smoother. He adds if he'd known Rain was this reasonable, he would have reached out sooner. But he admits, without an official decree, they can't legally jack up the price. Thanking Rain, he asks when he wants to make the announcement, mentioning the document with the family seal is ready. Augustus says they'll post it after dinner and warns that anyone who dares defy the order already knows the fallout. Augustus assures him there'll be no dissent. Back at the Klein family mansion, others ask Augustus if they should inform Eldritch since things seem fishy. Furious, Augustus smashes his wine glass, saying the more who know, the less money they'll make. He insists Rain has little real power and is just using them to boost his own gains. He stresses this must stay strictly between them, pointing out they've got a golden chance to rake in a huge fortune. One man admits he's never had a chance this profitable before, which is why he hesitated a bit. But from now on, he'll follow Augustus's lead without question. Augustus laughs, saying from this moment on, they're united. He then orders them to act fast, buying up grain from smaller merchants before prices climb higher, promising this time they'll make crazy profits. Meanwhile, at Irene's mansion, Iria, burning with anger, calls Rain a traitor. She demands to know why he broke his promise to lower prices, accusing him of working with corrupt merchants. She warns him that elves are not to be messed with. Lillian tries to calm her down, telling her Rain promised to bring prices down. But Iria won't buy it, arguing his deal with shady merchants contradicts that. Lillian urges her to trust him. Still skeptical but hopeful, Iria asks Rain directly if he really plans to raise prices. He responds calmly, telling her not to stress, assuring the hike won't last and that within half a month, the market will crash. Scoffing, Iria calls him naive, saying he doesn't get how brutal the world is. She claims in her 200 years, she has never seen prices drop after they went up. Unfazed, Rain asks her how much the price would have fallen if he had simply threatened the merchants. 1 copper coin, 10 copper coins. She argues that even with that, he can't justify hiking the price from 2 gold coins to 4, especially since some families might barely scrape together enough for 1 bag to stay alive. If the price doubles, starvation becomes a real threat. Rain pushes back, saying that even at 2 gold coins a bag, folks would have starved anyway. For Ashland City's common people, 2 gold coins or 4 might as well be the same, they'd be doomed either way. Iria shoots him a furious look. He clarifies that he's not aiming to have merchants just knock off a few copper coins. His aim is to utterly crush them. 7 days go by, and Rain's busy teaching Selena the basics of batteries. He walks her through every detail about how a battery works, captivating her with his knowledge. When the lesson wraps up, Lee walks in and tells him Iria has come back again. Annoyed, Rain asks if she has nothing better to do. Selena quickly adds that Iria's mad because grain prices have shot up thanks to his price manipulation. Now it's at 7 gold coins a bag. Iria bursts in, yelling at him and revealing even minor nobles can't afford grain anymore. She demands to know if he realizes how much 1 bag costs now. Calmly, Rain asks Lee how many days it's been since they raised the price. She answers quickly 7 days have passed. He announces the moment has come to bring those sly merchants down. Iria, exasperated, tells him to stop speaking in riddles and just explain. Rain admits he held back earlier to avoid raising suspicion among the nobility, but now he's ready to spill the truth. Calmly, he states a bag of grain costs 4 gold coins and then asks a question. What is Ashwing City really missing? Iria thinks it over, then says nothing is missing. Smiling, Rain corrects her. What's truly missing are grain-selling merchants. The realization hits her hard, leaving her stunned. He asks if she gets it now. In this city, what they lack isn't just food, but also merchants willing to sell it, and no one can resist the lure of greed. Grain prices in Ashling City have jumped to 4 gold coins a bag. When nearby town merchants hear this, they'll rush to Ashling City, wanting to make a quick profit. Merchants from outside will flood in with grain, and those 4 greedy nobles will snap up everything, feeding their endless appetite. This way, Ashling City will boast the biggest grain stockpile in the empire. But when merchants see a 10 to 1,000% profit, they lose all common sense, only thinking about getting rich. He declares that after today, those 4 noble families are done for. He tells Leah to post a notice claiming Iria has decided to sell the church's reserve grain, opposing his pricing, setting it at 1 gold coin per bag. She must spread the word to everyone. Yuria, taken aback, asks why he's given her such a glowing reputation. He simply says he doesn't have any grain to sell. She pushes back, saying she only has a limited supply too, and asks if he expects her to sell it all. She refuses outright, insisting that the grain is essential for her elven tribe's survival through winter. Selena scoffs at her, calling her naive. If she were Iria, she'd sell immediately, because dragging it out just means bigger losses. Yuria, unfazed, counters that elves don't care about wealth and just need grain to keep going. Rain stays firm and orders her to follow his plan, promising her supply will only grow. Then he turns to Selena and the Magic Association, tasking them with sealing off the city. Selena confidently assures him she'll make sure no one gets out. With that, he tells them to get started. Noticing Leah's unease, he asks if something's wrong. She hesitates, then admits she's worried. What if things don't go as planned? What if merchants hold out for a few days and Iria's stock runs dry before the plan kicks in? Rain explains his approach, saying there are 2 kinds of schemes, hidden plots and open strategies. While a sneaky plan can be stopped, an open play is impossible to dodge. The merchants coming in from outside the city, blinded by their greed, will fight tooth and nail to make their fortunes. But once they realize prices are about to crash, panic will kick in. In this game, hesitation equals financial disaster. At the Klein Mansion, one of the men informs Augustus that the church announced grain will be sold at 1 gold coin per bag and nervously asks for his orders. Another voice chimes in, alarmed, pointing out that they totally forgot to factor the church into their plans. A third panics, asking what their next move should be. Someone else tries to calm the nerves, assuring everyone the church probably doesn't have a huge stockpile. Augustus quickly regains his cool and commands they send someone to the church right away to buy up as much grain as they can. Meanwhile, at the church, a huge crowd is gathered, all desperate to get their hands on the grain. Ira tries to keep things civil, telling them not to push and that there's enough for everyone. But the frantic crowd ignores her, shoving forward all the same. She orders them to form a line, but her words just bounce off deaf ears. Then a man appears, flanked by guards, who sternly orders the crowd to stop their chaos. Turning to Ira, he explains that this grain was provided by the Pope himself, and it's only the first shipment. More is expected to arrive the following day. Ira nods in agreement, then turns to Rain with a frustrated glance, asking him not to make things worse. She needs to know what to say to the Pope if her actions come under scrutiny. The news lifts the spirits of the common folks, who cheer the promise of more grain, while the merchants wear drawn faces, realizing their gold mine is evaporating fast. One merchant clenches his fists, doing the math on his losses. He bought the grain for 60 silver coins per bag, but after transport and other costs, his total expenses reached 95 silver coins. Selling now would still net a small profit of 10 silver coins, but he knows that if he hesitates any longer, his losses could be catastrophic. Resigned, he begins unloading his grain. As soon as the crowd sees this, they swarm toward him, eager to snap up cheaper grain. The other merchants notice too. Sensing danger and delay, and desperate to minimize losses, they start dropping prices even lower. Watching the frenzy, Lee is amazed it's playing out just as Rain predicted. Rain stays calm, explaining that this is just human nature. Merchants know a single moment's hesitation can tank their profits. The fear of financial disaster drives them to act fast. Lee, impressed, comments that at this rate, grain prices will fall back to 50 silver coins a bag, making Rain's plan a sure winner in no time. With a sly smile, he corrects her. She's seriously underestimating the real impact. When players like Augustus start selling, grain will end up being the cheapest product in all of Ashling City. She asks Rain if he really thinks Augustus and his crew will recklessly dump their grain to outsiders like that. After all, they pay at least 2 gold coins or more per bag, and besides, his team sticks together. Rain tells her she's giving them way too much credit. When money's on the line, nobody holds back. He goes on to say that grain prices will become irrelevant and it's time to move on to discuss the next part of their deal. Meanwhile, at Augustus's estate, the butler rushes in with news that the out-of-town merchants are slashing grain prices, now down to 75 silver coins per bag. Another man scoffs, calling it impossible. They control the grain supply, where could these outsiders be getting so much grain? The butler insists he's telling the truth. Augustus sits back, thinking hard, and then the realization hits him. His face darkens with rage as he demands to know if Rain's trying to destroy their families. His men, alarmed, press him for details. Fuming, Augustus lays it all out. Rain intentionally spread rumors that grain prices were soaring, luring merchants from nearby towns. Once those merchants arrived, he used the church's name to send prices plummeting, sparking panic that forced the merchants to sell at a loss. His men can barely believe such a slick move was pulled on them. Still, Augustus quickly collects himself and reveals he has a backup plan. His men lean in, eager for the details, their eyes almost buzzing with anticipation. He breaks it down. The grain reserves won't last beyond a few months. If they just hold tight and don't sell now, waiting until everyone's desperate, they can rake in crazy profits by selling at sky-high prices later. But if even one of them breaks ranks and offloads grain early, the whole plan falls apart. Roland, though visibly jittery, agrees and promises to return with his grain stockpiled. Yet, Roland's real game is different. He's already set on selling off his stock to cut his losses. The other nobles spot his abrupt exit and immediately get the message. It's every person for themselves now. One by one, they bail, ditching any illusion of unity. Augustus's butler steps up, vowing to keep a close watch on their men to make sure no one breaks the pact. Augustus snaps, losing his cool, shoving the butler aside and warning that if they don't sell, the other three sure will. Without skipping a beat, he commands them to sell all the grain right this minute. Meanwhile, back at Rain's mansion, he turns to Burra, asking if the grain supply now meets her people's needs. She scrunches her eyebrows, puzzled, saying it feels like the more they sell, the more they actually end up getting back. Rain explains it's because they're selling at peak prices and buying back at rock bottom. Just then, Lillian walks in, announcing that prices have dropped even more. 1 gold coin now buys 3 bags of grain. He looks back to Burra, smiling, and asks if his prediction hasn't proven true. If she buys now, she'll net 10 extra bags, an unbeatable deal. With that settled, he gently shifts gears and asks if they can now talk about their arrangement. Bear eyes him skeptically and asks what kind of deal he actually wants to make with her elf tribe. His answer? Bold and straightforward. He wants it all. She's taken aback for a moment. Confused, she pushes for clarification. He lays it out. They'll handle every need her tribe has on a daily basis, and he's open to negotiating whatever else they want. Burra's face tightens with nerves. She admits she can't decide on such a deal herself and that Maggie must speak directly with their queen. He nods, asking her to set up that meeting. She calls for Yuria and tasks her with delivering a letter straight to the queen. As Rain watches Yuria leave, he thinks to himself, with the grain crisis solved, the nobles won't have the clout to stir up trouble for a while. He's already got the magic association under control, and it's only a matter of time before he takes charge of the church. Right now, Eldritch's last big advantages are his hold on the military and tax system. If Rain can grab the military, Eldritch's grip will be totally broken. He needs to figure out how to sneak into the ranks. Just then, Leah interrupts him, teasing him to loosen up and promising she'd happily help him chill out. He brushes off the idea, saying he's not tired, but a loud commotion outside pulls his attention. A man's arguing heatedly with Yuria about soldiers. The man's frustration is clear as he explains he can handle some losses within Sling City, but having soldiers rob him on the way back is just not right. What is he supposed to do now? Rain steps forward. The man turns to him, worn out, and asks who he is. With a sly smile, Rain says he's someone interested in doing business with him. Meanwhile, at the gate, a guard stops Lillian and insists on searching her carriage. Calmly, she tells him she's a citizen of Esling City, carrying goods she bought locally, and that she's headed to the elf tribe on business. The guard isn't swayed and orders his men to start tearing through her cart. They waste no time, wrecking everything inside. Lillian protests, trying to stop them, but her objections fall on deaf ears. After the full ransack, the soldiers report back to their superiors saying nothing suspicious turned up. Still, the officer tells her she must pay the toll per the rules. She pushes back, asking why she should pay after her goods were destroyed. The officer's patience snaps. He lays down the law. Either she pays up or she walks away. Before she can argue more, another voice cuts in, telling her to just go along with it. Begrudgingly, she complies. She hands over the money, only for the guard to tell her that the toll has been raised to 5 silver coins by Rain's command. Frustration bubbles up as she realizes how ridiculous this is. Her goods aren't worth more than 3 silver coins, yet they're asking for 5. The guard, unbothered, tells her to leave if she won't pay. Holding back her anger, she finally gives in, knowing Rain will handle this guard soon enough. She pays the toll, and they let her pass. Inside the carriage, Rain mutters curses at himself in frustration. The merchant nearby frowns, warning Rain to watch his words, reminding him that Rain's the hero Aisling City depends on. Watching them, the merchant finds Rain's attitude strange. Despite the soldiers blaming Rain for the toll hike, he keeps blaming the guards instead, making the merchant suspect he's new to the city. Taking it upon himself, the merchant explains Rain Said's background, sharing that though the changing market prices hurt his own finances, he's never met a lord who truly puts his people first. Given the chance, the merchant would gladly serve under Rain. Meanwhile, Rain keeps muttering self-criticism, bringing up the people he took down at the banquet. The merchant instantly catches on and waves off Rain's concerns, saying the Adrian family had it coming. Rain asks if he knows them. The merchant nods, explaining anyone doing business in Ashling City knows the Adrian family well. Lots think their fortune comes from the casinos, but the truth is much darker. Their main income is from human trafficking. Rain freezes for a moment, his face hardening. Already stretched thin, he curses, discovering the Adrians exploited what could have been his workforce. His mind races, planning his next moves. The first priority, gaining control of the border guards. If chaos breaks out inside, neighboring countries won't wait to take advantage. Suddenly, a ruckus outside pulls him from his thoughts. Lillian, losing patience, asks why they're being charged another toll. A soldier answers that Ashling City's toll is separate from the border forts, meaning different rules apply. She calls him a liar, but the soldier stays cool and lays down the same choice again, pay or leave. She demands the price. Smirking, he says, 1 gold coin. Shocked, she calls it outright robbery, but Rain tells her to hand it over. Fuming but resigned, she complies. The soldier notices movement inside the carriage and grows suspicious. He orders all passengers out, saying every traveler at the border fort must be checked. Without a second thought, Rain steps outside, calmly inviting them to search if they must. The soldier freezes in shock when he recognizes Rain. Rain and Lillian climb down. Rain glares sharply at the guard and says if they want to inspect, then go right ahead. The guard stiffens, pale and sweating, stammering to ask why they're here. The soldier eyes the merchant behind Rain with disdain, calling him an immortal old fool and sneering how he dares to return. Rain turns and asks if he knows the merchant. The merchant, clearly uneasy, explains these men used to be bandits from nearby mountains. After joining forces with the Elwyn family, they were assigned the job of kidnapping and trafficking people. The Elwyns brought them here. The soldier sneers again, saying the merchant didn't pay enough tolls the last time he left the city and got scolded. If he doesn't cover the difference now, he shouldn't expect to leave. As he finishes, the soldier slaps the merchant across the face, but the old man holds back any retaliation. Backing off angrily, the merchant shouts that he paid every coin last time, not a single one short. The soldier points his weapon at the merchant, snapping that paying last time doesn't mean he's off the hook now. Had it not been for the merchant riding in that carriage, they might have let it slide for a couple of gold coins. But now that they've seen his face, there's no way he's walking away without handing over 5 gold coins. Suddenly, Rain speaks up, saying something doesn't quite add up. With tolls this high, why's the financial income so low? The soldier shoots Rain a disdainful look and asks where he popped up from. Then his gaze shifts to Leah standing right next to Rain. He smirks and comments on something, but Islant pulls out a money pouch and says that if they want 5 gold coins, he'll pay up. Just don't cause any trouble since they're his partners in business. The soldier accepts the pouch with a cocky grin, tossing it over to another soldier for safekeeping. Then he reaches out toward Leah, asking where she's from, darling. Before he can make contact, Rain steps in and blocks him, saying he was mulling over whether the soldier could be useful as free labor, but now it's clear saving him is a lost cause. The soldier, furious, lunges his spear at Rain, but before it lands, Leah jumps in and swiftly takes him down. The other soldiers, terrified, start retreating. Rain calmly orders Leah to take down anyone who fights back, then their own guards will take over this post. In a panic, the soldiers drop their weapons and bolt, shouting for help and screaming that someone's killing people here. But they don't get far before Leah, moving like lightning, catches up and wipes out a bunch of them in a flash. Rain glances at the system info panel and thinks these soldiers' stats are ridiculously low. Right then, Rain remembers his father's warning before he left. Beyond Islam lies the Ditch Kingdom, and he needs to be careful to avoid any clashes between their nations. Feeling lucky to have uncovered such a huge problem, Rain knows that if a war with the Empire breaks out, he'll be the one who ultimately loses. Just then, Leah, dagger in hand, steps toward the remaining soldiers. But before she can make a move, a booming voice demands to know who dares stir up trouble at Islam's borders. The soldiers see the man and react like they've found a lifeline, shouting that General Caesar is here and they're saved. They beg the general to step in and help. The general frowns as he eyes Rain, asking if he's the troublemaker at the border. Using his skills, Rain scans the man's stats and is briefly taken aback. All his attributes are over 70, but surprisingly his loyalty is just 12. Without that, Caesar would be a real catch. Rain steps forward, addressing Caesar as general of the Hulk family, and mentions that his brother works in Pridia's territory. Caesar hesitates and asks who Rain is and how he knows his brother. Rain replies that Pridia Edgar is his sister. Caesar's eyes widen, realizing Rain is the youngest son of Duke Andalian. The soldiers hearing this go pale, suddenly realizing they've tangled with the wrong guy. Caesar suddenly remembers the letter his brother sent, saying young Lord Rain would soon arrive in Islam. But a month ago, Elrich bribed him with a chest full of gold, telling him Islam's future depended on his choices. Others had pushed him too, claiming the Duke sent him off to this remote spot because he didn't appreciate him and his talents deserved bigger things. Isn't this what I deserve? Caesar thought. I shouldn't waste my life in this backwater. Even now, knowing he made a huge mistake, Caesar shows no regret. He draws his sword and orders his soldiers to kill the imposter, promising big rewards. Leo is furious when he hears this, demanding if Caesar's planning to rebel against the Empire. The nearby soldiers grow uneasy, begging Caesar to think twice, warning that such reckless moves would bring down execution on their entire families. Caesar stays firm, reminding them why they must act. He points out that they blackmailed a Grand Duke's son and broke the law themselves. Seeing some hesitation, Caesar reminds them of Rain's past actions in Island City, the destruction of the Oldwin family and the ruin of 4 major noble houses, bankrupting them all. He declares this is the western edge of the Collateral Empire, and if they gather the loot they've stolen over the years and present Rain Edgar's head to the Orvis Empire, they can at least survive as minor nobles there. Pointing his sword at Rain, Caesar coldly states it's their choice to live or die, making it clear he won't force anyone's hand. The soldiers exchange hesitant looks, clearly weighing their options. Caesar's words seem to tip the scale, and Leah's alarm grows as she notices the soldiers buying into Caesar's talk. A quick decision is made, and the soldiers turn to Caesar's side, aiming their weapons at Rain. Caesar lights up with excitement, mocking young Master Rain and asking if he has any final words before he meets his end. Even under threat, Rain stays composed. He says if Caesar repents, he'd consider sparing him. Still, the whole situation leaves Rain feeling disappointed. Before Rain can say more, Caesar commands his troops to attack and kill him. The soldiers move forward instantly, weapons raised. Leah, furious, tears the hem of her dress to move freely in battle and charges at the soldiers, taking one out with a single strike. Another soldier lunges with a spear aimed at her face, but Leah spins gracefully to dodge and counters with a sharp dagger strike, neutralizing the threat. At that moment, Leah sees a soldier rushing toward Rain. Perhaps trusting Leah's skills, Rain remains calm and still. Before the soldier reaches him, Leah throws her knife, taking down the attacker. Rain turns to Caesar, his face serious, warning that this is his last chance to end this madness. Furious, Caesar orders all his men to attack, promising a reward of 1,000 gold coins to whoever kills Rain. Motivated by the prize, the soldiers rush in wildly. One soldier targets Leah, knowing that removing her would make killing Rain easier, but Leah quickly ends him with a strong kick. Other soldiers try to overpower her, but Leah defeats them with sharp, calculated strikes. A spinning kick sends several flying, writhing in pain on the ground. Seeing Leah's impressive fighting skills, Caesar commands the mage to deal with her. The mage swiftly casts a spell, creating an energy orb that launches 3 ice arrows at Leah. She breaks the arrows with her kicks, but shattered ice freezes the ground, trapping her feet, leaving her stuck. Caesar seizes the moment, shouting that she can't move and orders his soldiers to kill Rain now. The soldiers split into 2 groups, one targeting Leah, the other advancing on Rain. The odds are getting worse fast. Rain quickly tosses Leah a hammer and tells her to jump. Holding a wire connected to an electrical device, Rain watches Leah smash the ice around her feet with the hammer and leap into the air. The frozen ground acts as a perfect conductor for electricity, giving Rain a chance to test his invention. When the wire touches the ground, an electrical surge spreads out, paralyzing the charging soldiers. They scream in pain before collapsing unconscious. Rain, standing on shards of broken ceramic to insulate himself, smirks at how well the device works. The remaining soldiers freeze, terrified, wondering what just happened. Was that lightning magic? Rain grins, thinking if he had a camera, he'd record this as an electricity safety video for his workers. Caesar's fear turns to rage, pushing him to order the remaining soldiers to advance. One soldier hesitates, warning Caesar that Rain is using forbidden magic and anyone close would die instantly. Caesar kills him before he finishes, accusing him of killing morale. Caesar glares at the others, ordering a charge now, insisting that Rain is just one man and he refuses to believe Rain can take them all down. The soldiers, shaking with fear, hesitate despite Caesar's threats. Leah also grows anxious, puzzled why Rain's spell hasn't affected the others. Rain realizes the battery powering his device is dead. He only brought one for this test. Leah worries and urges young Master Rain to let her get him out of there immediately. But Rain smiles, saying there's no need to rush. Caesar's little show ends today. Seeing Rain's plan to escape, Caesar orders his men to give chase, thinking his magic is worn out. But before they can move, a beam of light descends from the sky, causing them to freeze in place, paralyzed with fear. Caesar nervously looks up, and from above, Selena suddenly appears. Caesar is shocked, unable to understand why a Mage Association member would arrive at this critical battlefield moment for Rain. Selena flashes Rain a smile, teasing that she's arrived just in the nick of time. Right? Ray nods, determination sparking in his eyes, and says her timing couldn't be better since his battery just died. Hearing this, Selena's usual icy vibes soften into genuine curiosity. She never expected Rain to depend on batteries and is eager to learn how well they actually work. Rain laughs confidently, promising that once they catch Caesar and his crew, he'll give her the full rundown. Got it, sir, Selena says, turning to rally the mages. She commands them all to help Lord Rain wipe out the rebels at once. The mages then unleash their intermediate lightning spells, and thunder crashes down in a fierce storm, bombarding the ground with deafening crashes. Cries of pain and pleas for mercy echo through the battlefield as the rebels swear they won't repeat their sins. Right then, Caesar, eyes blazing with fury, grits his teeth and snarls that even if he's doomed, he'll drag Rain down with him to the depths. In a wild frenzy, Caesar barrels toward Rain, skillfully dodging attacks from the other mages. Closing in fast, he jumps high and unleashes his devastating Ice Mountain sword move. But Rain stands still, calm and collected, radiating quiet confidence. Just as Caesar thinks he's landed the hit, Lee suddenly appears next to Rain with only a tiny dagger, effortlessly blocking the powerful strike. The force is so strong the ground cracks beneath Lee's feet, but she stands her ground. Caesar feels a chill of fear. He didn't expect Lee to be so quick and powerful. Before he can react, Lee moves in and lands a solid kick. Caesar can't dodge it and is launched like a rag doll, crashing into a wooden fence, knocked out cold. Lee glares at Caesar and mutters under her breath, calling him trash. An hour later, Caesar slowly stirs awake. Sitting across from him is Rain, casually reading through the documents he seized. The flickering light from an oil lamp casts shadows that make Rain's sharp expression even more intense. Rain looks up with steady calm and asks if Caesar is awake. Over the years, Caesar has embezzled a hefty sum as the border official. Rain questions when he started working with Eldritch. Caesar stammers in shock, asking how Rain found out. Rain smirks, saying he's known for a long time that Eldritch was going to betray them. He was just waiting for the perfect moment to catch him. Thanks to Caesar, that moment has arrived. Caesar sneers, mocking Rain, saying a little evidence of corruption isn't enough to bring down Lord Eldritch. Rain shakes his head, clarifying these records aren't a threat to Eldritch. Instead, he's using them to figure out Islam's annual trade tax revenue. This info is crucial for his plan to rebuild the city. Caesar bursts out, laughing sarcastically, telling Rain he's dreaming if he thinks he can rebuild Islam. He claims Lord Eldritch controls all the nobles' lives, and they won't listen to anyone else. Rain smiles faintly and replies that while the living are called nobles, the dead are corpses. His words send a chill through Caesar, who suddenly realizes Rain plans to cleanse the city's nobility. Rain raises two fingers with icy precision, stating Islam's nobles have two options. 1. Follow Caesar down the road to death. 2. Obey him and work hard. He asks Caesar which choice he thinks they'll make. This interrogation is over. Later, Rain stares thoughtfully at the crumbling city wall, noting that with autumn coming, Grand Duke Sorian will definitely mobilize his forces. Rain knows these walls must be repaired fast. If war breaks out, these battered walls won't keep any enemy out. To the west stretches the elven land of the Saints. If negotiations go well, there won't be any trouble there. To the east is his second sister's territory, no threat there. The biggest danger lies up north with Grand Duke Sorin. As Rain thinks this over, Lee approaches carrying a stack of reports. She tells him they've totaled all the embezzled funds, amounting to 350,000 gold coins. Rain nods and orders the guards to take charge of the defenses in that region. He tells her to give each soldier 100 gold coins and send the rest back to Islam. Rain spots Selena getting ready to head back into the city and thanks her for her and the Mage Association's support. Selena grins and says it was their duty, but she's eager for Rain to explain exactly how the battery works. She just can't wrap her head around how he uses it without any magical powers. Rain chuckles and promises to break it down in detail. On their way back, Selena, excited, pulls Rain into the carriage, eager to get back to the city. Just as they're about to leave, Malcolm rushes over, clearly alarmed. Selena frowns and asks what's going on. Malcolm tells her that Lord Eldritch has betrayed them and taken control of Islam. Selena gasps in shock, but Rain just smiles and says Eldritch finally lost his patience. Selena starts to worry, asking how Rain plans to handle the rebellion, especially since all the mages from the Mage Association are currently out of town. That means no reinforcements are coming from inside. Rain calms Selena down, telling her to stay composed. Once Eldritch chose to betray him, his defeat was inevitable. After hearing about the coup in Islam, Rain leads his troops and Mage Association members back toward the city. Seeing the city gates firmly locked, Rain steps forward slowly, confidence steady in his voice. He calls out to Eldritch, asking if he's finally backed him into a corner. Standing atop the city walls, Eldritch shows no sign of fear at Rain's arrival. Instead, he scoffs and mockingly asks what brings young Master Rain to Islam today. Rain ignores the sarcasm and asks why Eldritch would betray his own father. The question sends Eldritch into a furious rage. He bellows that it's because his father abandoned him in this god-forsaken place. Years ago, Eldritch and Rain's father faced countless dangers together to build this empire. But when his father became Grand Duke, he failed to reward Eldritch, instead banishing his whole family to this barren wasteland. Eldritch sent letter after letter begging for a transfer to somewhere better, but every request was cruelly denied. All of this was his father's doing. If Rain wants to blame someone, he should blame his own father for being cold and ungrateful. Behind Eldritch, a group steps forward silently. They were once loyal warriors under Rain's father, risking their lives for the Empire only to be forgotten and denied the honor they deserved. Eldritch boldly states they're not rebels. They're just reclaiming what rightfully belongs to them. Hearing this weak excuse, Rain laughs, saying he expected at least some noble reason, but it turns out this is just another petty power grab. Rain gives them one last chance, saying anyone who wants to live should leave the city and surrender now. If not, in 3 days, he'll tear down these walls without mercy. At that, Rain's voice turns ice cold. His threat makes the nobles laugh openly. They smirk together, mocking Rain by asking if he even knows how well fortified Islam is. If he wants to break through, it'll cost him dearly. Eldritch laughs too, calling Rain scared and foolish for just talking big. He raises an eyebrow and offers a challenge. Rain finds Eldritch's words annoying but is intrigued by the bet. He asks what's on the line. With unwavering confidence, Eldritch declares from the city walls that if Rain can breach Islam in 3 days, he'll surrender without fight and let Rain do whatever he wants. Calmly, Rain asks what happens if he fails. Eldritch bursts into laughter, saying Rain must surrender to him and let him deal with Rain however he pleases. Feeling more confident, Eldritch taunts Rain, asking if he's brave enough to accept the bet. At that moment, Selena anxiously speaks up, telling Rain not to listen to Eldritch's foolish talk. She suggests they don't need to rush the attack. Leah agrees with Selena, reporting that the Grand Duke has already been informed about Eldritch's rebellion and reinforcements from the capital are on their way soon. There's no need to risk a reckless bet. Eldritch keeps taunting from the walls, mocking Rain and calling him a cowardly turtle, daring him to take the bet if he's got any guts. Rain smirks, saying that if Eldritch insists on embarrassing himself, then he's more than happy to watch. He'll grant this request. He's banking on Eldritch keeping his promise in 3 days. With that, Rain turns on his heel and walks away. Eldritch, brimming with confidence, doubles down on his vow, insisting everyone present will witness this bet firsthand. Then, with a grin, he shares some crucial intel with Rain, revealing that the Elvis Empire's army has already caught wind of the rebellion. Their troops will reach the border in about 10 days. When that happens, Eldritch warns Rain not to let himself be caught alive. He's sure Rain won't conquer the city within 3 days. Rain orders his troops to pitch camp just outside the city. The mood's tense as can be. Inside the command tent, Selena's anxiety finally breaks through. She tells Rain that even though Islin's city walls look a bit worn and their forces are stretched thin, breaking through in 3 days will be nearly impossible. She urges caution. The commander nervously suggests pulling back south and waiting for the Grand Duke's army to arrive. With reinforcements, they could attack without risking everything. But Rain stays composed, studying the map intently. He tells everyone to settle down, assuring them Islin will fall in 3 days. What he really worries about is the looming arrival of Olva's army. Then he turns to Leah, asking about the firewood and hay he assigned her to gather. Leah nods, saying everything's ready. They even found a nearby lake, just like he asked. Rain gives a serious nod and orders Selena to have the mages freeze the lake water with ice magic, dropping the temperature to about 0 degrees. Selena looks puzzled, asking if freezing the water can really breach Islin's walls. Rain, all confidence, tells her to trust him. The walls won't stand for more than 3 days. The next morning, as the sun rises, Rain leads his troops to the city gates. He commands his soldiers to bring the dry firewood and hay close to the walls. Eldritch spots this and immediately orders his men to fire arrows back, but the soldiers shield themselves with strong barriers, making the attack useless. Eldritch is baffled, not sure what Rain's up to. Why bring firewood instead of siege weapons? What's stranger is that as soon as the troops reach the wall's base, they dump all the firewood and hay down, then quickly fall back. Eldritch turns to a nearby soldier, asking if he's ever seen a siege tactic this ridiculous. The soldier shakes his head, completely confused. Never seen anything like this, he admits. Maybe they plan to set the walls on fire. Eldritch slaps him sharply across the face, asking if he even knows what he's talking about. How the heck does stone burn? The soldier rubs his cheek, looking hurt but insists he can't think of any other explanation. Before Eldritch can say more, another soldier suddenly yells in panic, pointing out flames crawling along the walls. Eldritch freezes, staring down as fire quickly spreads across the stone surface. For a moment, no words come out. Then he bursts into mocking laughter, full of scorn. He taunts Rain, saying trying to burn stone with fire is downright stupid. A soldier nearby nervously asks if they should command the mages to douse the fire or shoot the soldiers who toss the firewood. Eldritch waves them off, saying there's no need. The Elvis Empire's mages are meant for real emergencies, not wasting magic on nonsense like this. He also tells the archers not to waste arrows. Let Rain's soldiers do whatever they want. He sneers coldly, declaring that in 3 days, he'll shatter Rain's arrogance on these walls. After watching Rain's army burn the walls 2 days straight, Eldritch's confidence in victory soars. He heads back to his mansion to celebrate. Time flies, and as he basks in triumph, a messenger rushes in, face pale with panic. He tells Eldritch the enemy has stopped burning the walls. Eldritch stands, eyes still gleaming with confidence, and laughs heartily. They must have burned through all their winter supplies, he jokes. Looks like foolish. Rain is about to beg for mercy. He calls the nobles to join him and watch Rain's humiliating defeat firsthand. The nobles in the room all nod their heads in agreement. They know full well that today marks the final showdown between Rain and Eldritch. After 2 full days of relentless burning, the city walls have heated up to a scorching level that's nearly impossible to approach, let alone launch an assault on. Everyone's convinced Eldritch will claim victory. At the peak of Islam's walls, Eldritch stands with arms crossed, glaring down at Rain's army with a mocking grin. He taunts Rain, asking if he's finally put out the flames and decided to surrender like a good boy. Rain slowly lifts his head, a grim look on his face. His deep voice rings out powerfully across the battlefield as he tells Eldritch and the nobles one last time, surrender now or face death. Seeing how serious Rain is, Eldritch doesn't flinch. In fact, he gets even more fired up. He bursts out laughing, mocking Rain, asking what makes him think they'd ever surrender. He reminds Rain about their bet from 3 days ago, pointing out that this is the last day. If Rain can't break through Islan before sundown, he must admit defeat. He taunts Rain, asking if he plans on backing out in front of all these soldiers. The nobles on the wall chime in, reminding Rain he can't go back on his word. Rain closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and quietly says they shouldn't blame him. He raises his hand and gives the command, Selena, do it. Suddenly, a figure appears in the sky. Selena, the strongest mage under Rain's command, hovers there, raising her hands to summon all her power. The air around her warps, fierce lightning crackling through the sky. Thunder rumbles deeply, and the wind howls fiercely. The entire battlefield feels charged with unbearable tension. After gathering her energy, Selena lets out a powerful shout and unleashes a devastating strike. A massive lightning bolt, resembling a furious dragon, streaks toward the city walls. Eldritch immediately shouts for his mages to raise the defensive barrier. Mages from every corner gather under Eldritch's command. They chant together, pouring all their power into creating an unbreakable shield. A brilliant magical barrier materializes, encapsulating Eldritch and the nobles. But then, something totally unexpected happens. The lightning doesn't target Eldritch. Instead, it crashes into the city wall beneath. For a moment, every soldier on the wall is stunned. Even Eldritch freezes, confused by what just happened. After a brief pause, he laughs again, mocking Selena by saying he thought she was fearsome, but she's nothing more than a joke. However, his laughter fades fast as the sky suddenly darkens. Black storm clouds churn violently like a raging sea, thunder rolling nonstop. Then, a torrential downpour begins. While Eldritch still processes this, Rain issues the next order. His army surges forward, but not with weapons in hand. Instead, they're carrying buckets brimming with ice-cold water. With unstoppable force, they rush to the city walls. After the attack, Selena looks drained, her mana severely depleted. Rain steps forward, catching her as she stumbles, and speaks with genuine gratitude. He hadn't expected her to change the weather like that, an incredible ability indeed. If they ever face a drought again, now they've got a solution. Though tired, Selena still looks deeply worried. She asks Rain nervously if he really believes their plan will work. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Rain gently takes her hand and reassures her, "Don't worry, trust me. When the ice-cold water hits these walls, Islan's fortress won't stand a chance." Leah, watching the battle closely, suddenly screams in terror, pointing out that the soldiers have reached the base of the fortress walls. The fierce flames that burn so wildly are quickly doused by Rain and buckets of ice-cold water. As the freezing water crashes over the blistering stone, Thick clouds of white steam roll upward, coupled with an eerie hissing sound. Soon, tiny cracks start forming on the fortress walls. The fractures rapidly spread, growing into huge, jagged splits. The sharp cracking noises come faster and louder, signaling something disastrous is about to unfold. Eldritch's face turns pale as he mutters anxiously. The sharp cracking noises grow louder and more frequent, signaling that something disastrous is just around the corner. Eldritch's face drains of color as he mutters nervously. Everyone's wondering what's going on and why the wall's making those weird noises. Isn't it supposed to take huge magic power to break it? Around him, the nobles gathered are just as scared, all trying to figure out if the wall's about to come down. One noble insists it can't be happening, but then a loud explosion shakes the battlefield. A huge chunk of the fortress wall smashes and crumbles apart. Eldritch, along with all the nobles and soldiers standing on top, doesn't have a moment to react. They only manage panic screams as they fall helplessly into the rubble below. The shock grips not just those on the wall, but even Rain's soldiers freeze for a moment, stunned. None of them thought the once unbreakable fortress would fall this quickly and so catastrophically. Rain doesn't hesitate. He immediately orders all troops to push forward into the city, taking prisoners who surrender and showing zero mercy to those who resist. Following his firm command, the entire army charges ahead. This time, they fight with shining weapons, not just carrying buckets. The fortress wall's collapse crushes the defenders' morale completely. Most of the defenders sink into hopelessness, making Rain's victory nearly certain. Selena keeps staring at the ruined wall in disbelief, whispering that it actually collapsed. She doubts even using her full power could have caused this level of destruction. She wonders just how Lord Rain pulled this off. Lost in thought, Rain approaches her with an easy smile and tells her not to overthink it since the battle's done and it's time to head home. Meanwhile, Eldritch fights to crawl out from under the debris. He's never faced such a humiliating loss. His face twists with anger and fear as he grits his teeth, mumbling that he underestimated Rain. But this isn't over yet. He has to escape. As long as he can hold on until the Empire's northern army arrives, he still has a shot at survival. But before he can even get up, a shadow falls over him. Looking up, he sees three nobles glaring down with icy stares. One speaks slowly, dripping with mockery and venom, asking where Eldritch thinks he's going and if he plans to run away. Another smirks dangerously, eyes shining, saying they're not ready to die just yet, so Eldritch will have to endure some humiliations for them. After breaking through the city walls and wiping out the rebels, Rain leads his army into the city to roaring cheers. The citizens chant his name joyfully, praising him for the epic win. They can't believe how amazing Lord Rain is, pointing out that the city walls were rock solid, yet he tore them down in only 3 days. Even more incredible, aside from a few sprained ankles from carrying supplies, his army didn't lose a single soldier. At that moment, Selena can't hold back her curiosity any longer. She quickly flies over to Rain and eagerly asks how he managed to take down the walls so easily. Seeing her relentless questions, Rain sighs quietly inside. Looks like she won't leave him alone without an answer. After thinking a bit, he chooses to give her the simplest explanation, the physics concept of thermal expansion. But when Selena hears that, her face goes blank. She has no clue what Rain is talking about. Patiently, Rain continues, explaining that thermal expansion means things expand when heated and shrink when cooled. This happens because of changes in particles inside materials like atoms or molecules reacting to temperature. When temperature goes up, particles vibrate more wildly and the object expands. When it goes down, vibrations slow and the object contracts. Selena stays lost in thought, clearly having a hard time taking it all in. Seeing her confused look, Rain chuckles and tells her he'll finish the explanation after they handle Eldritch. Soon after, Rain and his troops arrive at the broken city wall. Just as he shows up, a weak voice calls out, begging Lord Rain for help. Rain frowns slightly, his eyes scanning a disheveled man lying on the ground. Surprised by the man's plea, he coldly accuses him of trying to play a pathetic trick. The man flinches, his eyes flash with panic. Suddenly, another man speaks up, insisting they were deceived by Eldritch before, which is why they turned on Rain. A third man quickly adds that they had planned to capture Eldritch to make up for their mistakes, but ended up being tricked instead. They beg for mercy, yet Rain simply stares at them in silence, his eyes blazing with anger. He tells them he gave them 2 chances to back out, but they refuse to take them. Realizing the situation, the nobleman trembles with fear and falls to his knees, repeatedly bowing and begging for his life. They offer to hand over all their riches in exchange for survival. Rain chuckles, noting that even if he slays them, their wealth will be his anyway. So their offer is completely pointless. The 3 noblemen shudder, and one, in desperation, shouts that if Rain acts like this, no one will have the courage to stay loyal to him in the future. He calls this a harsh policy. Rain replies calmly that they're mistaken. People aren't loyal to others, but loyal to their own interests. He asks if they've lived this long without grasping that simple truth, calling them foolish. Without a second thought, Rain commands his men to seize all the noblemen. He'll handle them later. Meanwhile, at Eldritch's mansion, the panicked nobleman frantically urges a masked man to help him escape, warning that Rain's force has broken through the city walls and they need to get out now. The masked man is shocked, questioning how Rain managed to break such sturdy walls. Eldritch stammers in fear, explaining that Rain heated the city walls for several days, then doused them with cold water, causing the walls to crumble. Hearing this, the masked man clenches his fists in anger, shouting that a fortress's walls shouldn't fall that easily. He insists Rain must have used some powerful magic. Eldritch doesn't want to explain more. He drops to his knees, voice shaking as he begs the masked man to help him flee, saying Rain's army is coming and there's no chance to escape. Sensing urgency, the masked man pulls out a scroll and starts casting a teleportation spell. But before he can finish, a calm, steady voice rings out, asking where they think they're going. Rain steps into the room. Eldritch shudders and stammers, asking how Rain got there so. Rain steps into the room. Eldritch shudders and stammers, asking how Rain got there so fast. Without a hint of worry, Rain walks in slowly, his eyes scanning both men. He mocks Eldritch, saying it's because he abandoned the walls to run away. Watching Eldritch flee, the soldiers surrendered one by one, leaving Rain's path completely clear. Rain then turns to the masked man, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He asks if the masked man's the puppet master behind Eldritch and wonders why he's wearing a mask. Is he hiding a scar or is it just because he's ugly? Annoyed by the insult, the masked man snaps, warning Rain not to get too cocky. He says Rain's victory won't last long because the Imperial army of Olus is already en route. If Rain hadn't torn down the city walls, he might have survived a bit longer. Now that the walls are gone, once the oldest army arrives, they'll reclaim everything and make Rain pay for this humiliation. As he finishes speaking, he hurriedly rolls out the scroll, trying to activate the teleportation spell. Rain orders Leah to stop him. Leah flicks her wrist from behind, sending a sharp dagger flying toward the masked man's head. But he reacts just in time, tilting his head to dodge the blade, which shatters his mask instead. The surprise attack interrupts his spell, casting briefly, and his eyes flare with rage as he glares at Rain. Meanwhile, Leah steps up to stand beside Rain. The moment she sees the man's real face, her eyes widen slightly, as if she's just realized something. The man also locks eyes with Leah, hatred burning within. Before anyone can react, he finishes the teleportation spell and vanishes along with Eldritch, leaving only his voice behind, echoing with bitterness, promising he will return. Leah clenches her fists and bows her head apologetically, saying she's sorry for being too slow and letting him slip away. Rain stays calm, saying it's all right. He expected they'd have an escape plan. What he can't figure out is the masked man's true identity. Leah takes a deep breath, her face turning serious. She tells Rain she actually knows who that man is. Rain raises an eyebrow, surprised, asking if she really knows him. Leah shakes her head, explaining she doesn't know him personally, but his name is Revan Crow Iduin. He used to be a trusted subordinate of the Grand Duke, but during the war, he betrayed his master and switched sides to Grand Duke Ryan from the enemy nation. Rain frowns at that name, pointing out that Revan Crow also shares the Eldwin family name. He asks if Rev Crow is related to Adrian, the man who was executed earlier. Leah nods, confirming that Revan Crow is actually the rightful head of the Eldwin family. However, because he didn't agree with his father's ideals, he left the family voluntarily and joined Grand Duke Ryan. Just then, Selena steps in, her face serious. She quickly reports that the city's situation is now under control, but the Empire's army is moving closer. She asks with a worried tone how they plan to handle this. The city walls took heavy damage from the thermal expansion magic Lord Rain cast. Even if they gather all the mages from the Mage Association, there's no way they can fix the walls before the enemy arrives. Seeing Selena's tense expression, Rain simply smiles calmly, his voice full of confidence. He reassures her that there's no need for concern since he already has a plan. Sometime later, Rain calls everyone in the town to gather in the square. Selena thinks he's just trying to calm the crowd, but she has no clue what he's actually going to say to keep them from panicking. Rain climbs onto the platform, grabs the sound amplifier, and speaks into it. He greets the crowd, asking if everyone can hear him. Thousands of eyes fixate on him, and the tension in the air thickens. Rain pauses briefly before going on. He tells them the Empire's army is marching straight toward the city and will be here in a few days. Silence falls, then suddenly the crowd bursts into terrified screams. Fear is all over their faces, some of them start shaking, cold sweat beading on their brows. Murmurs quickly spiral into chaotic yelling and crying. Selena is stunned, unable to believe what she's witnessing. She spins to face Rain, shouting angrily, asking what the heck he's doing. Rain frowns back, confused, asking why he can't just be honest. Selena explains that when folks hear about an invasion, their first thought is to depend on the army for protection. But since they aren't trained soldiers, it's nearly impossible for them to stay calm when danger is closing in. Hearing this logic, Rain chuckles softly. He thinks Selena's way of thinking is all wrong. To him, the ones who really need to stay calm in battle are the commanders, while the soldiers don't have to stay calm at all. Selena looks baffled, unable to understand why he'd say something like that. Rain doesn't continue the chat with her. Instead, he pulls out a scroll, turns back to the crowd, and holding the amplifier, he speaks up loud and clear, announcing that it's a letter from the Allah's Empire addressed to him. The letter claims that the people of Islam all run away. The crowd falls silent at those insulting words. Then their silence explodes into rage. They shout with fury, calling the Allah's Empire bastards who come every year to steal their grain. But not this year, they won't run. They'll fight them till the end. Seeing the reaction he wanted, Rain presses on. He tells them the Empire completely misunderstands who they are. They aren't cowards or fools, are they? The entire crowd shouts back together that they'll fight to the last breath. 1 for 1 is fair. 2 for 1, even better. Hearing their fierce words, Rain calmly continues. He promises that if everyone's brave enough to stand, he swears to lead them in pushing the Ola's Empire's army off their land. The square crackles with roaring cheers. The people's fighting spirit climbs to an all-time high. Night falls, but the lights in Rain's office stay on. He's carefully studying the city defense map. At that moment, Leah walks into the room. He suggests Rain take a break and enjoy a cup of tea. Rain accepts the tea with a smile and a quiet thank you, but he stresses that they really don't have time to rest right now. They have to come up with a plan before the Elvis Empire's army reaches the border, or Islan will fall right into enemy hands. Leia's expression shows she's a bit confused. She can't understand why Rain is so worried back at the square. He seemed totally confident about defending the city. Rain slowly sets his teacup down and, in a deep voice, reveals that his confidence was just a front to keep the people of Islam calm. If the city falls into chaos, holding it won't even be an option. Even organizing a smooth evacuation would be nearly impossible. People in a panic can do just about anything. In that moment, Leia gets really anxious and suggests sneaking Rain out of the city because she can't stand the thought of him being in danger. Seeing Leia's concern makes Rain feel thankful, but he tells her now isn't the time for that. He's already ordered Malcolm and Selena to lead the kids, elders, and women out of the city in an orderly fashion. They're not ready to give up yet. Rain's gaze turns thoughtful as he looks at the notebook in his hand, titled Blue Black Magic Oil. He's got no idea what this stuff is, or if it's dangerous, so he decides to ask Leia. Passing the notebook to her, he asks if she knows what blue black magic oil might be. Leia looks puzzled for a moment before recalling. It's some kind of flammable liquid, apparently used in witchcraft rituals. That info immediately makes Rain think of petroleum. Out in nature, petroleum can come in all sorts of colors from deep red to golden yellow, black green, pitch black, and even clear. Its color depends on how much resin and asphalt it contains. The more of those, the darker the oil looks. Since this magic oil is flammable, Rain can't help but connect it to petroleum. Without hesitation, he stands up and asks Leia to take him to see the black-green magic oil, since records say it's stored in the warehouse. Before long, Rain and Leia arrive at the City Lord's warehouse entrance. There, he instructs the servants to find the black-green magic oil, warning them carefully not to let it catch fire. If they're unsure what it is, they should bring it outside so he can check it himself. He's pretty sure the substance is kept in barrels. Inside the warehouse, stacks of gold ingots are piled up, taxes collected from the people of Olis over the years, all stockpiled by Eldritch through corruption. Once this crisis is over, Rain is confident that with that huge fortune, he can finally push through industrial development in the city. If he can just get steam engines running, everything will become so much easier. Not long after, under Rain's orders, the servants uncover several large barrels. Seeing them, Rain lights up with excitement and rushes over. If this really is petroleum, his current problems will be way simpler to solve. When the lid on one barrel is pried open, Rain is thrilled the substance inside is exactly what he hoped for. Now he's certain Islam City is saved. The scene switches to the Empire's military camp. Inside Count Castiel's tent, Eldritch and Ravencrow look nervous and tense. Ravencrow apologizes to Count Castiel for failing the mission. Count Castiel is furious, saying he expected failure, but never imagined they'd be this incompetent to lose a whole city in just 3 days. He calls them disgraceful. Eldritch, terrified, quickly tries to explain that they failed because Rain used a forbidden spell to tear down the city walls. Without that, they might have held out until the Elvis Empire's army reached Islan. Hearing this, Count Castiel is slightly surprised. He guesses that Rain's father must have sent a powerful mage skilled in forbidden magic to protect his son. Ravencrow tells Castiel not to worry, explaining that a forbidden magic user can't keep casting those spells one after another in such a short time. Plus, the city of Islam is already destroyed by rain and can't be fixed quickly. So, now is the perfect chance to strike. Count Castile scoffs coldly, saying he doesn't need their reminders, he's not as useless as they are. Now is the perfect moment to strike. Count Castile sneers dismissively, insisting he doesn't need their reminders. He's far from as clueless as they are. He tells them there's nothing more for them to do here and instructs them to head back to the Olus Empire and wait for further updates. Hearing this, Ravencrow feels a sharp sting of displeasure. He suspects this whole plan was cooked up alongside Castile. Now, he's eager to uncover Castile's real motives for sending him away. Count Castile clutches a scroll, gazing at Ravencrow with a thoughtful, serious look. After a tense pause, he declares that Ravencrow is no longer part of the plan. With that, Count Castile tosses the scroll toward Ravencrow. He bends down to grab it, feeling his heart twist with anxiety. Unrolling it, he reads the letter inside. It explains that this war sparked purely from Ravenly's personal grudge, causing ruthless violence, displaced people, and blood-soaked lands. As a ruler who's always championed peace, Count Castile is genuinely distressed by the suffering spreading everywhere. To prove his commitment to peace, he's ordered Ravenlock's capture and surrender, hoping he will be made to answer for his crimes. He wishes this step will calm their fury and finally bring the war to a close. May it stop the pointless bloodshed and restore peace for all. He hopes both kingdoms can now thrive and their people live freely without fear. May the Almighty bless them and keep peace strong. After reading the letter, Ravencrow burns with rage he can't hold back. He roars, calling Castile a vile traitor. Count Castile's face cools into an icy stare as he orders his men to arrest Ravencrow and detain him until the war ends. Despite furious shouting and fighting, Ravencrow is dragged away powerless by the soldiers. Watching, Eldritch begins trembling all over. He realizes now he should have fled sooner. Count Castile fixes him with a chilling glare and demands to know what to do with him. Terrified, Eldritch drops to his knees, voice shaking. He begs for mercy, claiming he holds a secret that could help Count Castile rise even higher in the Elvis Empire. That secret immediately catches Castile's attention. At the Lord's mansion in the city of Rand, inside a grand, commanding room, a beautiful young woman studied a document carefully. This was Pritha, Rain's older sister and the land's ruler. Pritha loved her younger brother deeply, and as she read, a wave of nostalgia swept over her. She wondered how Rain was doing in his lands, and hoped that if time allowed, she might visit him soon. But her thoughts were cut off when a young woman entered the room. The newcomer bowed with elegant courtesy and respectfully announced a letter had arrived from Lord Rain's territory, written by Leah. Pritha's face brightened with a warm smile as she took the letter from her. Yet as she scanned it, the softness in her face slowly vanished, replaced by burning anger. Her eyes narrowed sharply, commanding Gwen to summon Vela's Hulk at once. Gwen bowed quickly and hurried off to obey. Soon after, Vela's Hulk knelt before Pritha, his face a mix of confusion and fear. He had no idea why she was so furious. In a cautious voice, he asked what had happened. Pritha's eyes were sharp knives as she glared and accused his family of treason. On hearing the word treason, Vela's face paled, eyes wide in shock. His voice shook as he insisted his family had no reason to betray her. He reminded her that just 1 month ago, thanks to her support, his family had opened a crucial trade route. He swore they had no plans to commit treason, but Pritha was unmoved. She angrily threw the letter at him, bellowing that it was undeniable proof of his family's betrayal. Vela trembled as he picked up the letter, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Reading it, his body stiffened in shock. The letter revealed that Lord Eldritch had teamed up with Grand Duke Castile of the Oldest Empire, conspiring in treason alongside many Islamic nobles, including General Caesar Hulk of the Border Army. Thanks to Rain Sit, Caesar Hulk had been captured and eliminated. But the letter warned caution concerning the other Hulk family members. Pritha's face darkened, eyes glittering with deadly resolve as she stared coldly at Vela. She demanded to hear if he had any final words before his end. Velas, frozen by fear, shouted that the betrayal was entirely Caesar's foolish doing and had nothing to do with House Hulk. He begged her to investigate thoroughly, swearing on his very life that his family had no intention of betraying her. Prithia silently watched Velas, carefully studying his every move and facial expression. After a moment, she decided he was telling the truth. She suspected that the betrayal might have been solely Caesar's doing. Seeing that Prithia had yet to issue a verdict, Velas lowered himself to the ground and begged for a chance to prove his family's loyalty. Prithia's tone stayed icy as she asked just how he planned to prove his allegiance. Velas hurriedly proposed that he would send his only daughter, Rosalind, to lead troops to support Rain and battle the Old Empire's forces. He claimed this would serve as undeniable proof of House Hulk's dedication. Prithia weighed the risks of this plan. Rosalind had only recently come of age and had yet to finish her training at the Knight Academy. If anything happened to her, House Hulk would be left without an heir. Still, Veles was determined to show his loyalty. He pleaded with Prithia to have faith in him, stressing that House Hulk owed everything to her and would have crumbled without her backing. In the end, Prithia granted Veles' request. But after Veles departed, she instructed Gwen to secretly keep an eye on Rosalind. If she showed any hint of treachery, she was to be executed at once. Outside the city of Thrand, Eldritch and Grand Duke Castiel stood atop a distant cliff, staring down at the city of Isel. Grand Duke Castiel asked quietly if this was truly their target, and Eldritch confirmed it in a low voice. He added that once they broke through this spot, the city would belong to the Grand Duke. Observing the city below, Eldritch noted the recent repairs to the city walls. He remarked that the walls had once been in much worse shape, even pointing out that Rain had dug a trench to reinforce the defenses further. Grand Duke Castiel laughed aloud, mocking Rain for wasting his mage's precious mana just to shore up the walls. Doubt creeping in, Eldritch wondered if this might actually make their own assault tougher. Curious why the Grand Duke seemed pleased about it, he asked for an explanation. Castiel clarified that if the city had any natural defenses, such fortifications might have helped, but since the area was just open plains with a small river cutting through, he assured Eldritch that this terrain wouldn't stop their army from launching a surprise attack. He went on to say that if the enemy mages still had their mana intact, resistance might be strong, but having drained it all on fixing walls, they were left nearly powerless. Hearing this logic, Eldritch immediately praised the Grand Duke's savvy. Feeling buoyed by the compliment, Grand Duke Castiel grew more confident. Just then, a knight stepped forward respectfully and suggested that instead of storming the fortress head-on, they could just surround it and cut off its supply lines. However, Castiel was clearly displeased by this, taking it as an insult to his abilities, as if the knight doubted his strength to seize the city by force. Sensing Castiel's anger, the knight quickly dropped to one knee, nervously explaining he didn't mean to question his power. His only concern was minimizing unnecessary losses among their troops. He emphasized that this was a battle to take a city and that a longer siege might be the smarter option. Despite the knight's points, Castiel stood firm. He stated that casualties were inevitable in war and that most of their soldiers were inexperienced recruits. Capturing the fortress through direct fighting would give them valuable real-world training. With his decision made, he ordered a mage to join him on the march to Isel, planning to personally show his power. Convinced his presence alone would scare Rain into surrender, Castiel moved toward the city. Meanwhile, inside his office, Rain struggled to train 5 individuals with high stats. Half a month had passed, but the job was still unfinished because he hadn't had time to find suitable candidates. As he mulled over a solution, Leia stepped into the room and respectfully reported that Grand Duke Castiel of the oldest empire had just arrived outside the city, accompanied by a mage, requesting an audience. Moments later, Rain appeared atop the city walls. As he arrived, every soldier bowed respectfully, their faces mixed with worry. Up in the clear sky, Grand Duke Castiel laughed heartily before finishing his sentence. Rain's mocking tone cut him off sharply. With a sneer, Rain questioned if this buffoon was really Grand Duke Castiel, and his soldiers burst into loud laughter, full of scorn. Standing beside Rain, Leia nodded slowly, confirming that the so-called fool was indeed Castiel. Above them, the Grand Duke clenched his fists in anger. Veins throbbed on his forehead as his voice shook with rage. He growled that Rain was an insolent brat, accusing him of disrespect that even his father wouldn't have dared. Calm and unshaken, Rain coldly asked what business the Grand Duke had in West Death. By now, Castiel had completely lost his composure. He bellowed that he came to give Rain one last chance to beg for forgiveness, warning if Rain surrendered right then, he would spare the city from turning into a bloodbath. Smirking, Rain's eyes sparked with contempt as he fired back with his own deal. He told Castiel he had one last chance too. If he wanted to stay alive, he should pull back his troops and go straight back to his own lands. When Rain demanded his retreat, Castiel erupted in fury. He saw Rain Edgar as nothing more than a clueless upstart. Pointing down at him, the Grand Duke declared he'd led an army of 100,000 men to this city and warned Rain that if he didn't want to die, he should surrender immediately. But Rain found Castiel's threats boring and meaningless. Turning toward Leia, he calmly told her to teach this noisy jerk a lesson. Receiving the order, Leia nodded and assured Rain she got it. Lifting her dress slightly, she revealed several tiny daggers strapped to her legs. Without hesitation, she grabbed one and expertly threw it straight at Grand Duke Castiel. The sudden attack sent the mage beside Castiel into a panic. Acting quickly, the mage cast a protective shield to intercept the flying dagger. However, his magic wasn't strong enough. The dagger pierced through the barrier easily, grazing Castiel's face. At that moment, he trembled with fury. He had come to show dominance but ended up getting embarrassed instead. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared down at Rain. Standing on the city wall below, he wanted nothing more than to strike Rain down on the spot. But Rain stayed cool. In a slow, deliberate voice, he warned Castile this was just a warning shot. He added that if there was a next time, his maid wouldn't miss. Though Castile boiled with rage, he knew he couldn't do anything at that moment. With no options left, he stomped away with his subordinates. Watching them drift off, Rain's smirk faded into a serious expression. Turning to Selena, he gave a clear order: prepare for battle. He was certain that the Elvis Empire's army would launch their attack soon. Meanwhile, Castile returned to his observation post. Seeing the cut on his face, the knights nearby showed immediate concern. Castile coldly dismissed their worries, calling it a cheap sneak attack from Rain. Without hesitation, he gave a sharp order to begin the assault on the city right away. His intention was clear. He wanted to capture Rain and make him pay personally. At that moment, one knight stepped forward cautiously, voicing his concerns. He reminded Castile they had marched non-stop for 3 days to reach Islam's borders. The knight suggested rushing the attack was unwise since the soldiers needed at least half a day to rest and get their siege weapons ready. This only made Castile angrier. Without warning, he stormed forward and struck the knight hard across the head, shouting furiously, demanding to know if 3 days of marching had already drained their strength. He challenged them if they still considered themselves soldiers of the great Olus Empire. Despite the blow, the knight forced himself to respond, urging Castile to stay calm and pointing out that even if the troops were ready to fight, they still needed time to build a bridge over the river and get their siege gear ready. He warned that rushing into an unprepared attack would put them at a huge disadvantage. The soldiers around him nodded in agreement, recognizing the sense in his words. Still, Castile wasn't convinced. He shouted that they didn't know the first thing about warfare. He claimed their enemy would assume they were taking time to rest and prepare. By striking right away, they could catch them off guard before the defenses were fully set. While the knights admitted Castile's logic wasn't completely off, they were still worried about their troops' exhaustion. They tried to change his mind again, but he stood firm. Without a second thought, he gave the order. The attack preparations were to begin immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Empire's camp, the soldiers had just finished pitching their tents and finally got a brief chance to relax. They sighed with relief, thankful to have reached their spot, but that break wasn't going to last. After 3 straight days of marching non-stop, fatigue was hitting the soldiers hard. One of them grumbled that he felt like he was about to drop from sheer exhaustion. Another soldier nodded, complaining no one had warned him how tough it was to be a soldier. Amid their tired grumbling, one soldier suddenly laughed and said he'd just seen something interesting. His comrades, too worn out for guessing games, impatiently told him to cut to the chase. Smiling, the soldier said he just witnessed someone butchering a sheep, which meant they were in for a decent meal that night. Hearing that, the drained soldiers perked up. After 3 tough days, the thought of a good meal really lifted their mood. But their brief happiness was quickly crushed when a commander showed up, looking serious, and ordered all troops to gather and get ready to attack the city. Shocked by the command, one soldier spoke up bravely. He pointed out that after marching for 3 days and nights without rest, everyone was completely drained. He carefully suggested the troops should eat before heading into battle. The commander sighed, clearly understanding their struggle but had no wiggle room. He announced there would be no arguing and reminded them that soldiers have to obey orders. The attack was to start immediately. With heavy hearts and bodies worn out, the soldiers quietly followed the orders. Soon after, the Empire's army reached the outskirts of the city of Islam. Their overwhelming numbers kicked up a thick cloud of dust as they moved forward. The air buzzed with the sound of marching feet and shouted commands ringing out in the distance. Standing atop the city walls, Rain carefully watched the Elvis army's movements. A soldier approached him respectfully and asked when they should start shooting arrows. Rain kept his eyes on the troops, struggling to cross the river, seeming confused by their slow progress. He paused to think, then asked those around him if anyone had fought the Empire's forces before. One soldier immediately stepped up, standing tall as he confirmed he had faced them in battle. Rain nodded and gestured to the enemy beyond the walls. He noted the soldiers looked physically weak, almost as if they hadn't eaten properly. He wondered if this was just a sign of the old Empire's people changing or if something else was going on. The soldier watched the struggling enemy troops and then shared his thoughts. He believed these were probably fresh recruits. On top of that, he pointed out, they looked like they were starving. Rain found this disturbing. It didn't add up for an army about to fight a battle to let their soldiers get this hungry and drained. After thinking for a moment, another soldier offered 2 possible reasons. The first was that the old Empire's food supplies were running low, forcing them to ration meals. But he hesitated before sharing the second idea. Rain noticed his hesitation and pressed him to keep going. After a pause, the soldier explained his second theory. He hesitated before sharing the second idea. Sensing his hesitation, Rain firmly told him to keep talking. After a short pause, the soldier laid out his second theory. He figured Grand Duke Castile was using these fresh recruits as nothing more than cannon fodder, throwing them away just to wear down the city's defenses, forcing their side to waste arrows and other valuable defensive gear. When Rain heard this, his face darkened. His eyes burned with fury as he clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't understand how their king could allow such a cold tactic, asking if those soldiers weren't citizens of the Ola's empire too. The soldier sighed deeply and answered solemnly that true leaders who genuinely cared about their people, like Rain and Duke Aldonian, were incredibly rare. Most lords, he said, were more like Duke Castile, perfectly willing to toss their own men aside without a second thought. Rain fell silent, lost in thought. If Castile was ready to treat his soldiers as disposable, then he absolutely had no right to ask for mercy in return. Just then, the soldier spoke up again, pointing out that with the arrows they had left, they could easily take out the starving recruits. He asked when they should start shooting, but Rain's expression suddenly shifted. A mysterious grin crept across his face, cold determination glittering in his eyes. Then he gave the order, no need to open fire. The soldiers around him were stunned by this unexpected command. The clash between Iseland and the Empire was playing out in a really unusual way. Since there were no boats, the newbie recruits in Elvis's army had to swim across the river while lugging their heavy armor. Weakened by hunger and exhaustion, many of them collapsed the moment they hit shore, barely able to stand, much less fight. Seeing this, both Rain and Selena were briefly taken aback, but Rain quickly snapped back and told Selena to have the mages use wind and ice magic. Without hesitation, Selena trusted Rain's plan and leapt gracefully into the air, drawing the struggling Ola's soldiers' attention below. Then, calm and collected, she cast her spell, Extreme Frost Seal. Suddenly, fierce winds swept over the battlefield, bringing a biting frost that blanketed the area around the city. The temperature plummeted, making the already soaked soldiers shiver uncontrollably. Their limbs stiffened as the cold crept into their bones, draining the last bits of energy from their weary bodies. From the Empire's military camp, Grand Duke Castile watched the scene and unexpectedly chuckled. A knight standing nearby, puzzled by his amusement, asked why he was laughing. With a confident grin, Castile explained his plan like a seasoned tactician. He admitted he purposely sent the recruits ahead first to drain the city's arrow supplies. But to his surprise, Rain hadn't fallen into the trap. Instead of wasting arrows, he had drained his mages' mana, dealing with nothing but recruits. Castile declared that once the city's mages ran out of power, his elite cavalry and powerful mages would strike in a full-on assault. He was sure Islamal resistance would crumble. Hearing this, the soldiers around him admired him deeply, praising Castile as a genius strategist. Their cheers only fed his arrogance. A smug smile spread across his face as he pictured his victory. In his mind, Rain was already captured, kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy and despair. Outside the city of Islam, the battle carried on. Yet, oddly enough, not a single drop of blood was spilled. The inexperienced Empire recruits, already worn down by hunger and fatigue, grew even more shaken when enemy mages appeared atop the city walls. To them, mages were terrifying monsters who could wipe out entire squads with just a spell. Fear rapidly swept through their ranks. Some recruits turned and ran in panic. Others dropped to their knees, voices desperate as they begged for mercy. Some cried out that they didn't want to die, lamenting they hadn't even gotten the chance to marry yet. Panic took over, and chaos spread across the battlefield. After a while, the soldiers started to notice something strange. Despite the icy winds and sharp temperature drop, the enemy mages hadn't actually launched any attacks. Apart from the cold air, everything else stayed eerily quiet. Their confusion was abruptly cut short by a sharp shout from their commanding officer, who demanded to know why they were just standing around. He ordered them to grab their weapons and start fighting. Reluctantly, the trembling recruits tightened their grip on their weapons and weakly resumed their attack on the city under the pressure of the command. After finishing her intense Frost Seal spell, Selena landed smoothly on the city walls, though her heart was heavy with unease. Doubt flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Rain. She questioned if such a low-level frost spell was enough to hold back the enemy and suggested sending in some thunder mages to boost their firepower. Rain just shook his head with a calm smile and reassured her that there was no need, citing ancient wisdom. He explained, what really breaks a soldier's spirit isn't weapons or destructive magic. It's hunger and bitter cold. And soon enough, his words came true. Outside the city, the temperature plummeted to a brutal, unbearable low. The soldiers, already worn out from waiting by the river, suffered an even harsher punishment. The freezing air bit into their bodies, making their limbs tremble uncontrollably and their teeth chatter violently. Desperate voices started to rise among them. Some cried out that they were freezing to death. Others questioned wildly, wondering why it had gotten so cold all of a sudden. Many lamented that they couldn't keep fighting anymore and just wanted to go home. Overwhelmed by the biting chill, some soldiers gave up on their weapons completely. Others, trying to save their fading warmth, even stripped off their armor, curling up tightly against the icy wind. Seeing this, the commanding officer's fury exploded. His voice boomed across the battlefield as he scolded them, calling them cowards and demanding they pick up their weapons and fight. But the soldiers only pleaded back. Their voices were weak and full of despair as they explained that the cold had numbed their hands so badly they couldn't hold their weapons. They insisted they had no strength left to fight. Not only were they freezing, but they were starving too. If they didn't retreat soon, they feared they would all die right there on the battlefield. The commander's face darkened with worry as he saw how bad his troops were suffering. He immediately ordered one soldier to head back to camp and report the situation to Grand Duke Castile, while forcing the rest to keep attacking. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Castile was totally oblivious to the disaster unfolding outside the city of Islam. Inside his command tent, he lounged comfortably, enjoying a lavish feast. Before him was a sumptuous spread, succulent, roasted lamb, fragrant wine, and a variety of other treats. The cozy warmth of the tent and the richness of the meal was a stark contrast to the icy nightmare his soldiers were facing outside. A soldier entered, bowing respectfully as he announced there was news from the front lines. Grand Duke Castile, indifferent, nodded and gestured for the report to begin. But before the soldier could speak, another man suddenly burst into the tent, one of the wounded from the battlefield. His body was battered and bruised, his breath ragged as he saluted hastily. He started to speak but froze when his gaze landed on the extravagant feast in front of him. A wave of anger surged up inside him. Seeing the officers gorging themselves on fine food and wine sparked burning resentment. He silently questioned why those who faced hunger and freezing cold on the battlefield were left to suffer while their commanders feasted without a care. Despite his fury, he forced himself to hold back his emotions and finished his report. He told Castile that the front lines were in serious trouble. He explained that Rain's frost magic had weakened their troops and that the soldiers were too frozen to fight or even grip their weapons. He politely requested a temporary retreat. Upon hearing this, Castile's face twisted into a fake expression of fury. He slammed his fist on the table, mocking the soldiers at the front as worthless cowards afraid of hardship and unfit to serve the mighty Ola's empire. One terrified soldier dropped to his knees, desperately trying to explain himself. His voice shook as he insisted that the men weren't afraid to die. They were just starving and too weak to keep fighting. Still, Castile showed no emotion at all. His cold eyes scanned the soldier standing before him, and with zero regret, he immediately ordered the man's execution for daring to question his command. Despite everything, Castile was genuinely satisfied. His original plan had paid off. His defenses were worn down. Now, he thought it was time to personally lead the attack. In his mind, this was the ideal moment to showcase his genius as a strategist. One of the nearby officers, worried about Castile's safety, stepped forward and pleaded with him not to take such a big risk. He promised that they were ready to give their lives for him. Castile just laughed quietly, his voice dripping with quiet arrogance. He said he didn't doubt their loyalty, but he wanted everyone to see his brilliance with their own eyes. Without missing a beat, he ordered the main forces to mobilize, calling on mages and cavalry to completely surround the city. He commanded the earth element mages to build bridges across the river so the cavalry could cross without any trouble. The mages quickly floated into the air, raising their hands as they chanted spells. One by one, solid earth bridges appeared, flawlessly linking both sides of the riverbank. Once the last bridge was ready, Castile gave the command for a full-scale assault. He promised a generous reward to whoever captured Rain. A thunderous battle cry roared from the Alvisian soldiers as thousands of cavalry surged forward with unstoppable force, their charge threatening to crush everything in their path. From atop the city walls, Rain watched the approaching army with a calm smile. A knight approached him respectfully, reporting that the Alvis Empire had launched their all-out attack. Rain gave a small nod, his gaze sharp, then looked to Lee and ordered her to put their planned strategy into action, making sure all force was focused on the trenches while blocking every escape route. Without hesitation, Lee agreed and sprang into action. The soldiers quickly poured oil through the pipes leading to the trenches outside the city. Thick, black liquid slowly spread over the water's surface, though the Alvisian army had no clue. The real fight was just getting started. Meanwhile, as the battle for Island raged, another group was racing toward the city. A cavalry unit led by Rosalind Hulk was charging full speed ahead. Riding her trusty horse, Rosalind's face was tight with determination. She was fully dedicated to getting to Islo Lord Rain before danger caught him. Before setting off, her father had reminded her many times that their family's survival depended on this mission's success. In that moment, Rosalind had promised him she wouldn't let him down. Just then, a knight rode up alongside her, his voice filled with concern. He told her to rest, pointing out they'd been riding for 3 full days without stopping. She might push through, but the soldiers were wearing thin. Without slowing down, Rosalind sharply asked how far they were from Iels. The knight quickly answered they were just a day's ride away. Without missing a beat, Rosalind ordered the mage next to her to project a map into the air. The mage immediately cast a spell, creating a glowing map showing their exact location. Staring at the map, Rosalind carefully studied their situation. She figured the border fortress of Isil probably fell to the Alvis Empire, and Lord Rain was making his last stand inside the city. Then, a sudden realization hit her. Her eyes lit up with fresh clarity. Without warning, she pulled hard on the reins, bringing her horse to an abrupt stop. Her voice rang out sharply as she called into the empty space ahead, ordering Nox, the Shadow Mage, to show himself and talk strategy. A stunned silence followed. Moments later, the air before her shimmered with a strange distortion. A pitch-black rift tore open, and out of the darkness, a figure stepped forward. Nox had arrived. As he emerged from the dark portal, the knights instinctively raised their weapons, eyes filled with suspicion. The knight captain quickly ordered his men to surround Rosalind in a protective circle and demanded to know who the stranger standing before them was. But before any soldier could move, Rosalind stepped in calmly, maintaining her composure. She locked eyes with the dark mage and spoke to him without hesitation. She confidently stated that he was Nox. The man frowned in irritation, not replying immediately. Instead, he stared at her coldly before giving a sharp retort, demanding to know what she wanted. Rosalind ignored his tone and firmly explained her plan with steady resolve. She announced her intention to lead a force that would sever the Elvis Empire's supply lines and then launch a surprise attack from behind to wipe them out of ISL. Fixing her gaze hard on Nox, she acknowledged that Lady Prithia had sent him to keep an eye on her, but insisted she needed his help right now. Nox replied slowly, his voice icy and detached, as if the matter didn't concern him. He said his orders were to eliminate her only if she endangered Lord Ree. He pointed out that nowhere in his orders did it say anything about aiding her. Unshaken, Rosalind offered a faint smile and countered his logic. She reasoned they both wanted the same outcome to keep Lord Rain safe. If that was true, then helping her wouldn't break his orders. Nox remained silent, his eyes clearly weighing her words. After a moment, he finally nodded and asked her to explain how she expected him to assist. Rosalind turned to the map and carefully went over her plan. She explained she would lead her troops around Isil to strike at the enemy's rear lines. Meanwhile, she told Nox to use his magic to seal off the fortress moat's upper stream. Then, at the perfect moment, when signaled by her mages, he was to unleash the water suddenly, flooding the battlefield and drowning the unsuspecting Elvis soldiers. Meanwhile, at the heart of the elf tribe, far from the fight, the elf Saint Elria had returned home, carrying a crucial letter from Rain. In it, Rain proposed a full alliance with the elf tribe. He offered them resources to improve their lives and secure their survival. After reading it, the elf queen addressed those gathered before her with regal poise. She asked for their thoughts about Rain's proposal. One elder, cautiously, raised concerns. He warned humans were deceitful and cunning, rarely keeping their promises. He argued it would be better to avoid any deals with them. Another advisor, however, offered a different view. While acknowledging the elders' worries, he pointed out their harsh reality. He reminded everyone that the elf tribe couldn't survive on its own resources alone. Every winter, they had to buy food from humans. Refusing the alliance, he feared, would bring great hardship to their people. The queen considered the conflicting opinions before turning to Elria. She said Elria was the only one there who had personally met Isle's new lord and asked her what she thought. Elria paused, choosing her words carefully. Then, with a thoughtful look, she said Rain was a sly and despicable man. But realizing the weight of what she said, she quickly corrected herself, saying no, Rain wasn't just cunning, he was extremely intelligent. She went on to share her experience, saying she'd followed his advice, and thanks to that, their winter food stores were not only plentiful, but they also saved a lot of money. A man nearby, surprised by this, remarked he hadn't expected to find such a fascinating character among humans. A blonde elf, frowning, stayed skeptical. She questioned Rain's intelligence, noting that just days ago, scouts reported he was actively fighting in battle. With a hint of irritation, she said every autumn, humans foolishly dive into wars, wasting their lives with no good reason. Then, turning sharply to Elria, she said frankly that any trade deal depended on one condition: Rain had to survive this war. If he died, everything they discussed would mean nothing. Her words weighed heavily on Elria, making her uneasy. At that exact moment, the elf queen spoke up again, her voice commanding everyone's attention. She told Elria to stay calm and let her make the final call. After a brief moment, she agreed that the blonde elf had a valid point. If Rain were to die, then any hope for trade would be completely pointless. With that in mind, she announced she would personally go to the battlefield to see what was happening for herself. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, by now, the forces of Isolaires were fiercely pounding the city's defenses. From the top of the city walls, the defending soldiers shouted out commands to launch arrows, making sure no enemy could scale the walls. The battlefield was a whirlwind of chaos, but Rain stayed completely composed. He stood atop an observation tower, silently watching the battle unfold. His sharp eyes never left the scene below. Next to him, Selena spoke with concern, asking if they should do something now. Rain answered calmly that there was no need to rush. He explained they had to wait until Grand Duke Castile himself stepped into the fray. The plan, he stressed, could only be pulled off once. They absolutely couldn't let Castile escape. Selena bit her lip, trying to stay calm, but just then her attention was caught by a flood of Alvis soldiers climbing the walls. From his vantage point, Grand Duke Castile was amazed at how quickly his troops were breaking through the defense lines. Seeing the signs of victory, he immediately ordered every soldier to charge into Islami. Their battle cries rolled across the field like a tidal wave, filling the air with clashing steel and desperate shouts. From above, Rain narrowed his eyes, a keen, excited glint lighting up his gaze as he watched Castile finally step onto the earth bridges, crossing into the city. Without missing a beat, Rain turned to Selena and confidently gave the command it was time to make their move. On the walls, the defending warriors spotted enemies climbing up and rushed to meet them head-on. The captain stepped in front of Ryan, shielding him, and told the others to take out any attackers who got over the wall. He was clear Ryan's safety was the #1 priority. Ignoring the heated clash atop the defenses, Ryan firmly told Selena to cast a fireball into the black waters of the moat. Selena didn't hesitate. She lifted her hands slowly, her eyes fixed on the dark, still water below, channeling fiery mana into her palms. The fireball ignited instantly as her focus sharpened. In no time, a barrage of flaming spheres launched from Selena's spot, soaring through the air toward the moat. Across the battlefield, Grand Duke Castile noticed the sudden fiery attack and shouted a warning, telling his troops the enemy mage was hitting them with fire magic. He believed it was a desperate last-ditch effort and quickly ordered his mages to block the incoming spells. The mages of the Ulvis Empire stepped forward immediately, raising a shimmering magical barrier. Fireballs exploded against it, scattering sparks and embers, but Selena's relentless attack pushed harder. The barrier strained under the onslaught. Some fireballs broke through, plunging into the moat below. Spotting cracks in their defense, a knight rushed to Castile's side, urgently reporting that their mages were running low on mana just to keep the barrier up. The knight warned what could happen if the enemy had another trick. Castile, however, only laughed off the knight's worries, mocking the idea that the defenders had any strength left. He declared the defenders inside the city had already burned out and that these fireballs were just their last desperate effort. Confident in victory, Castile ignored the fireballs that landed in the moat, dismissing them as wild and ineffective. The knights around him erupted in cheers, declaring their Grand Duke a true military genius and saying that once the city fell, the whole empire would worship his name. Castile soaked up their praise with a triumphant smile. In his mind, Ryan was just a foolish kid, and Bra's entire resistance was nothing but a joke compared to his own brilliant tactics. Then, without any warning, the ground shook beneath them. Those fireballs that had splashed into the water weren't extinguished at all. Instead, a massive blaze burst forth from the moat, spreading instantly and swallowing up the water, sealing off the Elvis army's retreat with a blazing wall. The confident look on Castile's face drained away, replaced by sheer panic. Fear spread through the Elvis soldiers like wildfire. Horrified screams echoed into the night. Overwhelmed, Castile demanded an explanation, unable to understand how the water in the moat could transform into such a furious inferno, burning with the power of a forbidden spell. Calls for help rang out as soldiers caught too close to the flames vanished, consumed entirely by fire. Castile stood motionless, eyes wide in disbelief, utterly unable to grasp the nightmare unraveling in front of him. He had sent his entire army into the city, but with their escape route cut off, they were trapped, left to burn alive. Shaking, Castile lifted his eyes toward the city walls, where a lone figure stood tall, watching the chaos with cold detachment. A chilling thought stabbed through his mind. That man was not human. He was a demon, a ruthless monster who would burn 100,000 soldiers alive without a hint of mercy. Terror gripped Castile's heart, making his body tremble uncontrollably. As more soldiers fell to the flames, a knight rushed to Castile's side, shouting that he had to order an immediate retreat. Snapping back to reality, Castile jolted and commanded an instant withdrawal, telling the mages to put out the fires to clear a path. But the mages, pale and drained, reported they were completely out of mana. Every last bit had been spent just keeping the barrier against the fireballs. Hearing this, a crushing despair pressed down on Castile heavier than any armor he'd worn. The Grand Duke stood frozen, his dream of victory reduced to ashes just like his soldiers. Hovering in the air, Selena felt a deep wave of fear wash over her. The scene below was terrifying, a raging inferno across the battlefield. From what she could tell, the flames matched the destructive force of a forbidden-level spell. But the real horror wasn't just the devastation. It was that Ren had created all this chaos with nothing more than a few barrels of oil. No mana, no magic, just sharp strategy and pure fire. Ren stood on the city walls, watching the flames consume the enemy forces. He didn't flinch at the distant screams. Though the suffering below disturbed him deeply as a person, he accepted it as the cost of war. He told himself that if he wanted to stop this kind of tragedy from happening again, the city's industrial growth had to speed up right away. Finally, he turned his back on the destruction he couldn't watch any longer. With one last glance, he left the wall and passed command to Selena. Without missing a beat, she ordered the city's mages to launch an all-out magical assault. Moments later, the sky lit up with bolts raining down like divine judgment. The aftermath was grim. The Empire's army was almost completely wiped out. Far from the city's edge, Grand Duke Castile survived by pure luck, pulled from the flames by a loyal knight who shielded him with his own body. Even then, Castile looked barely recognizable, his skin scorched, his spirit crushed. Eventually, he limped back to his military camp only to be met with eerie silence. No guards, no soldiers, not a single sound. Puzzled and alert, Castile tried to figure out why the outpost was abandoned. That's when something plummeted from the sky. Narrowing his eyes, he saw it was a sword, a massive one. It shot down faster than anything natural, crashing into the ground right in front of him. Shocked, Castile stumbled backward just as a figure appeared beside the fallen blade. His face drained of color, and he stammered, barely able to speak. He asked who she was. The woman replied coldly that his clothes made it clear he was a noble of the old empire. She added in a harsh tone that she'd been searching for him for a very long time. Still trembling on the ground, Castile asked what she wanted. She moved closer, her leather whip swinging loosely at her side. Her voice tinged with controlled rage, she demanded to know the location of his main army and whether Lord Ryan was still alive. Before he could say a word, the whip cracked through the air and slammed hard against his side. He let out a sharp scream of pain, his voice raw and desperate. He begged to talk, promising to spill everything. He admitted that Ryan had incinerated the entire army using forbidden-level magic. He proudly claimed to be Grand Duke Castile and insisted that she had no right to treat him that way. Rosaline stared down at him, disbelief written all over her face. She thought he must be lying. The story was far too wild to be taken seriously. Was he really trying to fool her with such nonsense? Did he honestly think she'd fall for that? Without a word, she signaled her soldiers. She ordered them to grab Grand Duke Castile and keep pressing him until he revealed the real truth. After taking charge of the Elvis Empire's military camp, Rosaline decided to stay put and hold her ground there. Her main goal was crystal clear: get the location of the main enemy force from Grand Duke Castile. As she studied a large map with mounting concern, a soldier entered the command tent. Rosaline immediately asked about the prisoner's status. The soldier hesitated. She yelled that the camp was under attack and called her soldiers to their positions. Troops quickly surrounded her, forming a defensive line. Several soldiers shouted at the hidden attackers, who, according to him, unleashed a forbidden fire spell on the border fortress of Islam. Rosaline's face went icy with anger. She slammed her fist on the table, making a loud bang across the tent. She ordered the soldier to keep torturing Castile until he stopped lying and told the truth. Still thinking about Lord Ryan's fate, Rosaline gave more orders. The army was to rest until dusk. Once night fell, they would strike the border fortress to rescue Ryan. Intelligence had revealed that during the enemy's earlier assault, the Empire's troops had built several makeshift earth bridges over the fortress's moat. These bridges were now abandoned but still intact. Rosaline planned to use these bridges so her cavalry could quickly cross and break through the fortress defenses, but she knew they couldn't just charge straight in. Her plan was to lure the remaining enemy troops out into the open, then coordinate with the mages Lady Priya had sent. The timing had to be flawless, with complete control of the operation. Just as she wondered if bypassing the fortress and heading straight to Islam might work, her thoughts were cut off by a loud commotion in the nearby forest. Without hesitation, she shouted that the camp was under siege and rallied her soldiers to get ready. Instantly, troops formed a protective ring around her. Several shouted, challenging the hidden enemies to reveal themselves, warning them the army was alert and wouldn't be caught off guard again. From the dense woods, a group of figures appeared slowly, but instead of charging, they advanced calmly, with no weapons raised, no signs of hostility. As they stepped into the open, their features became clear. They were elves. Among them were the Holy Maiden Era, several High Elders, and the Elven Queen herself. Rosaline's eyes locked on the group. Shock flickered across her face, but her voice stayed cold and controlled. She said their presence meant the elves must have sided with the Elvis Empire. She accused them of plotting against Lord Ryan. At that, a blonde elf took a step forward sharply. She called Rosaline's accusation ridiculous. She said Ryan had personally reached out to their queen, asking for a meeting to discuss trade. She asked how Rosaline could accuse the elves of any sinister plot. Rosaline responded with a scornful laugh. She said that story was pure nonsense, clearly made up to hide their alliance with the enemy. The blonde elf's voice grew fierce. She declared Rosaline had insulted the honor of the entire elven race and commanded the elven archers to ready their bows. In response, Rosaline gave her order. She told the Knight Battalion to take their positions and prepare for incoming arrows. The tension between the two sides thickened instantly. Just as it looked like things would erupt into violence, the Elven Queen stepped forward and raised her hand. A shimmering magical barrier appeared between them. Stopping the fight before it even started, the Queen spoke with a calm, commanding tone. She let everyone know that their visit wasn't a declaration of war, but rather a diplomatic mission. She explained that a young man named Ryan Egra had reached out to her about trade talks. If Rosaline's army was truly allied with him, then there was absolutely no reason to battle. But if they were his enemies, the elves would step back and wait until things cooled off before continuing any discussion. Then she asked if everyone was okay with this arrangement. Rosaline, still cautious and watchful, demanded proof. She said that if the Queen really came representing Lord Ryan, she needed to show some solid evidence. Without missing a beat, the Queen gestured to the Holy Maiden Era and asked her to present the letter Ryan had written. Ara stepped forward and handed the letter to Rosaline. The moment Rosaline saw the seal, her suspicions started to fade, replaced by recognition. The magical mark on the document was one of a kind, impossible to fake. Rosaline confirmed the letter was genuine. Yet, even with that proof, she said she would only offer tentative trust. She was willing to believe them for now, but wasn't about to drop her guard without verifying everything personally with Lord Ryan. She ordered her soldiers to keep a close eye on the elven envoys throughout their journey. The Elven Queen, unfazed, nodded in agreement. She said that kind of caution was reasonable, and that in times like these, everyone was naturally a bit wary. Rosaline then told her troops to stand down and catch some rest, all while she stuck to her plan of launching an attack at dusk. Back in her tent, she gave strict orders to her officers. The elves were to be watched carefully, and any suspicious moves had to be reported to her right away. Meanwhile, across the camp, the elves quietly moved to the area set aside for them without a single complaint. Among them, the blonde elf spoke up with concern. She pointed out that the humans obviously didn't trust them, and wondered why they were even bothering to consider trading with such people. The Elven Queen smiled gently in response. She said that if the humans truly trusted them, well, then they wouldn't be human. Despite the frosty reception, the Queen still held on to hope. Deep down, she wished Ryan would live up to every word in his letter. Her people faced a critical turning point, and their survival depended on change. They couldn't keep living in isolation or stay the same. As night began to fall, Rosaline's army moved swiftly toward the border city. Along the way, a scout came back with unexpected news. He reported that the flag flying over the fortress wasn't from the oldest empire. It was still the banner of House Edgar. This caught Rosaline completely off guard. A thought crossed her mind: could the fat man's story actually be true? But there was no time to get stuck on doubts. She decided that no matter who controlled the fortress, she had to reach Lord Ryan immediately. She ordered the city to be surrounded right away. Whoever was inside, friend or foe, needed to know that reinforcements had arrived. Without hesitation, she commanded all cavalry units to cross the deserted earth bridges and storm Islan. The mission was crystal clear: reach Lord Ryan before night fell. Casualties were a secondary concern. By now, the fires that had ravaged the city's outskirts had finally burned out. In their place was a field littered with charred corpses, the air heavy with the smell of burning flesh. It was a chilling and grim scene. Standing in the middle of this destruction was Ryan, still and silent. His hands clenched tightly, shaking not from fear, but from pure anger. His rage wasn't aimed at the horrors of war or the loss of enemies. What really fueled his fury was the pointless waste of potential. Every fallen soldier, enemy or not, was a huge labor force lost. He thought bitterly that they could have toiled in his factories until their last breath, creating something of value. Nearby, Leah saw the tension gripping him and quietly came to his side with gentle sympathy. In her heart, she believed his sorrow came from compassion, that he mourned even those who had tried to kill him. Standing beside him, she softly told him not to grieve for these invaders, that they got what they deserved. Ryan awkwardly cleared his throat. He told her she got it wrong, that his frustration wasn't from mourning. He was just about to explain when a soldier rushed in. The soldier reported that a military force was swiftly advancing from the direction of the Old Miss Empire. He noted that the banner they carried looked just like the one belonging to the Second Lady. Ryan's eyes grew wide in shock. The news left him completely stunned. The scene shifted to the inside of Ryan's office at the border fortress, where something big was happening. He was now hosting a very important visitor, the Queen of the Elves. With full confidence, Ryan spoke directly to her, saying that one day, the city of Islam would become the shining crown jewel of the entire continent. He explained that those who invested now wouldn't just be bystanders watching its rise, they'd be remembered as its very creators. His words were filled with vision, ambition, and surety. The Elven Queen listened carefully to Ryan's pitch. Her face stayed calm, but you could see a flicker of doubt. Though she didn't interrupt, her thoughtful gaze said a lot. When she finally spoke, her voice was gentle but firm. She said that while the business ideas sounded interesting, she felt they held little meaning for her people. She went on to say that elves had lived peacefully with nature for a very long time, and even without the new advances, Ryan mentioned, their lives were calm and happy. Ryan furrowed his brow a bit, surprised by her honesty. Keeping his cool, he acknowledged her view but didn't hide his disagreement. He said that if this was truly her perspective, then the elves' path ahead would be a tough one. Needs, he explained, are not natural, they're created. And it's those very needs that push civilizations forward, making people change and reshape the world around them. The Queen tilted her head, raising an eyebrow as if questioning him. She responded that many of what humans call needs were viewed by elves as distractions or complications, not solutions. She said her people lived simply, close to nature, and all the elaborate human inventions were just noisy distractions to them. Her voice grew serious and her eyes sharpened with royal pride. She said she meant no disrespect but had to be honest. In her eyes, many human empires had fallen because of their endless desires, chasing progress and ambition until they destroyed themselves. Ryan nodded slowly, not offended, but recognizing the truth in her words. He agreed she was right, many human civilizations had indeed been consumed by greed. But he added, it was that same drive, that greed, that fueled humanity's greatest achievements. He shared that because humans dreamed of flying, they built airplanes. Because they wanted to explore the ocean depths, they created submarines. And because they reached for the stars, they made spacecraft. He told her that someday, if she stood atop the highest tower in the heart of Islam and looked out over the lively city below, she'd feel a thrill she'd never known before, the pride of helping create a real-life miracle. The Queen looked briefly taken aback, quiet for a moment as his words echoed in her mind. She realized she didn't fully get him. Airplanes, submarines, spacecraft. These things were foreign to her. Still, she kept her composure and met his gaze, saying his confidence was rare among humans, but she reminded him that elves were not like humans. For thousands of years, they had lived without being ruled by desire. She asked if he truly believed they would give up that way of life just for a fancy commercial district, no matter how amazing it sounded. Ryan didn't flinch. He stated clearly that if the elves invested now, they'd see a future beyond anything they'd ever dreamed of. The word future seemed to stir something inside her. A quiet thought crept in. What if this man could somehow change the destiny she had predicted? A prophecy once warned of a dark future for the elves. She hadn't spoken about it openly, but its weight always lingered. Was Ryan, strange and daring as he was, the key to avoiding it? Still cautious, she nodded slightly. She said Ryan's words were impressive, but not quite enough to win her over. She added she'd need time to consult the elders of her tribe before deciding, but she still wasn't convinced. She added that she needs some time to consult with her tribe's elders before making any decisions. Ryan greeted her response with a calm smile. He acknowledged her caution as wise and expressed his respect for it. He assured her he was more than willing to wait for her investment decision. Without another word, he turned to Leah and gave a subtle nod. Leah stepped forward, composed and elegant, holding something in her hands. As she approached the Queen, she extended a beautifully crafted invitation with both hands, offering it with sincere respect. Ryan spoke softly but firmly as he presented the ornate invitation. He explained it was a formal invitation to the inauguration ceremony of the island city dam and genuinely hoped the Queen would attend. He added that the event would mark the first real step into a new industrial era, and he wanted her to witness it firsthand. The story then shifted back to the day before this meeting. At that time, Rosalind was leading her troops swiftly toward the border fortress. The army was still some distance away when one of her soldiers rode up, breathless and urgent. He reported news from the front lines. Lord Ryan was alive and unharmed. Not only that, he was personally supervising the post-battle cleanup at the fortress. Rosalind was momentarily stunned. She repeated the word unharmed quietly, trying to process it. Her mind raced. How could Ryan have survived? The Ulvis Empire had attacked with an army numbering over 100,000. She tightened her grip on the reins, her thoughts clouded with disbelief and cautious hope. Could the rumors be true? Could there really be a hidden sorcerer using forbidden magic on Ryan's side? She shook her head sharply, forcing herself to stay focused. Now wasn't the time for theories or doubts. She needed to reach him immediately. When Rosalind and her forces finally arrived outside the border city, traces of the battle were still visible, though faded. Most of the field had already been cleared. Torn flags fluttered weakly in the breeze, and the blood-stained soil was covered with pale white sand. It was a strange mix of devastation and recovery. The battlefield had been cleaned far too quickly, almost as if trying to hide the violence that had taken place. Without wasting a second, Rosalind entered the city and made her way directly to Ryan's office. As she stepped inside, her face showed worry and regret. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees before him. Her voice shook as she introduced herself as Knight Rosalind of House Hulk, sent by Lady Priya to support him. She begged for his forgiveness for arriving late and said she was ready to accept any punishment without complaint. Ryan's gaze was cold and unreadable. He examined her with detached calm, speaking in a measured tone. He confirmed she was the one his sister had sent. When she nodded, he narrowed his eyes and asked why she had come from the Empire's direction. Rosalind explained quickly, her words rushing out. She said that 3 days ago, she received orders to support him. At that time, she believed he had already retreated to Islam, so she took her troops on a wide flanking path through the city to cut off the Ulva's Empire's retreat. It seemed like the most strategic move. Ryan looked genuinely surprised. He leaned forward slightly and asked again, 3 days. He pointed out that the distance from Lady Priya's territory to the border fortress was over 100 kilometers. He wondered how she traveled so fast when even the railway wasn't finished. Rosalind, clearly confused, asked what a railway was. Ryan hesitated for a moment, then waved it off with a brief shake of his head. He said it didn't matter and praised her and her troops for their hard work. He told her she could stand, but Rosalind remained kneeling. She insisted it had been no trouble at all and that this was simply what House Hulk owed him, especially after her uncle's disgrace. Ryan's expression tightened. He asked her to confirm, was she really from House Hulk? Was Caesar her uncle? Rosalind nodded firmly, her eyes steady. She answered with a mix of pride and shame, saying she was his niece and begging for a chance to restore her house's honor. She said she would accept any punishment he deemed fit without complaint. Ryan fell silent in thought. Something seemed to click in his mind, and without any explanation, he told her to wait. Then he turned and left the room, leaving Rosalind alone with the silence. She stayed where she was. 1 hour passed, then another. A full day went by without a word. The silence in the room grew heavier. Anxiety nudged at her. Although she stayed composed, her mind was racing. She wondered if this was the end, if her family's house stood no chance at redemption. She let out a quiet sigh, telling herself that if she couldn't even get a word in with him, then House Hulk had no future. Just then, the door opened. Ryan walked back into the room, this time with a slight smile, his voice calm as he apologized for the wait. Rosalind stood up quickly, unsure of what to expect, but Ryan raised a hand to ease her worry. He told her there was no need to be tense. He'd come back because he wanted to talk to her. She nodded, her eyes focused, anticipation building inside her. Deep down, she told herself this was it, the opportunity her family had been clinging to. She had to make it count. Then Ryan asked her a question, his tone steady, but with a hint of deeper meaning. He asked if she would be willing to join the Asterisk Kids. Rosalind froze at his words. Her cheeks flushed bright red. She obviously misunderstood what he meant. While Rosalind was still spinning from Ryan's offer, her mind flooded with 1,000 wrong ideas. He kept talking, calm, collected, and straightforward. He explained that her performance in battle had made a strong impression on him. Whether it was her bold move to flank the enemy or her reckless solo charge, both showed not just bravery but real skill. He saw something special in her. But Ryan's choice wasn't just a gut feeling. He had a secret edge. He could actually see her stats, and they were impressive. Strength 87, Strategy 82, Magic Power 85, Leadership 91. But what really stood out was her loyalty stat, a perfect 100. That was rare, maybe even unheard of. Even with his praise, Rosalind replied with quiet humility. She said softly that what she had done was simply her duty, nothing more. Ryan smiled, clearly not buying her modesty, and asked again if she'd be willing to become one of his. Rosalind lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper, mixed with hesitation. She said she understood if he just wanted to use her as compensation for his disappointment with her family, then she, Rosalind, was ready to give herself completely. It was both a bold and sad declaration. Ryan's expression shifted immediately. His tone sharpened as he raised his voice. He said something about the conversation feeling all wrong. He challenged her assumption, especially on the phrase, make up for. He insisted he never said anything like that. Rosalind panicked and sank to her knees again. Her voice trembled as she said that although her dream had always been to serve as a holy knight beside him, if he needed her body to atone for her uncle's wrongs, she would accept it without complaint. Ryan stepped quickly forward, urging her to stand up. His voice softened as he cleared things up she had completely misunderstood. What he wanted was for her to serve him as a knight, not as a sacrifice or a tool. Nothing more, nothing less. Rosalind's eyes went wide in surprise. She repeated his words, looking for reassurance. Ryan cut her off with a calm smile. He added that whether or not she accepted his offer, he wouldn't hold her uncle Caesar Hull's past mistakes against her or her family. Clearing his throat, he got serious again and asked plainly, "Will you swear loyalty as a knight under my command?" At that moment, feelings flooded Rosalind. Not only had he spared her family, but he was offering her the dream she thought was gone. She dropped to one knee, placing a hand over her heart. her voice steady as she declared serving as his knight would be the greatest honor of her life. Later, alone in his office, Ryan hunched over his desk, pen in hand. He was writing a letter addressed to his sister. He started with a quick update. The crisis in Islam was resolved. Then he spoke about Rosalind, calling her an exceptional knight and expressing his wish to keep her in his service. He ended with a formal request for Prithia's approval. Once done, he gave the letter to Leah with instructions to deliver it the next day. He also told her to include an invitation to the upcoming water dam inauguration. With his tasks finished, Ryan turned to the window. His gaze stretched toward the horizon, but his mind stayed sharp and focused. He needed to find 4 more people. People with stats like Rosalind's potential, discipline, and loyalty rarely show up. Time was slipping away for the mission ahead, and now he found his very first Rosalind. His thoughts were cut short when Leah burst in, her voice urgent. She reported that the Grand Duke of Castile had been captured not by enemy forces, but by Rosalind's own knights. She asked what they should do with the Duke. Ryan instantly stood up, frustration flashing across his face. He muttered that he had completely forgotten about the guy. He demanded to know where the Grand Duke was being held. Leah quickly answered he was locked up in Isles. The scene shifted to that grim prison, a cold, dim chamber where the Grand Duke of Castile sat behind a heavy iron door. Light filtered in, casting sharp shadows across his face, making his grim expression even darker. The door creaked open, and Ryan stepped into the cell. His tone cool and steady, he greeted the Duke. The Grand Duke snorted with disdain, dripping venom as he called Ryan pathetic and warned that his downfall was imminent. Ryan's face hardened. He asked what the Duke meant after all. Wasn't he the one chained up? The Grand Duke's eyes gleamed with mockery as he replied, "Clearly, your father didn't teach you much." He explained that forbidden spellcasters were tightly regulated across the continent, forbidden from stepping into mortal wars. He warned that Ryan had broken this sacred rule right on the battlefield, and it wouldn't be long before every powerful spellcaster unleashed their wrath on Ryan's family. Ryan paused, caught off guard by the threat. Furrowing his brow, he asked if the Duke meant Lady Selena. The Duke laughed cruelly, calling Selena just a high-ranking mage, nothing forbidden. He insisted that the destruction during the battle could only come from a true forbidden spellcaster. That's when realization hit Ryan. He chuckled and said if the Duke was pointing to the explosions, he was dead wrong. There was no spellcaster involved, just barrels of oil placed with some clever strategy. He added that he could easily set off a dozen more blasts without touching a single room. The Grand Duke's face twisted in fury as he shouted that Ryan was lying. According to him, only a forbidden-level caster could summon such force. Such destruction was impossible coming from a pampered noble kid. Ryan sighed, unimpressed. He said it didn't matter what people called it, spell or strategy. He wasn't here to argue. His voice dropped colder as he asked one thing. Who was really backing the Duke? What was the true plan behind these invasions? The Grand Duke hesitated briefly, then scoffed, insisting he was acting alone. He claimed the Alvis Empire didn't need help to crush weaklings. Ryan wasn't buying it. He'd already checked the records, and every year, the same thing happened. The Alvis army invaded in spring, attacked recklessly, then pulled back in autumn without leaving garrisons or holding land. Ryan stepped closer and asked again, is their king insane, or are these invasions really tests for something else? The Duke's face paled, sweat dripping as he fumbled a vague excuse. The Empire had no interest in barren lands, only in showing their strength. But Ryan's voice darkened even more. He asked if it was really about showing off strength or if they were testing something no one understood. That question broke the Duke's composure. His jaw clenched tight, and he looked away, refusing to answer. Ryan didn't push further. He simply turned and said the Duke could stay locked up and think it over. Walking away from the prison, Ryan's mind was racing. The invasions, the withdrawals, it all felt staged. He was being played, and he hated every second of it. If there was some deeper game afoot, he needed to expose it fast. 10 days later, Ryan's letter arrived in his sister's hands. After reading, Prithia gave a sly smile. She told her aide to have Gwen let Bella know that Ryan was showing interest in his daughter. He could finally breathe easier. She flipped the invitation card over in her hand, eyes scanning the elegant print for the inauguration ceremony of the water dam asterisk. She asked Gwen if she even knew what a dam was. Gwen bowed her head, admitting she had no clue, humbly adding that her mind could never hope to grasp Lord Ryan's genius. Prithia let out a gentle chuckle, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She mentioned they'd be heading to Ryan's territory soon to check out this dam firsthand. Then, almost like an afterthought, she added one more request, telling Gwen to gather a few girls about Rosalind's age. She wanted to find out what kind of girl her little brother was truly attracted to. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Orvis Empire's palace, the emperor sat upon his throne, his expression heavy with frustration. The nobles stood before him, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. One noble blurted out that capturing the Grand Duke of Castile was sure to crush the army's morale. Another muttered quietly, wondering who had let Castiel stubbornly go his own way and end up in this mess. The Emperor slammed his fist on the throne's armrest, demanding solutions, not complaints. His voice echoed through the hall as he declared that now was no time for blame. A cautious noble stepped forward, suggesting the Emperor send someone to Ezelin's city to negotiate with the enemy. Someone else shot back loudly, arguing that the Orvis Empire would never stoop to negotiating with such a barbaric nation. Another noble quickly agreed, declaring that bowing to the Carodoral Empire would bring disgrace. The first noble, however, urgently interrupted, warning that if Castiel leaked the Empire's secrets, years of plans could be destroyed. He begged the Emperor to make the right call. The Emperor fell silent, considering their words. After a moment, he admitted peace talks might be an option, but questioned whether they had the right person for such a delicate task. He insisted the envoy must have the status to symbolize the Orvis Empire's grandeur, along with the bravery and wisdom necessary. A noble noted the Emperor's strange words hinted at something deeper. That noble, named Craven, thought peace talks wouldn't be tough as long as they set a fair minimum for compensation. He looked sharply at the Emperor, guessing what was really on his mind. The Emperor then turned to Craven and asked if he had anyone in mind for the job. Craven bowed respectfully and recommended someone Miss Willina, the only daughter of Duke Richard. A murmur ran through the hall. One noble reminded everyone that Duke Richard had recently been imprisoned for offending the Emperor. The Emperor carefully watched Craven, recognizing his cleverness. Craven went on to give 3 reasons for his choice. First, Miss Willina, as Duke Richard's only daughter, held noble status that would show the Empire's sincerity. Second, though just recently an adult, she was articulate and decisive. Third, and most important, Craven explained, this mission would give her a chance to redeem herself and her father's mistakes. He suggested the Emperor could grant Duke Richard a pardon if she completed the task. Another noble nodded in agreement, acknowledging Craven's logic made sense. After some thought, the Emperor entrusted the mission to Craven. He sternly ordered him to guarantee the safety of Miss Willina, Duke Richard's only daughter. Craven bowed deeply, promising to carry out the Emperor's command flawlessly. In the dim palace chambers of the Orvis Empire, a shadowy figure knelt before the Emperor. The Emperor's voice was low and commanding as he announced that Willina and Castiel were on their way back. Coldly, he added that the kneeling figure knew exactly what must be done. The subordinate bowed deeply, assuring the Emperor they would die in the disgraceful Carodoral Empire. A cruel smile twisted the Emperor's lips as he mused aloud that if Orvis's envoy was killed by the Carodoral mob, it would give him one more reason to launch a military strike. The scene shifts to a lively marketplace in Selena City. Vendors called out the fresh fruit and fish they had for sale. As townsfolk navigated the bustling stalls, a merchant cheerfully greeted Master Ryan, asking if he'd come to shop. Ryan laughed awkwardly and said he was just out to explore the city and check if local people needed anything else. The townsfolk expressed their gratitude, declaring that thanks to Master Ryan, their lives had really improved. One man enthusiastically claimed he used to live worse than an animal, but now he actually lives like one. Ryan cringes at the choice of words and quietly says that if a person can't speak properly, they should just say less. Flustered, Ryan quickly urges everyone to get back to work. The crowd sends him off with cheerful goodbyes as he leaves. Elsewhere, Ryan studies a cluster of status screens floating in front of him, his face serious. He checks the stats of several individuals and lets out a heavy sigh, thinking how it's really tough to find top-tier talents among the everyday folks. He reflects on all the places he's been around Selena City lately, yet still hasn't come across a single worthy candidate. A system notification pops up in his vision, cultivating 5 high-attribute characters, with 1/5 in progress. Current focus, Rosalind Hulker. Ryan rubs his temples, wondering aloud if he should ask his second sister or older brother for any gifted folks, but he quickly shakes the idea off. Reminding himself they've got plenty of issues in their own lands, he decides to rely on himself. Back in his quarters, Ryan's maid, Leah, watches him with worry. She tells him he's been pushing too hard for the past 3 days and insists he needs to rest. She mentions that she's sent people around the city putting up notices, inviting anyone who thinks they're talented to come see him. Ryan gives a tired smile and says that those who brag about their talents usually turn out to be excellent workers in his factory instead. His expression darkens as he complains that the factory can't even open yet. The elves' investment hasn't progressed, and the dam will take another half-month to finish. He jokes it's a crime to let magicians dabble in chemistry. Ryan sighs while hugging his maid tightly, thinking the system's latest task is insanely tough. He mutters that it's just too much. Suddenly, a ruckus breaks out outside. Someone shouts angrily, calling another person a liar and demanding how they dared enter the city. The boy grins confidently and declares there will be absolutely no problem this time. Checking his stats, Ryan's eyes widen. This kid's got serious talent in strategy and magic. He's finally found the talent he's been searching for. Meanwhile, Armando is still trying to convince the shopkeeper. He pulls a small vial from his coat, a bottle of shimmering green liquid, and proudly claims the formula is perfect this time. He says just one drop keeps any plant fresh and thriving for a whole year. The shopkeeper stays unimpressed, his face stuck in a frown. He snaps that Armando should stop talking nonsense and leave. He reminds him that last time his so-called pesticide ruined an entire crate of apples. Armando looks flustered, his voice rising in panic as he tries to explain it was just a mistake. He insists his pesticide isn't meant for delicate fruit like apples. Before he can finish, the shopkeeper pushes him away and shouts he's done being tricked. He tells Armando to stop scamming people and that he won't fall for his schemes again. Armando staggers but tries to hold his ground, pleading with his hands out for a moment to explain, but no one listens. The shopkeeper ignores him. With no options left, Armando steps back and walks away beaten. Rain, watching from a short distance, feels a strange mix of amusement and curiosity. He wasn't expecting to meet someone like this in such a rundown part of town. Leia notices the change in Rain's face. Her eyes narrow as she watches Armando walk away. She wonders if Rain's actually interested in that loudmouth alchemist. The thought makes her uneasy, and she silently vows not to let any trickster fool him. Meanwhile, Armando slumps down at the street's edge, clearly discouraged. He lets out a deep sigh, thinking bitterly about the lack of decent customers today and how hungry he is. Suddenly, a hand reaches out to him. It's Rain. With a calm smile, Rain introduces himself and says he's intrigued by the potion Armando mentioned. He asks if Armando can tell him more. Armando's eyes light up right away. In his head, he thinks he's finally found a promising mark. He stands up with renewed energy, answering with over-the-top enthusiasm. He claims that Rain has a rare talent for spotting quality and that he carries every kind of potion one could ever need. As he talks, Armando pulled out several small vials from his bag, each swirling with vivid, bright colors, and held them up for display. But Rain didn't seem the slightest bit interested. Instead, he calmly asked Armando's name and why he'd never been seen on the island before. Armando cheerfully introduced himself as an alchemist who rarely visited the city. Rain then inquired if selling potions was his only reason for coming. Armando nodded enthusiastically and assured him that whatever he needed, he could craft something to suit. Leia moved closer, leaning into Rain's ear to whisper a warning not to trust alchemists. She claimed most were just clever hustlers in disguise. Rain gave a faint smile and said that time would show who was really fooling whom. Leia was puzzled by his quiet confidence. With curiosity, Rain nodded toward the vials and asked the price of the potions. Armando eagerly grabbed a bottle and complimented Rain's sharp eye. He explained that the yellow potion made objects glow in the dark. Another increased the drinker's speed, and one, with a sly grin, was claimed to bring joy to a woman for hours. Rain's expression darkened. He dismissed the potions as worthless and asked if Armando had anything genuinely valuable. Armando bristled at the insult. While he could take skepticism, mocking his potions crossed the line. He muttered that if this was how things were going, he wouldn't hold back. Leia noticed the shift in his tone. Her gaze grew sharp as she started studying Armando closely, ready to react at the first hint of trouble. Sensing her intense stare, Armando nervously pointed out that her glare was a little intimidating. He asked Rain if his maid always looked ready to snap someone's neck. Rain ignored the jab and mentioned that the glowing potion was just beryllium zinc silicate phosphor, a compound with low brightness and toxic effects. He suggested switching to calcium-based phosphor instead, which was safer, brighter, and more affordable. Armando's eyes widened with disbelief. He exclaimed that Rain couldn't possibly know that, insisting the formula was a closely guarded secret known only to him. Rain shrugged nonchalantly and said calling it a secret formula was ridiculous. It was just basic chemistry. If that was all Armando's alchemy boiled down to, then it wasn't all that impressive. Angry, Armando jabbed a trembling finger at Rain. He accused Rain of stealing his notes and demanded to know where he'd learned the formula. Rain responded with an amused smile. He said he wasn't interested in stealing from a struggling alchemist who couldn't even sell his own potions. Then, more seriously, he offered Armando a deal, swear loyalty, and he would teach him the real science behind alchemy. Armando scoffed and asked who Rain thought he was. Leia stepped forward and proclaimed his full name and title, Lord Rene Edgar, II, son of Grand Duke Aldean of the Caradora Empire. But instead of backing down, Armando laughed. He said he had mistaken Rain for a pudgy little sheep, only to realize he was actually a fat fish. Then, defiantly, he declared he'd rather starve than serve a noble. Rain's face darkened. He remarked that Armando clearly had some deep-seated issues with nobility. Armando replied sarcastically, saying he dared not offend Rain after all. It's hard to be angry at a dog. Leia's eyes blazed with anger. She ordered Armando to apologize immediately or face the consequences. Before she could finish, Armando cut her off. He asked if she planned to kill him and mocked her for choosing violence over reason. He sneered that her noble pride didn't include any self-restraint. Leah readied to strike, but Rain raised a hand calmly and told her to stand down. He then turned to Armando. Rain admitted he didn't care what wrongs Armando had suffered from the aristocracy. He was offering a real chance, an opportunity to learn the true chemistry and physics to make a lasting impact on the world. But if Armando preferred to waste away on the island's edge, that was his choice. Armando stood firm, seeing the offer as nothing but a polished trap. He insisted that nobles cared only about status and wealth, while commoners were disposable. He swore he would never serve one. His rejection was final. At that moment, the loyalty value Rain had been tracking dropped sharply from 50 to 30. Rain felt the weight of the failed negotiation. Not only had he failed to recruit Armando, but he may have just made him a hostile enemy. Armando pointed accusingly at Rain. His voice was steady and full of conviction as he declared he would never trust a single word spoken by a noble. The tension thickened when a young girl came running up to Armando, her tone bright and cheerful. She called out, asking when he had arrived in the city. Armando was caught off guard. He asked her why she had come to such a risky place and warned her to leave immediately. Her name was Irina. She looked at Armando, confused, and asked why he seemed so nervous. Armando glanced over at Rain and told her that the man was a dangerous noble, and even kids weren't safe around people like him. But Irina brushed off the warning. Her face brightened with recognition and happiness when she spotted Rain. She asked excitedly if he really was the same Mr. Rain she knew. Rain was surprised but smiled and walked over to her. He asked if she really knew him. Irina beamed and said everyone in the city knew who he was. Her mother always said their lives got better because of him. Without Rain, things would have been a lot tougher for their family. Rain asked if her dad worked on the city's dam project. Irina nodded eagerly and explained that her father had been addicted to gambling. But after Rain gave him a job, he changed completely. Their home was peaceful now. Her mom and she always encouraged him to work hard for Rain because the better he did, the better their lives became. The cheerful moment didn't last long. Armando grabbed Irina and pulled her behind him, glaring at Rain with clear anger. Armando stood firm, his voice sharp with anger as he accused Rain of taking advantage of the city's people. He claimed that Irina's father had been forced to work like a slave for meager pay. Rain's expression changed. What started as surprise quickly shifted to irritation. He asked what had made Armando believe that. He wanted to know who told him that Irina's father was forced into labor. But Armando, already filled with deep distrust for nobles, didn't need anyone else to say it. He said exploitation wasn't just possible, it was the defining trait of their class. He pointed to Irina's worn, tattered clothes and argued that despite Rain's big promises, she was still dressed in rags. He called Rain a hypocrite, saying nobles wouldn't touch that kind of dirt. Meanwhile, the common people had no choice but to live in it. That was the breaking point for Leah. She stepped forward, her voice rising with anger. She said Armando had gone too far and demanded he stop slandering Lord Rain. She insisted nobody knew the full extent of what Rain had done for the city, that it was through Rain's faith in his people the island had risen out of despair. Irina, once gentle and trusting, now faced Armando with a firmer look. She told him everything Leah said was true. She asked him not to speak unfairly about Rain, who she called a genuinely kind man. She explained he had provided jobs, shelter, and food for everyone. Thanks to him, they no longer shivered through cold nights. They had roofs over their heads and warm meals. She paused for a moment, then added in a steady tone that if Armando kept making those claims about Rain, she wouldn't talk to him anymore. She reminded him he had never lived in the city and couldn't possibly understand what Rain had done for them. Her words hit like a slap. Armando stood frozen, stunned by the rejection. For the first time, doubt crept into his strong convictions. Rain saw the opening and stepped forward. He calmly explained that Irina and the other kids still wore old clothes, not because they were poor, but because the city's textile industry wasn't developed yet. He said food and shelter were just the start. Once their light industry grew, not only would they prosper, but they'd have proper clothing, jobs, and dignity. But Armando wasn't convinced. He said he didn't care about this so-called light industry. He didn't need to understand it. All he knew was one unshakable truth. Nobles had never cared and never would care about the people. Every move they made, he claimed, was greed-driven. That's when Irina snapped. She shouted that he hadn't listened to a single thing she said. She insisted Rain was different, a good man, and demanded that Armando stop insulting him. Armando turned away, disappointment deep in his eyes. He muttered that he didn't want to see another noble wearing a fake smile. He warned Irina to be careful, saying behind those smiles were dangers she couldn't even imagine. Rain watched silently as Armando walked off. The tension between them was thick. In his mind, a fresh resolve began to take shape. He thought it had taken him so long to find someone with such raw talent. He couldn't just let Armando vanish, not like this. Taking a step forward, he was about to call out to him, but his body betrayed him. A sudden tremor ran through him. His vision blurred, and before he could say a word, he collapsed. When Rain opened his eyes again, he was lying in a familiar room. Leah sat beside him, relief flooding her face as she saw him awake. He gave a tired smile and told her not to worry. But then, Leah burst into tears. She reminded him how often she had warned him not to push himself so hard, not to go out alone hunting for talent until he wore himself out. She accused him of never listening and always carrying the weight on his own shoulders. Rain softly took her hand and apologized. He promised that from now on, he'd take better care of himself. Then he asked the question that still nagged at him. Had Armando already left? Leah shook her head, surprise coloring her voice. She revealed that after Rain had passed out, they rushed him back to the city lord's estate. But, to her surprise, Armando had actually come back. She said he handed her a vial of medicine, telling her it would help Rain recover. Then, as quietly as he arrived, he slipped away again. Rain's eyes grew wide. He asked if she had used the medicine on him, was that why his fever disappeared so quickly. Leah chuckled softly, saying of course she hadn't. She wouldn't give unknown medicine to her lord, no matter how well-meaning it seemed. Instead, she called in the city's top doctors. It was their care and treatments that pulled him through. As for that vial, she said she placed it safely on his desk. Rain asked to see it. Leah offered to bring it, urging him to stay in bed and rest. When he finally held the vial, he examined it closely. Its color, clarity, and exquisite craftsmanship told him one thing. It was made with exacting precision and care. He suggested having the city's doctors run tests on it the next day. But Leah hesitated. She asked carefully if Rain truly intended to recruit Armando. She mentioned his arrogance, especially toward nobles, and said he clearly had no respect for their status. Rain didn't hesitate. He said yes, he still wanted Armando. He wasn't just talented, he was a rare genius, capable of moving the city forward. If guided properly, Armando could achieve things no one else could. But deep down, Rain knew there was more to it. That deep hatred Armando carried didn't come from nowhere. Something awful had to be behind it. If Rain really wanted to win him over, he first had to uncover that pain. Far away, in a small, quiet room, Armando stood alone, his eyes locked on an old photograph. Far away, in a small, quiet room, Armando stood alone, his eyes locked on an old photograph. Pain flickered in them, deep, raw pain. He whispered barely audibly to himself, speaking about the noble he'd met, someone strange and different. He said with just one look, the man saw through his entire alchemical formula. He admitted he didn't grasp much of what was said. Even Arena, someone he trusted, seemed to like the noble. His grip tightened, his voice dropped to a whisper. But he swore to his master not to fall for any noble's tricks. He promised to finish the research they started and vowed to make the nobles pay for what they'd done. Hatred burned in his eyes. At the same moment, in the holy temple, Rain sat silently. Next to him, Saint Eldria shared the truth. She explained why Armando hated nobles so deeply. She spoke of a woman in the photograph, Lizel. 15 years ago, Lizel was the most brilliant alchemist in Islan. A genius, yes, but also an idealist. She believed alchemy should serve everyone, not just the rich. She had adopted Armando when he was a homeless orphan. She fed him, taught him, and passed on every bit of her precious knowledge. The bond between Armando and Lizel went far beyond student and teacher. To him, she was a mother in every way except by blood. Her lessons extended beyond potions and schematics. She gave him a moral compass, the importance of balancing invention with compassion, science with humanity. But that fragile world shattered. Lizel's humanitarian research caught the attention of a powerful noble in Isil. Unable to accept her ideals, the noble arranged a raid on her home, confiscating all her work and falsely accusing her of practicing forbidden magic. Though the charges were untrue, they stuck. In the end, Lizel died in what was publicly called an accident, but it was anything but accidental. Armando was only 15 when he witnessed the one person he loved most ripped away by cruelty and greed. After her death, he salvaged the scraps she left behind, her notes, unfinished designs, and theories scrawled across torn pages. That moment, he made a vow, one etched deep into his soul. He promised to finish her work, no matter the cost. As Saintess Eldria retold the story, tears streamed down her cheeks. The weight of Armando's grief still hung heavy after all these years, pressing down on him like cold stone. He carried not only Lizel's legacy, but also the crushing loneliness of a boy who lost the only family he ever knew. Rain listened silently with furrowed brows before breaking the silence with a blunt question. He admitted the story was tragic, but it didn't answer what he needed to know most. He asked Eldria directly if she knew where Armando was now. Eldria flared up in anger. She demanded if he had any compassion at all. Yet, Rain stayed cool and steady. He said compassion didn't feed people or rebuild cities, or push progress forward. He reminded her that, despite yesterday's pain, the world kept turning. And with each new dawn came the duty to act. Her anger faded to resignation. She sighed deeply and said he was likely at Lizel's old house, the place he went most often. The notes and equipment, everything important to Lizel, still remained there. Feeling satisfied, Rain stood and noted that things just got easier now that they knew where to find Armando. There was no time to waste, they had to leave immediately. Just before stepping out, Rain turned and asked Eldria if she knew what Lizel had been working on before she died. The question made her pause. After a long pause, she said it had something to do with steam. That single word hit Rain like a thunderbolt. His eyes widened, his calm shattered. He leaned toward Eldria with urgency, demanding she repeat what she said. Startled by his intensity, she hesitated but confirmed she remembered the word steam, though admitted she didn't understand what it really meant. Rain gripped her shoulders tighter, locking eyes with her, voice filled with hope and urgency. He said, if what she recalled was right, then they might be standing on the brink of a revolution. Not politics or war, but a revolution in how the world worked. He spoke of changing industry, transforming how people lived, labored, and built their future. Still stunned, Eldria asked if something like that could really be that powerful. She mentioned that someone once called it just a toy, but Rain was done talking. He ordered her to take him to Lizel's house right away. She agreed, pleading only that he go easy on her. Rain raced ahead, his mind racing. If Lizel had studied steam engines, and if her work included detailed plans and experimental notes, this was no small discovery. In his old world, steam engines were relics. He never had to study them deeply, but as a mechanical engineer, the concepts ran through him. He understood the theory and physics. What he lacked were the first breakthroughs, the proofs of concept, and the refined designs. If those were buried in Lizel's notes, then he had all he needed to spark a new industrial age. Meanwhile, inside Lizel's old home, Armando was bent over a rough, worrisome machine. The engine on the floor hissed softly, its valves twitching like they were alive. But before he could adjust it, his senses snapped, alert someone was approaching. Without hesitation, Armando threw a cloth over the device and stepped outside. His eyes were icy, his voice sharp. He demanded why Rain had come and told him this place was off limits, that he had no right being here. Rain, unfazed, stepped forward steadily. His eyes locked onto Armando's without flinching. He asked where Lizel's research was, insisting he needed to see her notes to understand her work. Armando's entire body tensed. He stepped closer, suspicion dark in his gaze. He said it didn't matter how Rain found out about the notes. He warned that no matter what, he'd never hand over Lizel's writings, not to him, nor to any noble. Feeling tension spike, Eldria quickly stepped in to mediate. She explained to Armando that they weren't here to steal anything. Rain just wanted to see if Lizel's work could actually help make life better for the city's people. But Armando wasn't paying attention. He reached inside his coat and pulled out a combat knife. Pointing it right at Rain, he growled that nobles like him had no business here. This was sacred ground. Leah immediately reached for the dagger hidden under her cloak. Her eyes blazed with anger. One thought ran through her mind. She would not let anyone harm Lord Rain, not even a genius. Before she could move, Rain raised his hand and stepped closer to her side. His voice was low but steady. He told her to hold back, saying he would handle this himself. Ignoring the threat, Rain took a step forward and locked eyes with Armando. His words were sharp. He called him a fool and said Armando didn't grasp what the steam engine really was or what it meant. He accused Armando of betraying Lizel's dream by hiding her research instead of sharing it. He said the brilliance she left was being wasted, buried beneath layers of fear and pride. Armando clenched his jaw, his eyes burning with rage. He demanded to know what gave Rain the right to lecture him. He challenged Rain by asking why he thought he understood Lizel's research better than someone who had spent his whole life studying it. In response, Rain's lips curled into a cold, calculating smile. He suggested a bet. Knowing he couldn't convince Armando with logic or feelings, Rain figured a wager was the only way to win his trust, or at least get him to cooperate. Armando scoffed and asked what the bet was. Rain stayed calm as he laid out the terms. If Rain could successfully fire up Lizel's alchemical device, Armando would serve him, no complaints. But if Rain failed, he would leave Island City forever and never come back. Armando burst out laughing, amazed at the nerve. He teased Rain, saying it was the funniest thing he'd heard in a long time. A spoiled noble brat who couldn't even name half the tools in an alchemy lab was now claiming he could revive Lizel's invention. It was pure comedy. But Armando's laughter was exactly what Rain wanted to see. That burst of amusement was a clear sign the challenge was accepted. Still, Armando wasn't finished. He tacked on one last condition. If Rain failed, he wouldn't just leave town, he'd kneel at Lizel's grave and offer a formal apology. Elria protested angrily. She thought Armando was going overboard. Rain hadn't hurt him. He didn't deserve such disrespect. But Armando didn't care. For him, it didn't matter what Rain did or didn't do. All nobles were guilty by nature. Looking Rain straight in the eye, Armando demanded to know if he had the guts to accept those terms. Without hesitation, Rain agreed. If he failed, he'd bow at Lysel's grave himself. With that settled, he turned to the machine hidden under the cloth and asked Armando to step aside so he could take a closer look. Calm on the outside, Rain was nearly shaking with excitement. Smirking, he whispered to himself that once he fixed the steam engine, Armando would have no choice but to fall in line, and he'd make sure to put him to work lighting furnaces and maintaining pressure valves. Rain could already picture it. Armando yanked the cloth off the contraption, exposing a huge, awkward machine. He warned Rain not to break it, calling it priceless. Leah and Elria both gazed at the device with wide eyes, filled with awe and confusion. None of them had ever seen anything like it, and none understood why Rain was so obsessed with a jumble of gears and pipes. Alchemy had never looked this strange. Rain ran his hands over its surface, barely hiding his joy. This was it, the machine he had dreamed of, a working or nearly working steam engine. After a moment of silent admiration, he finally declared that Lysel was a true genius, not just on paper, but in practice. Hearing Rain praise his mentor like that struck a chord in Armando. His pride softened into a rare flicker of shared excitement. He admitted that, of course, Lysel was a genius. Unlike those posers who strutted around in alchemy robes without really understanding the basics, Lysel was the real deal. Rain then asked if Armando had been living here all along just to get the machine working. Armando nodded, explaining that Lysel had never left instructions on how to operate it. Her notes covered theory and concepts but didn't include the actual hands-on process. Rain suggested cracking open the shell to take a look inside. He thought the problem might be mechanical, but Armando quickly shot that down. He called Rain crazy for wanting to take it apart, warning if it couldn't be put back together, everything would be ruined. Rain's face grew serious. He asked if Armando really understood who he was dealing with. He insisted there wasn't a single machine he couldn't fix. Then he held out his hand and told Armando to grab him a screwdriver. Armando just stared, confused. He didn't even know what a screwdriver was. Rain let out a frustrated sigh. He asked how the machine had been put together if Armando didn't know basic tools. Armando, totally unfazed, explained that it had been assembled with magic. He added, sounding almost condescending, that all parts were crafted by dwarven artisans commissioned by Lysel. It was something way beyond what a spoiled noble like Rain could hope to understand. Rain rolled his eyes and told him to shut up. If screwdrivers weren't around, he'd just find another way. Turning to Leah, he asked for her dagger. Holding the blade, Rain began carefully dismantling the machine, working through the strange yet oddly familiar components. As he took out the first few parts and checked the precision of each, his excitement grew. He proclaimed again that Lysel was a true genius. Everything was incredibly precise and advanced. But the more he disassembled, the more worried he became. Something felt off. Key parts were missing. He stopped, furrowing his brows, and turned to Armando. His tone sharpened as he asked where the internal pieces were, the parts that should sit at the machine's core. Armando froze, caught off guard. He hadn't expected Rain to notice. He scrambled for an answer, then brushed it off, saying Rain was imagining things. As far as Armando knew, the machine had always looked like that. Maybe Rain was just making excuses before failure, but Rain wasn't buying it. He pointed straight at the empty mounts and demanded answers. He said it was obvious the control system had been removed, something vital to the machine's function. Pressured, Armando fell silent. Then, with clear pain and bitterness, he confessed the truth. He said the missing parts were stolen by a noble. Rain stood there in stunned silence. He asked why. What would a noble even want with special alchemical pieces? Armando explained sharply that the parts were made from a rare, valuable mineral. When the noble found out, he took them and had them melted down, not for research or progress, but to make a glorified statue of himself. Rain's eyes darkened with a simmering rage. He cursed the arrogance of turning something so important into a monument of stupidity. He demanded to know who this noble was and where to find him, but Armando's face grew grim. He said the man was someone way above them, a person Rain couldn't touch. Rain stepped forward, shaking with anger. He declared that no one, no matter their rank, was out of his reach. He ordered Armando to speak up. Who dared block his industrial revolution? Finally, Armando named the culprit with clenched fists and barely hidden anger, Duke Eska. The moment he said it, Saint Eldria gasped, her face flashing with shock. Everyone noticed her reaction. Rain immediately turned to her, asking who Eska was. Eldria explained Duke Eska was once a minor noble from the city of Asselin. Known for his alchemy skills since childhood, Eska built a solid reputation with a string of impressive alchemical breakthroughs over the years. Eventually, his work earned him the Emperor's favor. The reward included more than praise. He was granted the title of Duke and given his own territory. Rain asked where that territory was. Eldria replied it was in Grand, located to the upper right of the city of Etherin. Leah, listening, added some extra details. She said Grands fell under the rule of Grand Duke Terra's Elra, not the Edgar family. It was outside Rain's influence. As everything clicked, Rain's face darkened. The name Terra's Elra stirred something in his memory. He recalled his father once mentioning tensions between their family and Elra. Leah confirmed this, explaining that Grand Duke Elra and Rain's father held opposing political views. The two frequently clashed in the imperial court. It wasn't just personal, it was part of the emperor's plan, a power balance carefully orchestrated from above. One duke keeping the other in check. Rain caught on immediately. This wasn't a fight he could take on now, not head-on. Not with so many pieces moving around him. For now, he turned his attention back to the guy responsible for melting down Lizel's invention, Duke Issa. Right then, he vowed that Issa would pay for those destroyed gears 100 times over. Eldria, worried, warned him, asking if Rain really planned to go up against Duke Issa. Her voice was cautious, but worry seeped through. Rain's reply was sharp and dripping with venom. He said Issa wouldn't just pay, he'd suffer for what he did. 10 times over wasn't enough. 100 times wouldn't cut it either. There would be justice. Leah winced at the fury in Rain's voice. She stayed silent, but her eyes betrayed hesitation, tension creeping behind her calm facade. Armando, still doubtful, challenged Rain, asking if he seriously planned to take on someone as powerful as Issa. Rain met his gaze without flinching. He said not only would he fix the steam engine, but he'd make Issa understand the true value of what was destroyed. His tone left no room for doubt. Then Rain turned back to Armando and asked if Lizel's notes included the blueprints for the missing gears. Armando shook his head and said they didn't. Lizel had probably talked over the gear designs with a dwarven master craftsman instead, but that craftsman, he added with obvious frustration, had always refused to meet with him. Rain placed a steady hand on Armando's shoulder. He told him to leave it to him. He'd give it a shot. Armando warned him not to get his hopes up. That blacksmith wasn't just stubborn, he had a legendary bad temper. Later, Rain and his team arrived at the dwarven master Bram's workshop. The moment they stepped inside, Bram's glare hit them like a hammer blow. He barked for them to leave, his voice rough, loud, and dripping with scorn. He growled he had no time to waste on little BRZ, glaring as if they'd personally insulted his forge by just walking in. Eldria quickly stepped forward, trying to reason with him. Her tone was pleading, her words sharp with urgency. She reminded Bram of everything Rain had done for the people of Esselin, chasing out corrupt nobles, making sure food got to the poor. She begged him not to dismiss Rain as just another aristocrat. Bram sneered. He muttered that he already knew who Rain was, a noble boy playing the hero. Sure, he'd done a few good things, killed a few rotten nobles, fed a few people, but Bram wasn't impressed. He declared that lords were supposed to do those things. Feeding people wasn't an achievement, it was the absolute minimum. Just like a blacksmith's job is to craft for others, a ruler's duty is to serve. No one praises a smith for doing his job, so why should Rain be treated differently? Rain surprised him by agreeing fully. He said Bram was right. It's a lord's duty to care for the people, and that's exactly why he was here today. That answer made Bram pause. He didn't show it, but something shifted behind his eyes. Bram then bluntly asked if Rain was here to request a forging job. Rain didn't hesitate. He laid everything out. He needed the gear designs Lizel once ordered, or, better yet, for Bram to recreate the gears himself. As soon as he finished, Bram's expression hardened. His scowl turned darker. He exploded in anger, shouting for them to leave. His voice cracked with fury as he said he wouldn't give them a single damn thing. Rain, puzzled, asked why. Bram's answer was steeped in pain. He said those gears had gotten Lizel killed. He blamed himself. If he hadn't pushed Lizel to use dragon crystal ore for safety, she might never have caught the eye of the noble who destroyed her. Guilt spilled out with every word. His hands trembled slightly as he said he'd never build anything like that again. Armando jumped on the contradiction. He reminded Bram of his earlier words that a blacksmith's job is to forge for others. So why was he refusing now? Wasn't that hypocrisy? Bram snapped for him to shut up. He said no means no. And even if they had the rare dragon ore, it just wasn't going to work. Rain wasn't backing down. He grabbed onto Bram's mention of dragon crystal ore and figured it had to be crucial. Only gears made from that special material could get Lizel's steam engine up and running. Bram's eyes flickered briefly at the logic, but he quickly covered it up with a layer of disdain. Rain pushed on, his tone edged sharp, almost like a challenge. He asked if there was any way that Bram, a master blacksmith, couldn't craft working gears out of plain old iron. Couldn't he manage it without the dragon ore? Provoked, Bram jabbed a finger at him and snapped that a kid like him knew nothing and needed to stop spouting nonsense. Then he waved toward the pile of iron ore in the room's corner, adding that only the ancient dragon tribe across the continent had the skill to melt raw iron ore into liquid form. He warned Rain to stop chasing wild dreams. Hearing that, Rain paused, lost in thought for a moment. He seemed to have reached some sort of idea. pointing at the forge to ask if Uncle Bram's forge simply couldn't get hot enough to melt iron ore into liquid. Bram shot him a look dripping with pure contempt, like Rain was the biggest fool in the room. He said there wasn't a single forge across the whole continent that could melt iron ore into liquid, calling it basic knowledge. Rain obviously lacked. Rain grinned and asked, what if he could build a forge that could melt iron ore? Would Bram believe him then? At that, a spark of excitement lit Bram's eyes, though he quickly shut them and acted like that wasn't anything special. He told Rain to stop bragging and said that if such a forge truly existed, it would totally change the Empire's entire metalworking game. He challenged what gave a young noble's kid the right to talk so boldly. Used to being underestimated, Rain wasn't offended. Instead, he made a request to put that question aside for now. What he really wanted to know was if he could actually create a forge that melted iron ore. Would Bram then forge the missing steam engine parts? Doubting Rain could pull it off, Bram nodded confidently and said, fine. If Rain really builds that forge, I'll make the gears. Hearing this, joy surged inside Rain. He finally got Bram to say yes, but then he quickly went serious again. Looking at Bram, he said it was settled and asked him to get the iron ore ready for smelting. Bram slowly headed for the door, but not before turning around to warn Rain that if he failed, he'd better leave and never come back. Once Bram left, Rain stayed still, eyes locked on the forge. He started running the numbers. Iron melts at 1,538 degrees Celsius, and clearly, the Rain forge could not get anywhere near that hot. The forge lacked an oxygen supply system, so under those conditions, the fuel's heat efficiency was far from optimal. Keeping that in mind, Rain grabbed a big hammer and slowly stepped toward the forge. Then with strong, steady strikes, he hammered down 4 times, tearing a sizable hole in the forge's structure. The sight shocked Elria. She rushed over, grabbed Rain's hand, and asked with deep worry what he was doing. Behind her, Aramando totally lost his cool. He yelled that Rain was crazy and had just ruined the old man's forge. How was Bram supposed to make the parts now? But Rain smiled and reassured them, saying he wasn't acting on a whim. He explained that those holes were extra oxygen inlets he designed himself. With those, the forge's burning efficiency would at least double, and the temperature would hit the level needed to melt iron ore. Eldria didn't understand a word he said. She still worried if Rain's claim could really be true, if such a simple tweak could really bring the forge to the right temperature. Rain once again urged her not to underestimate the power of science. He said that with extra fuel, the furnace would definitely be capable of melting iron ore into liquid. Just then, Bram came back, carrying a big basin filled with iron ore. He said the ore was extremely tough, but paused abruptly at the sight of his furnace with 2 large, new holes ripped into it. Furious, he yelled that Rain was just a spoiled brat for messing up his furnace. He demanded to know if Rain even understood how much hard work went into building it. He declared he was ready to risk everything to take Rain down that very day. Calm as ever, Rain told him to chill out and that this wasn't the time for anger. Rain assured him that the furnace was now capable of melting iron ore into liquid. Still skeptical, Bram yelled that Rain must think forging was some kind of joke. He accused Rain of acting like he knew more than the blacksmith himself. Bram questioned if Rain even grasped how tough the ore actually was. Bram explained that a regular furnace couldn't hit the required temperature, and having holes would just let heat escape, dropping the temperature even further. Not wanting to get into more details, Rain simply said they should go ahead and start smelting. He pointed out that they already had all the materials and fuel ready, and all they needed to do was toss them in and watch the truth unfold. Trying to keep his anger in check, Bram agreed to give it a shot. He wanted to see exactly what trick Rain was trying to pull. He growled that if the ore didn't melt, he'd beat Rain senseless. Bram then began loading the materials into the furnace and kicked off the smelting process. Everyone in the room, except Rain, watched closely, holding their breath to see if Rain's claim would actually hold up. It didn't take long before their eyes lit up with excitement. The iron ore started melting, and streams of molten metal slowly flowed out of the furnace. Eldria gasped in shock, exclaiming that it really was melting. The iron ore had actually turned into liquid metal. She asked how that was even possible. Armando looked at Rain with curious eyes, eager to figure out how it all worked. Without rushing to explain, Rain smiled and glanced at Bram. He asked Bram what he thought. Bram looked like he'd just snapped out of a dream. He stammered for a moment, then his expression shifted from disbelief to pure excitement. He asked how Rain had pulled it off. Bram marveled that just making 2 holes had heated the furnace enough to melt iron ore. Rain replied casually that it had to do with some basic aerodynamic principles. He added that if Bram wanted, he could go into the details later. But for now, Rain asked if Bram could help him forge the gear Miss Liesel had left behind. Hearing this, Bram's excitement slowly faded. He let out a long sigh and finally nodded, agreeing to help forge the gear. He admitted that Rain had won the bet. Still, he didn't forget to throw out a warning. He said if that noble came back to stir up trouble, he wouldn't be responsible for what happened next. Rain's eyes turned icy cold as he calmly replied not to worry. If the noble didn't come looking for him, then Rain would find that noble himself. After Rain modified the furnace to reach the temperature needed to melt the iron billets, Bram finished the missing part for the steam engine. With the gear finally in hand, Rain and his team rushed back to Lizel's laboratory. Rain carefully examined the gear's structure, a big smile spreading across his face. At last, he held the core piece required to finish the steam engine, a massive breakthrough that would kickstart an industrial era in a world ruled by magic. Standing beside him, Leah couldn't hide her concern. She said the gear looked sturdy, but she wasn't sure it could handle the intense pressure of the steam engine. If it cracked or broke during use, it could put him in serious danger. From behind her, Eldria quickly chimed in, suggesting that maybe she should ask her tribe to hunt for some dragon crystal ore instead, since that would provide safer, more reliable protection. As an experienced industrial engineer, Rain responded with a confident grin. He explained there was no need to worry. Lizel only used dragon crystal ore because her grasp of industrial engineering wasn't that deep. Hearing this, Armando frowned, his frustration barely masked in his voice. He told Rain not to disrespect his master like that. Rain chuckled softly, shooting a sharp look at Armando. He told him to worry about himself and reminded him of their deal. If Rain successfully repaired the steam engine, Armando would obediently become his subordinate. Though clenching his fists in frustration, Armando stood his ground firmly. He promised that he would honor his word. As long as Rain truly finished the repairs, he would uphold every single term of their bet. At that very moment, Rain slowly slid the gear into the vacant slot of the machine. With each mechanical part fitting perfectly into place, a powerful feeling of satisfaction swelled up in his chest. Once everything was securely locked in, Rain called everyone over. He told them to get ready, because they were about to witness something miraculous. Then, he pulled the lever. Just like he hoped, the steam engine trembled slightly at first, then gradually settled into a steady beat. Thick white steam hissed from the boiler, accompanied by a loud roaring noise. It was like hearing the birth cry of a brand new era. Eldria couldn't hide her excitement. She exclaimed, "It works!" praised Lord Rain, and cheered that the machine was up and running. Standing in the midst of the thick white mist, Armando stayed quiet, his heart flooded with emotion. He had never pictured living long enough to see the miracle his beloved master had devoted her life to come back to life. Right then, a rush of memories hit him hard. Vivid flashes of his teacher, their adventures across uncharted lands, the tough metallurgy lessons, even the scoldings over his many mistakes. Every single moment, whether joyful or painful, had become a priceless memory he meant to hold on to forever. When Lizel finished the steam engine, her face bore the exhaustion of days without rest, but her eyes shone with relentless excitement. From that day on, people's lives would slowly start to improve thanks to her invention. Yet, this very machine also brought the tragedy that took her life. Years of buried feelings surged like a flood, and Armando could no longer stand. Falling to the floor, he sobbed, crying out that his master's wish, her dream, had finally come true. Watching this emotional scene, Eldria looked a bit concerned. She glanced at Rain, searching silently for guidance, but Rain just shook his head and told her to let Armando have his moment. He explained these were tears held back for many years, and shedding them would help him find peace again. 3 hours later, Lizel's laboratory welcomed a new guest. Bram arrived, curiosity having gotten the best of him. He wanted to understand how a simple iron part could bring the steam engine to life. After seeing the machine with his own eyes, Bram wore a confused look. To him, it seemed the engine's only purpose was to blow out smoke. Eldria agreed with Bram's view but admitted she was a little thrilled to see a machine running without magic. Still, when it came to real usefulness, she noted that besides releasing steam, the machine didn't seem to do much more. Hearing their remarks, Rain let out a quiet sigh. Just as he ready to answer, Bram shook his head, his tone laced with sarcasm. He said the device seemed to just puff smoke and scare people. Unable to stand the dismissive attitude, Rain stepped forward. His voice stayed calm, but it was filled with strong conviction. He explained that what they were looking at was a steam engine, not just a machine that blew out steam. It was the cornerstone of an industrial civilization. His use of unfamiliar words left everyone staring at him wide-eyed, like he had just uttered nonsense. Gently resting his hand on the machine's frame, Rain went on. He said this device produced powerful force, turning gears and powering other machines. It could run textile mills, drive vehicles, and someday even arm weapons of war. He declared the steam engine the greatest invention in human history. Even if she didn't catch every detail, Eldria felt the weight of the future Rain described. Bram folded his arms, nodding with partial admiration, though a hint of doubt lingered. He said it all sounded impressive, but questioned if the machine really was as incredible as Rain claimed. Rain smiled, confidence shining in his eyes. He said he understood their doubts but promised, In time, they'd see its true worth. From that moment on, he vowed to guide them step by step into the industrial era, so they could witness the real power of progress firsthand. His words sparked fresh energy in the room, fueling lively conversations among the group. But just then, from afar, a voice called out, urgent and loud. Someone was shouting for Lord Rain. It was Rosalind, galloping toward them on horseback. When she arrived, she quickly jumped down and bowed respectfully to Rain. She informed him that Lady Priscilla had just crossed into their territory. The moment Rain heard his sister had arrived, a bright smile spread across his face. He was especially close with Priscilla. With the dam project he designed nearly finished, now was the perfect chance to persuade her to invest more in his industrial plans. Rosalind then hurried on, her tone a bit breathless. She relayed that Lady Priscilla had sent a special message, saying she prepared a unique gift for Rain and wanted him to come back right away. Rain's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately began running the numbers in his head, hoping it was gold or cold cash, thinking he might finally not have to ask her for money this time. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked Rosalind if she had any idea what kind of gift it was. Her face grew more serious. Her eyes darkened and her voice softened. She revealed that the gift was a group of young women who had just come of age. At those words, Rain's eyes went wide with shock. His expression was pure disbelief and confusion. He never expected a gift like that from his sister. In that moment, one thought flashed through his mind: this kind of gift wasn't meant for him at all. Once Rain heard his sister had arrived in Island City, he hurried straight to the Lord's mansion without delay. The moment he stepped into the grand hall, a soft figure sped toward him and wrapped her arms tightly around him. She was so happy that she clung to her little brother without a second thought, hugging him so fiercely that his face got buried in the gentle curves of her chest, making his cheeks turn a deep shade of red as he awkwardly tilted his head to peer up at her. He said he missed her too, but stammered that he had an important question first. Before finishing, he pointed toward the group of young women quietly standing by the corner. Each one looked radiant and undeniably beautiful. With a more serious tone, he asked why they were there. Priscilla smirked with a playful sparkle in her eyes and teased him, asking what was wrong and if he was feeling shy, then added with mock innocence that maybe none of them were his type. Rain scratched the back of his head and sighed in frustration. He said that wasn't the point, but ever since the girls arrived, the servants and guards had been giving him weird looks, which was honestly starting to make him uncomfortable. Priscilla widened her eyes in genuine surprise and seriously asked if anyone here dared to disrespect the city lord. Rain's gaze drifted toward Leah, who stood silently in the back. What bothered him most was her unreadable expression, so cold and distant, it unsettled him deeply. He couldn't help but wonder if she now thought he was some kind of creep. That thought made him lean closer to Priscilla and whisper that Leah's face looked unusually stern, and she, usually so gentle, seemed like she wanted to kill him. Priscilla, by contrast, found it all pretty funny. She chuckled softly and suggested that Leah was probably acting that way because she cared about him. She added that maybe Leah had a crush on him and was just jealous. Priscilla's impulsive nature and simple outlook left Rain feeling totally helpless. With a long sigh, he accepted there was no way to change his sister's thinking. He squared his shoulders and spoke firmly, asking her to stop joking and just tell him the real reason she brought all these girls here. Seeing her brother finally serious, she calmly answered that it was because of the letter he had sent her. Rain frowned in confusion and asked what in his letter made her think bringing a whole group of girls was necessary. Priscilla responded with a mysterious smile. She explained that, in his letter, he had mentioned being distracted by Rosalind, so she figured he might need new options to widen his horizons. She then motioned toward the group and said each of the women came from different backgrounds and had unique personalities. She brought them to find out what kind of woman Rena really liked. Rain cut her off, clearly flustered. He insisted she had completely misunderstood and that he never said he had feelings for Rosalind. He was quick to say this was just a big mix-up. Priscilla covered her mouth with a playful smile and suggested maybe she had gotten the wrong idea. Then, with a cheeky grin, she complimented Rosalind, calling her a wonderful girl, and teased if Rain was sure he didn't want to rethink things. Before Rain could reply, Priscilla shifted her focus to Leah with a mischievous smirk. She asked Leah if she'd be okay with Rain potentially taking a few more wives. The question clearly caught Leah off guard, but after a brief pause, she composed herself. Leah calmly replied that Lady Priscilla must be joking and reminded everyone she was just Lord Rain's servant. She explained she had no right to get involved in such personal choices, and whatever Lord Rain decided was entirely his business. Rain sighed again, feeling helpless, then looked toward Leah to reassure her. He told her not to take anything his sister said seriously. At that moment, Priscilla's eyes narrowed slightly. She picked up on something. Leah's hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles faintly trembling, as if she was holding back a surge of anger. Priscilla thought maybe she'd pushed the joke too far. Her gaze shifted to her followers, and with a cooler tone, she declared the joke was over and ordered the girls to be escorted downstairs to rest. One of the women immediately bowed, responding respectfully with, "Yes, my lady," and quickly carried out the order. Back in the office, the mood relaxed, and Rain and Priscilla finally settled down for a proper chat. Rain spoke first, sharing that in just a few days, the island city dam would be finished. He explained the project wouldn't just control water flow but also irrigate nearby farms. Plus, it could become a large-scale hydroelectric power source. Hearing this, Priscilla looked a bit flustered. Inside, she admitted she had no clue what a dam, a generator, or even a steam engine was. To her, it sounded like some kind of advanced magical setup. Ray noticed her confusion and smiled. He patiently explained these were devices designed to harness the power of moving water to operate machines. He said they produced a new kind of energy that lights up buildings, runs machines, and boosts everyday productivity. He stressed it wasn't magic, nor mechanical runecraft. It was a totally different system, based on engineering. Priscilla still didn't fully get it, but she nodded, her eyes showing genuine interest. She asked if what he was doing could really help solve the nation's food shortage. Rain firmly confirmed it could. He said that while it might sound unbelievable, it wasn't some wild dream. It was simply another path, built on knowledge and science, not muscle or magic. Priscilla leaned back, her eyes sharp and tone colder. She asked where exactly he'd learned all this. She reminded him that back then he never cared to read a single book, always obsessed with sword training. Her eyes narrowed even more, and her voice grew intense. She asked straight up who he really was and what had happened to her little brother. Rain froze for a moment, a cold sweat forming on his neck. Outwardly, he tried to stay calm, but inside he was spiraling. He thought about how sharp she'd always been. He remembered waking up in this world, aching badly, probably from a sword training accident. Locked under her gaze, Rain chose to play the role of the pitiful little brother. He slumped his shoulders, lowered his head, and looked completely beaten. He told her he was still her brother and that about 2 weeks ago, after waking injured, he couldn't train with a sword anymore. Stuck at home with nothing else to do, he had started reading just to pass the time. Priscilla frowned slightly, then seemed to recall something. She murmured that Leah once mentioned in a letter how, after he recovered, he'd begun reading obsessively due to his health. The doubt in her eyes began to fade away. A gentle smile appeared on her lips as she asked if those books came from their family library. She admitted she didn't remember seeing anything quite like what he described and asked him to describe the book's appearance. At that, Rain reached into his coat pocket and pulled out an old, worn notebook, the journal belonging to Lizzle. He handed it to Priscilla and said the stuff he'd been reading was something like that. Priscilla flipped through the pages, her eyes gradually growing wider with amazement. The bizarre theories and wildly impractical diagrams unfolded like a peek into an entirely new world. She glanced back at her younger brother, her expression now brimming with pride and warmth. She told him she was impressed and joked that only her little brother could take a few strange books and turn them into something real. Rain scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He admitted he had only dived into those materials because he couldn't train in martial arts anymore. Priscilla moved closer and stood beside him. Her voice softened as she said she understood what he had been through, and that she knew he hadn't given up swordsmanship out of weakness, but because he had to survive. She urged him not to push himself too hard and promised he could always count on her no matter what. Wrapped in the warmth of her hug, a deep family bond he'd never felt before in his past life washed over Rain. He smiled faintly and said he really was doing okay. He told her that he was alive and well and even came up with ideas that could actually help others. Priscilla gently responded that it was good to hear, reminding him once more that she'd always be by his side. She said if there was any place in the territory that needed help, all he had to do was ask. She would give him everything she had. Rain couldn't help but smile, thinking that sounded a lot like a favor request. Without missing a beat, he spoke confidently. He said that as it happened, there was one special place where he truly needed her help. Hearing that Rain had an important favor to ask, Priscilla smiled, playfully stretching the moment. She teased him, saying it hadn't even been that long and he was already asking for help again. She leaned back in her chair, inviting him to go ahead and explain what it was this time. Rain stepped forward, voice steady and sincere. He said he hoped she would invest in him, clarifying that his plans involved the future growth of Isel. Priscilla raised an eyebrow. Deep down, she already suspected Rain wouldn't be asking unless this was serious. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, then chuckled softly. She pointed out that he had already secured a fair number of resources from the nobles in the city and asked if that wasn't enough. Rain calmly shook his head, offering a small smile. He said it wasn't money he needed, now what he really needed was people. He lifted his gaze, eyes steady with determination. He explained that Isel had suffered heavy damage from both war and natural disasters, and the population had dropped dramatically. He went on to say skilled workers, artisans, knowledgeable farmers, and capable administrators were now in short supply, And those were the crucial pieces needed for rebuilding. Priscilla's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She asked if what he was really asking was for her to send people from her domain to Il. Rain nodded and said he hoped she could lend several craftsmen, farmers, and administrators to support the rebuilding efforts. He quickly added that he'd cover all the costs involved. He promised these people would have housing, food, clothing, and even access to the advanced technologies he was working on. Priscilla fingered her hair rhythmically, lost in thought. The people Rain was asking for weren't just random citizens, they were the backbone of her territory, not something she could easily part with. Hearing this, Rain's face tightened slightly with worry. He reminded her she'd promised to support him. He pressed further, asking if she was going back on her word now. He added that if Isel was to thrive, the benefits would come back to her as well. Priscilla chuckled softly and shook her head. She told him not to rush to accuse her. She said she'd send the people he requested, but on one condition. Rain asked what that condition was. Priscilla leaned in slightly and said he'd need to prove himself first. She explained that he had to deliver real results, clear evidence that sending those people wouldn't waste time, energy, or her trust. Rain's lips curled into a faint smile, and his eyes lit up with confidence as he declared that he had no doubts. He promised to show how industrial power could change their future. Time passed, and in a lavish room, Priscilla sat alone in her chair, her gaze fixed through the tall window at the night outside. Standing quietly before her was her loyal servant, Gwen. Priscilla spoke softly but proudly, saying that in the end, what she feared never came true. Rain had not become just a puppet for the king. He was still the little brother, she remembered. Gwen responded in a slow, respectful tone. She agreed, saying Lord Rain was clever, and now he was dedicating himself to rebuilding ILC, making it more prosperous each day. Suddenly, Priscilla's eyes narrowed, and her voice lowered, simmering with fury. She said she would never forgive what the king had done. Poisoning her brother was something she could never forget. She gripped the armrest of her chair tight, her voice dropping cold and filled with deadly intent. She said that because of the king, Rain could no longer train in martial arts. Thanks to him, her brother was doomed by poison. She declared that to make things even, the king should lose one of his own children. Without hesitation, she issued the command. Her voice turned icy as she told Gwen to find out where the royal heirs were. She ordered her to identify the easiest target to strike so the king would pay. Gwen dropped to one knee, performing the noble retainer's formal bow. Her expression was resolute and unwavering. She promised everything would be handled swiftly and cleanly. Even as the revenge plan got underway, Priscilla's eyes blazed with rage. Deep inside, she cursed the king again and again. She thought that if he dared to harm the person she treasured most, he'd only have himself to blame for what came next. She vowed to return his pain 10 times over if she had to. Far away, the scene shifted to a remote forest. The ground was dark, damp, and thick with nightfall. A group moved swiftly and quietly along narrow paths littered with wet, rotting leaves. Behind them were 3 horse-drawn carriages, each covered tightly with rough cloth, hiding whatever or whoever lay inside. One of the men, trailing behind the wagons, turned and grinned. He told the leader they'd caught some primo goods this time. He added that once they made the delivery, they'd be rolling in money. Another man, a few steps back, clicked his tongue in frustration. He complained that most of the cash would still go to that old miser Albert, who just sat back and pocketed the largest share without doing a thing. A third man scornfully joined in, saying that they were the ones risking their necks, while Albert only had to mumble a few words to see the gold roll in. He grumbled about how much it sucked to work like that. Hearing their complaints, the leader suddenly snapped. His voice cut the air like a whip. He barked at them to shut their mouths. Turning to face them, his gaze was cold and piercing. He reminded them that even though Albert was greedy, he was still their backbone. Without him, he asked, did they really think they could roam freely through Isels all these years? He emphasized every word, laying down a sharp warning. If they weren't willing to keep working, they were free to walk away right then and there. The tension in the air grew thick like a drawn bowstring. Nobody dared to speak. Just then, a scout came running back toward the group. Pale and out of breath, he stumbled up to the leader and gasped something was wrong. The leader asked sharply what had happened. The scout, struggling to catch his breath, said there was a new lord of ILC. The leader stared at him, stunned. He repeated the words in disbelief. A new lord? Since when? The scout swallowed hard and explained that when he got close to the city gate, all the guards looked unfamiliar. He said he tried some small talk and slipped them a few coins, but instead of taking the bribe, they questioned him, demanding his name, his purpose, and why he was arriving at such a late hour. He said he had to lie about visiting family just to keep things low-key and get out without any trouble. Later, while staying at a small inn near the city gate, he caught wind of whispers that chilled him to his core. Albert was no longer the Lord of Islam. That news threw the whole group into chaos. One of the guys, panic written all over his face, spoke up and said, maybe we should turn back. He warned that things were way too unstable now, and pushing ahead could lead them straight into disaster. The leader shot him a glare and growled in frustration. He snapped that going back was not an option. Turn back with what, exactly? He challenged. There's no turning back now. He took a deep breath and explained that the women they were hauling had already been pre-ordered by Duke Eska and one of the Empire's longtime clients. The deal was set at 3,000 gold coins, and if they didn't deliver, they'd have nothing left to offer. He warned that failure was not an option. Still uneasy, the same guy asked what would happen if the new lord denied them entry into the city. The leader scoffed, eyes cold with contempt. He said it didn't matter who was in charge, everyone had a price. If needed, they just pay more. He claimed money always gets the job done. Then he turned and gave orders they camp there overnight. Tomorrow, they disguised themselves as merchants and sneaked the women into the city. If all went well, they could keep pulling off these runs. Just then, a fat man spoke up, clearly unfazed by the risk. He asked the leader if the boys could have a little fun that night. His logic, who knew if they'd even see tomorrow? Another guy joined in, laughing crude and loud. He said since they'd come this far, they might as well enjoy a little sweetness before heading straight into hell. The leader glanced over his men, disgusted by their lack of discipline. After a moment, he sighed and spoke quietly. He gave in but warned them to leave the red-haired girl alone. As for the others, they can do whatever they want, he said. Two of the thugs lit up with excitement, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Their eyes roamed hungrily toward the wagons, sharp and predatory. Not long after, the traffickers set up a rough camp near a hidden cave in the forest. Two thugs grabbed a young woman from one of the wagons. She screamed in terror, tears streaming down her face, begging for mercy. The fat man licked his lips with desire burning in his eyes, drool threatening to drip from his chin. He told her to calm down and promised to be gentle. Ignoring her frantic cries, the two men forced her down. Firelight flickered across their twisted faces as the girl thrashed and sobbed. Her screams were filled with horror and helplessness. Then, slicing through the night like a blade, came a voice sharp, cold, and unmistakable. The order was clear. Let her go. Instantly, everything froze. From the thick forest mist, a lone figure stepped forward. It was Rosaline, her hair tied back, eyes sharp as twin arrows, locked on the scum before her. In her hand, a gleaming spear caught the firelight. She demanded to know who they were and what they were doing there. The air grew cold, and silence swallowed the camp whole. Seeing that the challenger was just a woman, the bandits didn't look worried at all. Their faces twisted into mocking smiles as they advanced slowly, eyes glowing with nasty intent. But Rosaline stood her ground. Her voice stayed steady, her stare sharp as a blade, repeating her question about what they were doing to the girl. The fat man barely noticed the fire in her eyes. What caught his attention were her curves, not her courage. With a lewd smirk, he spoke in a greasy tone, insinuating she probably knew exactly what they were up to, and maybe she'd want to join them. He added she'd have a good time if she did. In that instant, everything snapped clear as day for Rosaline. Her face hardened, eyes blazing with quiet fury. Without another word, she sprang into action. In a blur, she charged at the two bandits. They barely had time to react before her spear cracked into the skinny one's skull. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed, his head twisting gruesomely as he dropped dead. The fat one stumbled back, panic written all over his face, clutching his head and stammering. But Rosaline didn't slow down. Her spear shot out again. This time, the spear plunged deep into his swollen torso. Blood splattered everywhere as his agonized scream pierced the night, ending with a heavy thud as his body hit the ground. He didn't even have a moment to regret his misdeeds. The sounds of the quick, fierce battle echoed through the cave. Startled by the noise, the rest of the bandits scrambled out to see what was going on. Horror filled their eyes when they spotted their fallen comrades sprawled out on the dirt, blood soaking the earth beneath them. Rosaline stepped forward, spear in hand, her presence commanding the scene. She moved like a natural warrior, every move radiating power. A subtle, almost holy glow shimmered faintly around her, as if some divine force was guarding her. The bandits exchanged fearful glances, frozen in place by panic. Not a single one dared to advance. Instead, they turned tail and fled deeper into the cave, desperate to warn their leader. Hearing their panic, the leader emerged. Annoyance flickered across his face, but only a few steps in, he froze, eyes fixed on the bloody bodies and his men scattering in terror. One of them yelled out in desperation, calling the woman a demon. Behind them, the fat man's lifeless form lay drenched in blood. The leader's face twisted with rage. His voice thundered as he demanded to know what she wanted from them and why they were under attack. Rosaline stood firm, emotionless. Her voice was calm and icy as she asked if the girl they had just attacked had been kidnapped. The leader stepped forward, trying to take control. He straightened up and, forcing seriousness, insisted she had it all wrong. He explained they were slave traders operating under Duke Eska's authority, claiming they were delivering slaves to legitimate buyers and insisting everything was above board. He pulled out a permit as proof and held it toward her. Upon hearing the name Duke Eska, Rosaline narrowed her eyes. A memory surfaced Rain's voice during patrol briefings, warning her to be cautious of anyone linked to Duke Eska. Back then, she asked if there was a specific reason. Rain had only smiled and said that if she ever met troublemakers from that area, she'd know what to do. While she was still mulling this over, the bandit leader flashed a gold coin and held it out to her. His smug grin showed he thought he could fix this with a simple bribe. Even without knowing Rain's full warning, Rosaline's loyalty to him was unshakable. She trusted his judgment way more than some permit or excuse. Without hesitation, she slapped the coin away. Her voice rang out sharp and fierce, demanding to know who Duke Eska even was and how they dared stir trouble on Lord Rain's land. She declared that unless they all dropped to their knees right then, she wouldn't show an ounce of mercy. The leader's face twisted in fury, realizing this wouldn't end peacefully. He snarled, calling her a filthy brat, and warned her not to think they were scared. If she wanted to be stubborn, he threatened, she shouldn't expect to walk out of the forest alive. Following his command, more bandits emerged from the shadows, surrounding her. Still, Rosaline stayed cool. She spun her spear gracefully before driving its base into the ground with a solid thud. Her eyes swept the group as she issued one last warning. They had one shot left: surrender or die. But the bandits were confident. Their leader raised his blade and shouted the attack command. They charged, completely encircling her. Leading them, the bandit leader swung at her with deadly intent. Rosaline didn't even flinch. With a single motion of her spear, she knocked him off his feet, sending him crashing down. At the same moment, she lunged forward and landed a fierce kick to his chest that sent him flying across the cave. He slammed hard against the ground, groaning in pain, utterly defeated. She approached slowly, the tip of her spear pressed firmly against his throat. Her voice cut cold and commanding through the air as she warned them that if they valued their lives, they'd drop to their knees. Right then, the patrol knights arrived, rushing in with worried looks. Rosaline assured them she was fine and quickly gave orders. She instructed them to bind the captured bandits and lock them up in the dungeon. She added she would report straight to Lord Rain, who would decide their fate. In just minutes, the knights had rounded up the entire gang. The bandits, stunned and defeated, offered no resistance as they were restrained. Night fell deeper, but the work pressed on. Meanwhile, back at the Lord's mansion, Rain stayed in his study, candlelight flickering over a scatter of papers. Even though it was late, he kept working, eyes glued to blueprints and strategy. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock at the door. A voice called out, "Rosaline," with an important update. Rain gave the okay to come in. Rosaline strode inside confidently and immediately dropped to one knee in full respect. She reported having just captured a group of merchants from Duke Eska's territory. Rain's eyes lit up with satisfaction at this unexpected chance to confront Duke Eska. He praised her for the job and asked what goods they were transporting. Rosaline's face darkened as she revealed they were trading slaves, trafficking them, even carrying official documents with Duke Eska's seal. Before she could say more, a loud crack echoed through the room. Rain slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted with rage. He yelled that those scoundrels had the nerve to steal his labor force and sell his property. He shouted that those miserable lowlifes had a death wish. After confirming that the slave traffickers were in custody, Rain's anger boiled over. He immediately ordered Rosaline to lead him to the dungeon so he could confront them personally. At that moment, the ringleader was held in a separate cell, remaining calm and arrogant. Street smart and hardened by years of crime, he didn't even flinch when footsteps approached. Sure of Duke Eska's protection, he believed no one would dare touch him. Rain entered the cell with a cold, intense glare. He stared down the bandit, voice sharp with fury, demanding how they dared traffic humans on his land. The ringleader sneered in reply, mocking Rain for having the guts to challenge Duke Eska. He added he wasn't sure how Rain managed to replace the fool Eldritch as Lord, but advised him to cooperate instead of resisting, otherwise his end would be miserable. Those words made Rain pause. His face shifted as he pieced it together. The idea that the former city lord, Eldritch, had been working with these traffickers all along started to feel real. Noticing Rain's silent realization, the ringleader smirked with satisfaction. Then he bragged they shipped hundreds of women every year to the Obi's empire, and what Rain saw was just a tiny part of the whole operation. Rain's eyes burned with rage. He repeated in disbelief, just a tiny part, meaning more captives were hidden somewhere else. He demanded to know where the rest of the women were being kept. The ringleader's smirk twisted into a cruel sneer as he burst out laughing harshly. He said if Rain wanted that info, he'd have to get down on his knees and beg, and even then, he wasn't spilling a thing. Rain fought to stay calm. He reminded the man his life was now in his hands and warned that silence would only lead to unbearable regret. But the ringleader remained fearless. He repeated that Duke Eska's protection shielded him and warned that if Rain touched him, he'd be condemning himself too. At those words, Rain let out a dry laugh. It was ridiculous that someone would try to threaten him with political protection right in his own domain. That kind of claim held no weight here under his rule. The ringleader's confidence faltered a bit at Rain's reply. Still, he insisted Rain was bluffing, that such threats wouldn't scare him. Not wanting to waste time on empty threats, Rain turned to Leah, who had been standing quietly behind him. With a simple gesture, he gave her the go-ahead. Without hesitation, Leah flicked her wrist, sending a small dagger flying through the air. It plunged deep into the ringleader's shoulder, drawing a sharp cry of pain as he stumbled back, blood streaming down his arm. Rain, watching calmly, spoke again. "Now, are you ready to behave and talk?" The ringleader, breaths ragged and sweat-soaked, finally broke. He confessed the rest of the slaves were held in an abandoned hunter's cabin deep in the southern forest. With that info locked down, Rain turned to Leah and ordered her to contact Rosaline immediately. The cavalry was ordered to move out immediately to rescue the captives without any delay. Before leaving, Rain shot one last piercing look at the ringleader. His voice was low and menacing as he warned that if the man was lying, he'd make him regret ever being born. After Rain walked away, the ringleader chuckled quietly to himself. He whispered that the boy was already dead. That cabin, he thought smugly, was guarded by assassins personally trained by Count Eska. No matter how many soldiers Rain brought, none would make it out alive. Soon after, Rain and a squad of knights arrived at the cabin hidden deep in the southern woods. While Rain waited outside, Rosaline moved forward carefully, her heavily armed knights trailing closely behind. She examined the area thoroughly and quickly came back with her report. She confirmed strange activity around the cabin wasn't a lie. Without hesitation, Rain ordered the knights to surround the entire perimeter, making sure no one could escape. With the perimeter secure, Rain stepped inside the cabin with Rosaline and Leah following. Rosaline took the lead, weapon drawn, announcing she would open the door. The moment the old wooden door creaked open, they all froze. Inside, cages lined the walls, each covered with rough cloth. From underneath, trembling voices filled with fear begged not to be harmed, pleading for mercy, promising to do anything if only they were spared. Moving further in, the horror only deepened. There weren't just a few cages, there were dozens. Each cage held several young women, locked away like livestock. Rain quickly gave the order to start rescue efforts immediately. Rosaline rushed to unlock one cage, but as she did, an arrow suddenly shot from the shadows. Instinctively, she drew her sword mid-swing and smashed the arrow apart. She called out urgently, warning Rain that they were walking into an ambush. Almost instantly, the cavalry burst into the cabin, forming a tight shield wall around Rain, pressing their large shields together like an unbreakable fortress. From the shadows, the assassins began to emerge. Leading them was a tall man with cold, ruthless eyes. He scanned the knights and asked if they served Grand Duke Alden, saying they wanted no fight and preferred to settle this peacefully. Rosaline snapped back there was nothing to talk about with scum like them. She was ready to order an attack when Rain suddenly raised a hand, telling her to hold. He faced the assassins and asked exactly what they wanted to discuss. The leader's slight smile showed he was glad for a chance to talk. He explained they'd been trafficking slaves for Duke Eska for years. A prime female slave could fetch thousands of gold coins, sometimes even more. He made them an offer. If Rain cooperated, they'd share a cut of the profits with him every year. Plus, he added with a grin, they could supply him with a few slaves tailored exactly to his tastes for free. Rosaline's eyes flared with anger at that, and she looked ready to strike him down right there, but what caught her off guard was Rain's reaction. He almost smiled, staying calm, cool, and intrigued. He said it was an interesting proposal and casually asked how much money they planned to offer him. The question shocked everyone present. Even Rosaline froze, her anger giving way to confusion. None of them understood what Rain was up to. Hearing Rain ask about his cut, the slave leader smirked confidently. He replied if Rain worked with them, they'd pay him 10,000 gold coins each year. Rain's faint smile wasn't from amusement, but pure disdain. He thought the offer was laughably low, an insult disguised as a deal, like the man thought he was some beggar begging for scraps. He said his sister gave him more pocket money every single month. The leader's confident expression faltered, clearly rattled by that comeback, but he composed himself and asked calmly how much Rain wanted. Without hesitation, Rain stated 100,000 gold coins every month. The words hit the slaver like a thunderclap. He stared in disbelief. He stood there, stunned by what he'd just heard, convinced Rain had to be joking. The demand was so outrageous, it was almost laughable. Even if they sold slaves all year long, they would never come close to that kind of money. Rain sighed, a hint of frustration in his voice. He said that if they weren't willing to pay, there was no reason to keep talking. His eyes grew icy as he turned to Rosaline with a sharp order. turn them into porcupines. Right away, the knights raised their bows. Arrows gleamed sharply in the moonlight as dozens were drawn back, aimed dead on at the slavers, ready to fly at a moment's notice. The leader panicked, shouting for Rain to hold on. He insisted he couldn't decide on his own and begged for permission to go back and report to Duke Eska. But inside, his thoughts were darker. He told himself that if he could just escape, he'd bring troops from the Duke, and Rain's small band wouldn't stand a chance against the reinforcements. To show he was serious, the leader quickly pulled out a heavy pouch, saying it held 10,000 gold coins. He pleaded with Rain to accept it and let him go. But Rain stayed cold and unmoved, his expression deadpan. He refused the offer and once again commanded Rosaline to attack. His firm tone sent chills through the slavers. In no time, they abandoned the building, sprinting away as fast as they could. They scrambled up the rugged mountainside behind the cabin, hoping the rough terrain would hide them from pursuit. Rosaline's sharp voice cut through the night as she barked an order to her knights. She commanded that not a single one was to get away. At her word, the knights released their arrows. Steel bolts zipped through the air like lightning, hunting down the fleeing targets. The leader, seeing his men in danger, called on his water elemental magic. With a swift motion, a shimmering white barrier rose, shielding his men from the deadly arrows. But that brief pause to cast gave Rosaline the chance she needed. She surged forward with lightning speed and unleashed a powerful slash. The strike nearly took him out on the spot, but at the last second, he twisted just enough to escape with his life. Rosaline's eyes narrowed with cold determination. She declared all his men were already under their control and told him to face his fate. The slaver leader spun around, glancing at his men. They were collapsing under the relentless pressure of Rain's knights, their strength fading fast. Fear filled his eyes, knowing if it continued, all of them would be wiped out. In desperation, his gaze locked onto Rain. A grim idea formed. He realized his only chance was to capture Rain as a hostage. With that, he shouted for his men to create a distraction while he made his move. The plan kicked into motion immediately. The slavers lunged forward recklessly, crashing into the knights to stir up chaos. Seeing this, Rosaline urgently warned Rain to stay alert. She ordered her soldiers to defend their lord at all costs, warning no enemy should come near him. The outer circle of knights closed in fast, raising shields to form a protective barrier. But it seemed too late. The slaver leader had closed the distance, eyes burning with triumph. Seizing the moment, he bellowed that Rain had only brought this on himself. But just as victory seemed certain, a cool voice cut through the chaos. It warned he was asking for death. The leader's eyes widened in shock as a massive fist appeared right before him. Leah had moved like a flash, positioning herself next to Rain, and her punch landed square on his face. The force sent him flying, slamming hard into the ground with bone-jarring impact. His eyes bulged with disbelief, panic spreading across his face. He'd never expected interference so suddenly, especially not from her. Pulling himself up from the rubble, he shouted furiously at her, demanding how a simple maid could knock him down. Humiliation burned deep inside him. Being beaten by a woman only stoked his fury more. Ignoring his wounds, he charged again, not to capture but to kill. But his plan would never come to pass. As he closed in, Leah struck back, this time with a devastating kick. The sheer power of that strike wiped out his fighting ability entirely. He flipped wildly through the air, his body tumbling helplessly on the ground before landing hard at the knight's feet. The knights breathed a sigh of relief and quickly moved to pin him down. To them, he was already beaten, just a useless mess ready to be discarded. But Leah wasn't done yet. Her voice crackled with fury as she charged at him again, yelling that he had the nerve to touch Lord Rain. Lying broken on the ground, the slaver leader slowly forced his eyes open. In that brief moment of panic, desperation took over. He made a last-ditch decision. With shaky hands, he pulled a small knife from his belt and flung it straight at Rain. The blade sliced through the air faster than lightning, too quick for Leah to stop. She turned her head in shock, eyes wide, but it was already too late. The knife slammed deep into Rain's shoulder with a sickening thud. Gasps of horror broke out around him as panic spread through the knights. But Rain, despite the burning pain, stayed calm. His voice steady, he told them not to lose their heads and ordered them to hold the line strong. Yet, his words couldn't soothe those who cared most about him. To Rosalind and Leah, nothing mattered more than his safety. They both hurried to his side, commanding the knights to form a tight protective circle around him. In the midst of the chaos, the slaver leader saw his chance. He scrambled to his feet and slipped quietly into the shadows, fleeing the battlefield with every scrap of strength he had left. Rosaline's eyes dropped to Rain's wound, and her heart squeezed painfully. Blood was already soaking through his clothes. She quickly ordered the knights to stop the chase and focus on getting Lord Rain back to the city immediately. She called out to Leah to patch him up quickly. But when Rosalind turned around to check, she was shocked Leah was gone. Far deeper in the woods, the slaver leader ran desperate, branches scratching at his arms as he pushed his body forward. His lungs burned, but survival was all that mattered. He kept telling himself he had to live and deliver the news of the disaster to Duke Eska. He could already imagine reinforcements crushing Rain's troops, but his frantic escape hit a dead end. Blocking his path was a woman who'd appeared out of nowhere. She was tall and graceful, her presence commanding even with a calm smile on her lips. She greeted him softly, as if the night was perfectly normal. "Good evening," she said. The leader froze, heart pounding, fear twisted in his chest. But looking closer at her delicate features, he convinced himself she wasn't a threat. That illusion shattered the moment she spoke again. She introduced herself with steady authority. "Priscilla Edgar, eldest daughter of Grand Duke Aldian, ruler of the Thrain territory." The man staggered backward as her words hit him like a thunderclap. The eldest daughter of Grand Duke Aldian here, in this cursed forest? His stomach churned with dread. If she was here, their plots against Duke Eska might already be uncovered. Priscilla's gentle smile didn't fade. She plainly told him the one he had fought earlier in the valley was her younger brother, the second son of Grand Duke Aldian. His name was Rain Edgar. At that, the leader's face went pale. Horror flooded his mind. The man he had knocked down, the boy he dared to wound that was the Grand Duke's son. No punishment would save him from the noose hanging over his fate now. Yet Priscilla's voice stayed light, her composure firm. She said the night's events had been a success for her. Through the chaos, she had seen her brother grow, showing resilience and calm even when threatened with death. The slaver leader, confused by her praise, stumbled back, unable to make sense of her words. Why was she applauding Rain's calm in the middle of his defeat? Her tone snapped sharp as ice, her steps heavier. She said her brother didn't disappoint her. Even facing someone as lowly as him, he stayed clever and controlled. Then, with a faint smile, she told him not to worry. She had no plans to harm him tonight. Confusion swirled in his mind. If she meant no harm, why reveal so much? Priscilla answered casually. She said she was just here to watch but left no doubt with her next words. He had just made a mistake he could never take back, and what was waiting for him was nothing less than death. At that exact moment, the leader's breath hitched. A sharp and suffocating wave of killing intent swept over him. He spun around, heart racing. Leah stood there, no one noticed her approach. 1 second, she was gone. The next, she was right behind him, her eyes burning with deadly rage. His whole body started shaking uncontrollably as the truth hit him. This maid wasn't just any ordinary woman. She exuded a power that was both physical and magical, an overwhelming aura that shredded all resistance. Her voice roared with anger. She declared that he had the audacity to harm Lord Rain, and now he thought he could just run. Her eyes shone with a strange violet glow, like some hidden force inside her was stirring. The man collapsed to his knees, begging desperately for mercy, but his pleas turned into screams as his body suddenly lifted off the ground. Leah raised her hand, weaving invisible magic around him. He writhed and twisted helplessly in midair, crying out, his voice cracking with fear. His mind raced with questions. What kind of magic was this? How could a servant have such overwhelming power? She had already shown she was unbeatable in combat, but now she revealed sorcery strength beyond all logic. With a simple flick of her finger, Leah unleashed her fury. A glowing sigil streaked toward him, wrapping the air tightly around his body. In an instant, space itself crushed him into twisted shapes. His screams stopped suddenly as his body burst into a horrific sphere of blood hanging in the night sky. The droplets fell like a crimson rain, painting the ground with gore. Leah, untouched by the mess, waved her hand casually. A shimmering barrier appeared around her, stopping even one drop from staining her clothes. Her face stayed cold, but inside, her anger still burned fiercely. To her, his death didn't compare to his crime. He dared to lay a hand on Rain. For that sin, even total obliteration wasn't enough. Once everything was settled, Leah turned with respect toward Priscilla. She said that young Master Rain was hurt and she needed to return to care for him immediately. Priscilla smiled faintly and nodded, giving her permission. Having witnessed Leah's steadfast loyalty firsthand, she felt completely reassured. As Leah left, Priscilla's smile lingered. She murmured softly to herself, wondering if she should remind her brother never to make Leah truly angry. At that very moment, the air before her rippled, violent energy swirling, then forming a dimensional portal. From it, Gwen stepped out gracefully and bowed to her lady. Calm and confident, Gwen assured Priscilla she had nothing to worry about. No matter how young Master Rain treated Leah, that girl would never raise a hand against him. Priscilla chuckled lightly, finding Gwen's comment suspicious like a playful jab at her brother's reckless antics. Gwen instantly panicked, waving her hands as she rushed to explain herself, begging forgiveness and insisting she'd never imply such a thing. Priscilla smiled slyly and teased her instead, asking how she'd feel if she were married off to her younger brother. Gwen's face turned bright red. Flustered, she frantically waved her hands, begging her lady not to joke like that. After savoring the teasing moment, Priscilla's expression returned to calm seriousness. She gave her order. Gwen was to send a message straight to Duke Eska, asking if he'd been too idle lately and if that was why he was getting so bold. She needed to be reminded that provoking the Edgar family was a burden no one could handle lightly. Gwen bowed her head and answered solemnly that she understood, promising to deliver the message immediately. Priscilla added they had to get back quickly before Rain realized she had slipped away. Meanwhile, back at his home, Leah had already used her magic carefully to treat and bandage Rain. Seeing the deep worry in her eyes, Rain gave a gentle smile. He told her it was just a small wound and she shouldn't be so concerned. But when he lifted his arm to show he was fine, a sharp pain shot through his body, forcing a soft groan. Alarmed, Leah quickly stopped him. She said firmly he must not move or risk making the injury worse. Her eyes softened with genuine concern as she told him he absolutely shouldn't leave the house until he was fully healed. Rain smiled again, confidently insisting he was fine, trying to calm her down with some gentle, reassuring words. But Leah wasn't having it. She refused to let him brush off his own health. Her voice firmed up as she said that once she finished dressing the wound, he needed to rest right away. Their warm, caring exchange was suddenly interrupted by a loud crash as the door slammed open. Priscilla rushed in, her face full of worry. She hurried to her brother's side, anxiously asking how he was and if the wound might affect his long-term health. Rain gave her a reassuring smile, saying it was no big deal, just a surface cut. Leah, standing beside him, was not convinced. Her voice filled with concern as she explained he shouldn't take it lightly. She pointed out that if the dagger had landed just a bit differently, Rain could have lost his life. Priscilla's expression turned serious, her eyes sharp as she agreed with Leah. She told Rain he couldn't be so careless with his life. Then her gaze went icy as she asked what really happened. With a sigh, Rain explained. Rosalind had caught a group of bandits involved in human trafficking. Digging deeper, he found more captives hidden in a nearby valley. He led a patrol to rescue them personally. But when talks broke down, a fierce fight broke out. That's when he got hit by a dagger thrown in the dark. Priscilla already knew all this but kept up her act. She pressed for more details, asking where the bandits came from. She wanted to know why they dared traffic women when slavery was strictly banned on Edgar family lands. Leah answered for him, explaining from their interrogation that those bandits were working under Duke Eska's orders. Priscilla's eyes sharpened, though she kept a calm smile. She commented with icy disdain that cowardly Eska had the nerve to pull such stunts in their territory. Rain added it was probably because of Eldritch's past dealings with Eska. From what they'd heard, it looked like they'd been cashing in big time lately. Priscilla nodded inwardly, saying Eldritch had left behind quite a mess, but he was no longer a problem. Then she asked her brother what he planned to do with the rescued women. Rain said he'd personally check their situations. Since the city was short on manpower right now, if the women had nowhere to go back to, he'd let them stay in the city. He'd set them up with basic education and eventually find work for them within the territory. Priscilla thought this was a smart plan. It helped the women and also added labor for the city. She praised Rain, saying his thinking had definitely become more thoughtful lately. Rain replied humbly that it wasn't worth praise, just a small way to help the family. Seeing Rain looked worn out from his injury, Priscilla softened her tone. She promised not to bother him more and told him to rest, but she made sure he knew from now on to be extra careful about his safety. She said she never wanted to see him hurt again. Rain felt a warm glow from her concern. With a faint smile, he promised to take good care of himself. Just then, Priscilla turned to Leah, her eyes filled with serious meaning. She said clearly she was putting all responsibility for Rain's safety on her. Leah froze at those words, her cheeks turning red. She understood exactly what Priscilla meant. Embarrassed but determined, she bowed her head and softly promised Lady Priscilla she'd never let Rain get hurt again. Pleased, Priscilla left the room with a quiet smile. Outside, Gwen was already waiting. The moment she saw her mistress, she hurried to ask about Rain's condition. Priscilla answered calmly that it was just a minor wound, nothing serious. But even so, her expression showed she was far from happy. At that moment, Priscilla's eyes flashed with controlled anger. She turned her sharp gaze down the empty hallway and commanded loudly that Nox come before her at once. The air around her crackled, the space itself trembling as a portal burst open with fierce energy. From it, a cloaked mage stepped forward and immediately knelt. He bowed respectfully, asking her to give her orders. Priscilla instructed him to head down to the dungeon and interrogate the captured bandit leader, insisting that every secret be squeezed out of him. She coldly mentioned that torture was an option if needed, but under no circumstances was the man to be killed. Her brother needed to question him the next day, and she wouldn't let the criminal off that easily. Nox accepted the orders without hesitation and quickly set off to execute them. The following morning, Ray's office welcomed an unexpected guest. It was Armando. The young man bowed deeply, his stance humble yet cautious, and confessed his defeat, declaring his willingness to serve Rain. Hearing this, Rain smirked, his voice heavy with sarcasm, as he repeated Armando's own words back to him. He reminded Armando that he once proudly said he'd rather die than serve a noble, that he was a man of ideals and would starve before submitting. The teasing made Armando flush with embarrassment, unable to argue. After all, those were truly his words. As Rain continued his jest, a sudden movement caused his injury to sting sharply, forcing him to cough and pause mid-sentence. Watching this, Armando grew puzzled. He silently wondered if this noble was really someone worth following. He acted nothing like the distant, arrogant lords he had once despised. Despite the teasing, Rain's heart was genuinely pleased. He could feel Armando's loyalty climbing, reaching a solid 95 points. Inside, Rain smiled, knowing the young man before him had been utterly won over by the marvels of steam power. With satisfaction, he declared that Armando would now become a valuable worker in his factory. The idea of this once fiery young man working in his industrial plans amused Rain so much that he laughed out loud. Seeing Rain's strange expression, Armando grew even more confused and frustrated, blurted out that he admitted his mistakes and begged Rain to stop teasing him. He asked plainly if there was anything Rain wanted him to do. At this, Rain's face turned serious, his voice steady. He asked Armando sincerely if he was truly ready to become his subordinate. Armando stood tall, replying solemnly that he was prepared to serve Rain wholeheartedly and loyally. At that instant, the system updated. The number of talented individuals rose to 2. Rain felt a surge of satisfaction and wasted no time appointing Armando as head of the city's first factory. Armando, meanwhile, was left completely bewildered. The title meant nothing to him. He had no clue what being the head of a factory entailed. After all, his training was in alchemy, not industry. Rain, unfazed, didn't bother with explanations. Instead, he handed over a blueprint and told him to study it carefully. He added that once the dam was finished, they would start the next phase of industrializing the city. Armando unfolded the blueprint, his eyes immediately lighting up with awe. The designs were complex, ingenious, ideas even his teacher had never imagined. At that moment, he thought to himself that Rain's brilliance outshone even his own mentor. Suddenly, the office door flew open. Rosalind rushed in, her voice urgent as she announced something had happened. The worry in her tone made Rain uneasy, and he demanded to know what was wrong. Rosalind reported that the bandit leader held in the dungeon had been murdered overnight. That news made Rain's eyes flash sharply. He quickly gathered his men and rushed to the prison to investigate. The revelation stunned everyone. Such a crime happening inside the mansion itself, the most heavily guarded place in the city, was unthinkable. Inside the cell, the bandit's body lay sprawled on the cold floor. Rain's expression hardened with dissatisfaction as he asked when exactly the death was discovered. Rosalind quickly replied, her face serious, that the guards found him dead about 30 minutes earlier while delivering his meal. Rain's eyes scanned the cell and soon spotted 4 strange characters written across the wall. He asked if anyone could identify them. Selena quietly stepped forward, reaching out her hand. Closing her eyes, she seemed to sense the lingering energy attached to the symbols. After a moment, her brow knitted in worry as she explained that the writing pulsed with the leftover energy of a dark mage. Those words hit Rosalind like a thunderbolt, her eyes widening in disbelief. She never thought a dark mage could sneak into their castle. Rain, knowing well the fear such beings inspired, exhaled slowly, realizing more dangerous figures kept showing up in his city one after another. Leah, clearly uneasy, urged him to leave immediately. She explained that dark mages were those who had turned away from the light and lived in shadows, and that the lingering magic could harm him if he stayed too long. Rain just gave a faint smile and waved off the worry, saying there was no need. This prison, he said calmly, was dry and had no breeze. The chance of catching anything here was slim, but Selena's expression stayed serious. She agreed with Leah and told Rain firmly the danger was very real. Dark mages strike from hidden places with terrifying precision, and their magic can cause disasters like plagues, she warned. Hearing this, Rain thought to himself that they sounded a lot like scientists tinkering with germs. Still, he kept the thought to himself, staying silent. Then Selena urged everyone to stay alert. This dark mage's motive was a mystery. If the goal was just to silence the prisoner, that was one thing. But if Rain himself was the real target, they'd have to prepare a plan right away. The next day, Rain visited the city's orphanage where several of the kidnapped slave girls had been gathered. He introduced himself with calm authority, saying he was the city's lord and had rescued them from the bandits only the day before. He gave them 2 options. First, they could tell him where their homes were, and he would arrange carriages to take them back. Or, second, they could stay in the city, where he would provide work, food, and lodging, and eventually offer them the chance to become official residents. Rain smiled gently and asked them what they wanted to do. But at that moment, the girls' faces fell, sorrow casting a shadow over their expressions. They bowed their heads quietly, not a word spoken. Their grief was heavy, and Rain felt it press down on the whole room. His face grew serious as he looked at the children. He softly asked if none of them remembered their homes. Silence hung thick until the priestess nearby finally spoke. She respectfully explained that most of the children had been kidnapped when they were very young. They had suffered lies, cruelty, and endless threats, so they no longer trusted anyone who claimed to want to help them. She warned Rain that earning their trust would take a long while. Rain, however, believed there was no need to wait. To him, winning over kids was the easiest thing in the world. Without hesitation, he told Leah to have the kitchens bake pastries, especially cookies, making sure there were plenty of them. Not long after, trays of warm cookies arrived, filling the air with a sweet aroma. Rain cheerfully carried a tray over to the girls. His smile was soft as he said, "They must be hungry." He told them these were the best cookies in the entire city and invited them to try one. The children's eyes brightened with curiosity and longing, but their fear kept them frozen. Seeing this, Rain acted first. He picked up a cookie and gently offered it to one girl, telling her she could taste it, and if she didn't like it, she didn't have to finish. He promised never to force her to do anything. Shaking, the little girl took the cookie. After a long inner battle, she hesitantly raised it to her lips. The moment the sweet, crisp flavor hit her tongue, her cheeks flushed pink, and she couldn't help but smile in delight. The grip of fear loosened. Seeing no harm, the other girls eagerly grabbed cookies and soon were happily munching, their faces glowing with joy. Watching this, Rain smiled in satisfaction, knowing his plan worked. Right then, he suggested they play a game. The girls, curious, asked what kind. Rain explained it was called Truth or Dare. He kept it simple. Everyone picks a question card, and the person who draws it must either answer honestly or take on a small challenge. Whoever did that earned another cookie. Hours slipped by just as Rain had hoped. The kids' tiredness melted away completely. The room buzzed with laughter as they started opening up, their voices steady and confident. One by one, they honestly shared where they lived and talked about their families. Rain praised their bravery and thanked them for trusting him, assuring them they could relax now. He promised they'd be safely escorted home. Then, turning to the priestess, Rain instructed that the next day, arrangements should be made to return those with families back to their homes. The priestess bowed respectfully and promised the task would be done. Rain's gaze then shifted to the girls who no longer had family. He decided they would be placed in temporary foster homes, but before finalizing, he suddenly remembered something important. He needed to check if any of them had special gifts. Quietly, he activated his system to scan their potential. Unfortunately, all of them turned out to be ordinary kids without any unique talents. Just as he was about to move on, his eyes landed on a red-haired girl sitting off by herself in a shadowy corner. Curious, he scanned her with the system. The screen showed her name, Aliyah, age 17. To his surprise, her stats were impressive. Loyalty 50, Leadership 42, Strength 90, Strategy 30, Magic Power 88, almost equal to his strongest warriors. Meanwhile, inside a room in the Lord's mansion, Priscilla seethed with anger as Nox, the Dark Mage, knelt before her. Her tone was sharp as she demanded to know why the prisoner had been found dead in his cell. She reminded him sternly she had ordered the man kept alive, no matter how much torture was applied. Nox looked nervous and rushed to defend himself. He insisted he wasn't responsible for the death. He admitted using dark magic to torment the prisoner, but swore the man was still breathing when he left. Priscilla's expression turned serious. After sipping her tea calmly, she commanded Nox to report everything he had learned from the interrogation. His reply, however, left her deeply unsatisfied. The prisoner had revealed nothing. He was just a low-ranking pawn with no valuable information. Priscilla frowned, doubts clouding her mind. If he really was worthless, why had someone gone so far to silence him? Nox suggested the death might not have been to keep him quiet, but because his corpse was needed for a ritual. Some dark magic, he explained, required a dead body as a catalyst. This explanation darkened Priscilla's mood even more. Her eyes gleamed with concern as she ordered Nox to make sure that Rain was kept safe at all costs, no matter what. Nox bowed deeply, promised to obey, and then left. Alone, Priscilla sat silently, her face unreadable, before quietly whispering to herself that maybe this time she had truly arrived at the right place. Far away, in Duke Eska's domain, the corrupt lord lounged lazily in his chambers, indulging in the company of two beautiful women. Having made his fortune through years of slave trading, he always surrounded himself with the finest companions. His pleasure was abruptly interrupted when a nervous soldier burst in. Bowing deeply, the man apologized for the interruption, then reported that an important guest awaited him. Eska's face twisted with anger at being disturbed. His eyes blazed with fury as he demanded to know who dared to interrupt him. The trembling soldier explained the visitor was Lord Eldritch of Island, claiming he had urgent matters to discuss. At Eldritch's name, Eska's anger softened. He muttered that it was strange for that fool to show up so suddenly, but maybe he had brought some new merchandise. He ordered the soldier to bring Eldritch to the drawing room, deciding he'd join shortly. As he stood, a greedy grin spread across his lips, recalling the stunning women Eldritch had delivered before. Surely tonight would bring similar pleasures. Moments later, Eska strode into the drawing room, mood lifted. He greeted Eldritch warmly, laughing that it had been too long, and asked why he had come so late, assuming he brought new treasures. But Eldritch's face was grim, shadowed with unease. He apologized for the disturbance, saying this time he had brought no women, only information of the highest importance. Eska's smile faltered, even though he still held out hope that the news might be useful. Eldritch bitterly confessed he'd been forced out of Island City by the third son of Grand Duke Aldarion. From that point forward, he could no longer supply Issa with beautiful women. Those words hit Issa like a lightning bolt. Shock and anger twisted Issa's face as he shouted that Aldarion had thrown Eldritch aside despite his years of faithful service. Eldritch sighed and went on, saying that the new lord, Ray Edgar, was way too young and full of himself, convinced he had control over everything. Eldritch explained that he had sneaked into the island himself and taken out the bandit leader who had been bringing slaves to Issa. This news jolted Essa, his eyes widening with alarm. It was clear he had been completely unaware of the capture. Feeling uneasy growing in his chest, Essa asked whether Rain had found out about their operations. Eldritch answered grimly that it was probably why he had rushed here to warn Essa. Essa anxiously asked if this meant Rain was planning to attack him. Eldritch didn't directly say yes, but reminded him of a harsh truth. The Empire strictly forbade cross-border slave trading, and Essa didn't have any alliance with Aldarion. If Rain reported this to the Emperor, Essa's death would be guaranteed. Sweat dripped down Essa's forehead as fear gripped him. Desperately, he asked Eldritch if there was any way out. Eldritch gave a thin smile and shared that he'd overheard a piece of news earlier that day the dam was finally finished. This, he said, was their chance. He explained the dam held back water that, if released downstream, could flood the entire island in destruction. Unleashing it would drown the city and destroy its people. They could then send in troops to take control amid the chaos. Hearing this, Essa jumped up in terror. He shouted that killing Grand Duke Aldarion's son was insane, and if the Grand Duke found out, they'd both be executed. Eldritch just smiled coldly and reminded him that if Rain reported the crime to the Emperor, death was inevitable anyway. But if Rain died under circumstances that looked like an accident caused by the dam, even the Grand Duke wouldn't be able to protest. And once Issa took the island, he could indulge in all the women he wanted, without limits. Greed tugged at Issa's temptation. After a heavy silence, he grudgingly agreed to Eldritch's plan. Meanwhile, back on the island, Rain was already making moves. He discovered Aaliyah's remarkable potential, personally brought her to his mansion, and made sure she was cared for. Yet 3 days passed, and the red-haired girl hadn't spoken a single word. She now sat quietly in his study, looking distant and withdrawn. Determined to connect, Rain tried to strike up a conversation. With a gentle smile, he asked how the cookies had tasted that day. Aaliyah looked up at him, startled, but quickly lowered her head again, sadness shadowing her face. Rain's heart grew heavy. He wondered just how much pain this child had endured, what kind of suffering had left her so silent. He guessed the bandits must have been brutal with her, leaving her unable to trust or open up. Just then, Lily suddenly burst into the room, her face glowing with excitement. She joyfully announced that the dam had finally been finished.